Now, there we go. We're now recording. Okay. Hello and good day, everyone. I am joined by M4, also known as, I should have asked you this before, Alex. Would you like me to call you Alex or M4?
Anything is fine. Whatever you want. Usually people will just call me M4 because that's what I go by, but you can call me Alex.
No problem. I'll probably mix it up a little bit. So, yeah, today we're going to be looking at M4's book edit of The Hobbit that I have mentioned a handful of times, and going to be joined by the man who made it. So, thank you for joining, and I'm looking forward to seeing what you have to say about it, because I'm sure there's a lot in there that I maybe won't have noticed, because there's definitely things in there that I really, really like, that I think that you fixed a lot of the core problems with the film, as you know. So, okay, the way this is going to work is that this video is going to, myself and M4, we're going to watch his edit of The Hobbit, and we're going to talk about it as we watch it, so it will function as a commentary track. You can just put this video on and listen to us if you want, or what I would suggest is that you download M4's edit from his website, and I will put the link in the description, and you can then press play when we press play and watch along with us. So if you want to do that, pause this video here, download the M4 book edit, and then come back. Is there anything else that you want to say before we get going, or are we pretty much good to go?
No, I mean, I'll quickly say it. I'm very excited to do this, and thank you for the shout out in your video. It really means a lot. So yeah, I'm ready to get started when you are.
No problem. It was, much deserved, because I really like this edit. So we are going to hit play in 3, 2, 1, go. And like I said, I watched this earlier today for the 3rd time, so this is now my 4th time watching this.
Yeah.
So
he'll be quite familiar with the cut, but
yeah,
I'm sure there's plenty of things I'll be able to point out. Yeah. So with this opening, the big thing obviously was removing the flashback prologue, which kind of has two reasons. Obviously, from your perspective, you're usually going to be coming from wanting to make the movies just better, and that's the only thing. But from this project, a big thing was following the book. So a lot of my editing decisions have both of those in the back of my mind. I want to make it like the book, and I also want to be a better movie. But the initial reason I removed this flashback was just to be like the book, where we don't sort of give everything at the start. We just start with little Bilbo and learn everything as the story goes on. But at the same time, then for the movie reason, it's good because it sort of increases the pacing and gets us moving.
Yeah, the main thing that I noticed straight away when I first watched this was that by removing the Erebor prologue entirely, it means that we as the audience don't really have a clue what Erebor is until we get there, which means that we just have like another level of mystery. The audience are in Bilbo's shoes, venturing into the unknown, rather than being shown right at the beginning, hey guys, look, this is what happened to Erebor. And I know that you don't really see Smaug during that prologue, but the fact that he's kind of put there almost as bait to be like, yeah, we're gonna, this is a hook, and we're gonna show you him later, kind of cheapens it a little bit. So yeah, not having that I think is definitely a better decision.
Yeah. So that whole little intro was rescored, and I pulled out all the narration, so it was just music kind of relaxing as we see Bilbo get up. And then just here we start with the first line of the movies, which is also the first line of the book, which I had fun with the in a hole in the ground line. And this is actually unfortunate that we do have a Frodo cameo. I would have preferred not to have this just because it feels a little bit random, but I found this problem a lot while editing, that there's just so much, or there's so little footage to work with that I want to have an opening, I want to have narration, I'll talk about why, but then I need footage to have in the background. And so it kind of like, this was like the bulk of it, Frodo walking around. So I ended up leaving this in.
Yeah, I noticed a handful of times where there is something that I would consider to have been a detriment that you were almost forced to include because of the limitations you had from the source material. I'm not sure I have that perspective on this, because the idea of Frodo being there while Bilbo is narrating, I don't think is necessarily a problem, but you...
That's true, yeah. Obviously, he would have been here. Yeah.
So I forget exactly how this changed, because you got rid of the bit where it says an unexpected journey.
Yeah. So, yeah, it cuts... I just cut out that shot of the title screen, which some edits actually do go and do visual effects and redo that title. But since this is just one movie, The Hobbit, I don't need like an extra unexpected journey title or anything like that. But yeah, that's the opening. It's only about 2 to 3 minutes. I forget what it was in the original movie, but it goes by much quicker. And I kind of want to recap what the purpose of that narration was. There's like 3 big things It was first just kind of an intro to hobbits for people who've never seen any Lord of the Rings or anything, so we could just see, what a hobbit hole looks like. And then it was also just to kind of characterize Bilbo as how he was respected and nothing unexpected happened, and it's just setting up for this next scene. And the last thing is, one of the dialogues is that it highlights how everything started with this unlikely friendship, which is, of course, Gandalf. And that's not quite made super clear, but that was my goal, to kind of set up these things before just jumping right into the scene. I felt it would be too quick to start with this scene.
Yeah, in the it's extended only. You do get the bit where Bilbo was a kid when he first met Gandalf. And then here, I forget if this is in your edit, but in the original edit, he mentions, like, not Gandalf who made such amazing fireworks, or whatever the line was.
Yeah.
Like, in principle, I think I like showing Bilbo when he was younger meeting Gandalf, but it does feel very, very fan servicey, because it reinforces that they have essentially been lifelong friends. Whereas in the, I guess, original cut of the film, it's more like, oh, you're Gandalf, that guy I met one time when I was 3.
Yeah, and that little flashback with young Bilbo, I didn't have a huge problem with. It just didn't really have a place in the way I'd structured my intro.
Yes, I don't think you could have included it.
That was kind of a fun moment to see. Yeah.
How does it go in the book, by the way?
Oh, sorry. So in the book, I was going to talk about that. So the book gives a couple pages of, or maybe paragraphs, it's been a while, of just intro about hobbits. It starts with, in a hole in the ground there lived a hobbit, and it goes into detail about what hobbits are and what their lifestyle is like. And then it kind of introduces Bilbo and says, Bilbo is, it says kind of my narration, nothing unexpected happened, and he was kind of living a boring life. He was growing old. And then it jumps into this scene. And this scene is nearly word for word from the book, which is actually awesome. So besides all those movie reasons for increasing pacing, I'm quite happy with how it does now. Just pretty much follow the book as close as I could with this footage.
Yeah, it is funny how, or I guess predictable maybe, how the best scenes in the book are the ones that best scenes in the film are the ones that most closely adhere to the book.
Oh yeah, yeah, that's a trend we'll notice as we go on. There is one little trim here. It's I like to point these subtle ones out, but there's initially kind of a jump scare where Gandalf jumped at the window. I mean, I don't know if many people had a problem with that, but I personally cut that just because in the book Gandalf wasn't necessarily scaring Bilbo that much. And so that's like one of those book little detailed things, trying to adjust the characters, but it doesn't really make a big difference.
Yeah, it kind of makes Gandalf out to be, I guess, dangerous, which I don't think, he does have that element to him, but I think at this point there's no reason why he would do that.
It was a little bit too strong, and you still have little remnants of that. Bilbo walking around right here, he's all turning his head and kind of paranoid, but I totally agreed in your criticism video of how you thought it was silly how Bilbo thought Gandalf was chasing him in this part here, and he saw that what really looked like Gandalf's hat, that little gray thing, and it wasn't actually Gandalf here. I don't know if you remember that, but yeah, I definitely cut that part out of here. The reason I did keep this Shire scene is really just because I cut out so much of the flashbacks and everything. We can afford to spend a minute here just showing us happy hobbits, and it just, for me personally, it increased the contrast between now and then later when he's out in the wild. Obviously you don't need it necessarily, but my edit I kind of think of as an extended edition where we kind of have a few extra moments just for fun, even though I could cut this and just go on, but for me it doesn't hurt too bad to have a little bit more. So
I think in your edit I would defend the use of that scene, basically exactly what you just said. So even though I criticized it in the it's only in the extended cut because it's an extended scene, part of that is because the role that it fills in that version of the film, it comes across as really scatterbrained and self-indulgent because we've already spent 10 minutes looking at the history of Erebor. Now we're spending loads of time learning about Bilbo, and it's like you could just do this later.
It was a little much,
yeah. Whereas here, the focus is very clearly on Bilbo, and that scene, of course, you cut the silly bit. So yeah, I have less of a problem with it.
Yeah. So here we go with the dwarves showing up. We kind of are getting to a stretch where I didn't make too many changes for the dwarves showing up. This stuff I thought was all good. Basically, throughout this Shire scene or sequence, most of the changes now are just for tone. I felt like there are sometimes jokes that went a little bit too far, and I'll point those out. But overall, it paid respects to the book well enough, and it introduced our dwarves, and no major problems. It's a bit faster than the book. which I think is a good change instead of having the dwarves keep showing up. Like it kind of goes on a bit long in the book, so it makes sense to reduce it in the movie.
In the book, do they literally arrive one by one? Because in the film, you get like
it's Dwalin is the same, Balin's the same, Fili and Kili are the same, and then in the book there's like it keeps going in groups. So like a couple of them show up, I think, and then a couple more show up, and then they do still crash through the door, I think, and fall down. But it wasn't all like 7 or 8 of them in that part like it is in the movie. It was only a couple.
Okay.
And then, of course, actually a big thing I'll point out, which is fun to talk about, is that Thorin came with all the other dwarves in the book. But in the movie, they've purposely separated Thorin to come later to sort of, to separate him from the other dwarves, that he's more of a serious leader and he means business. And so he kind of shows up later and he's not part of all this silly dancing or singing and eating food really grossly.
Yeah, that was
which is interesting.
That was obviously a very deliberate choice by the filmmakers, but the way they contextualize it is that he was off meeting the other dwarf lords. Is that taken from the book, or did they basically make that up?
So no, they made that up. There was no meeting with the other dwarves. It was mostly a Gandalf and Thorin meeting, which we do see in a flashback in movie 2. They talked about this quest, and Gandalf basically suggested that Thorin should be should do this quest, but do it from like, I don't know what the word is, but just like be more secretive and not have like a big army march on Erebor. Just have like a small group and just basically do what we see in the story. So it was Gandalf that kind of convinced him to not seek out other dwarves and bring a big army. But in the movie they changed that, and I've left that in because it just, again, it contextualizes why he shows up later. Sometimes there's no reason to go too close to the book. It starts to make the movie not really make sense. So of course I left that in, and it's just kind of fun to talk about other dwarves, even if it's not like one-to-one like the book. Yeah,
a lot of time what I have heard and I guess seen in like the comments on my video is that the bit people seem to agree is the strongest part of the film, or the films, is this whole segment here until they leave the Shire. Obviously, if you discount the Erebor flashback, until you leave the Shire, it's like everything's going well.
Yeah.
There's a few, like you say, there's a few silly jokes, but it's like if the film was good, no one would care.
Exactly. And I would also say, just to recap, we did talk about how it was good to cut the intro flashbacks, but I will admit, I did enjoy the flashbacks. Like, if you just look at them on their own, they're great. Music, the acting, the visuals, it's all great. And so actually I did put them on special features. If people are interested in watching those, I have them on the disc version of this edit, which you can watch on a computer, but it's designed to burn onto a disc. And so that includes lots of special features, and I've made my own little like flashback shorts with just the flashbacks.
Nice. So I don't remember if I said this because it was we're now talking 9 months since I did the first video, but something I think I suggested was that when you have the Azog flashback with that we get to later, that would be potentially a good place if you were to reshoot the film, because you couldn't re-edit the film like this because of the accompanying dialogue.
Yeah.
You could then introduce the Erebor flashback if you wanted. Yeah. Because that would be when Bilbo was learning about it.
Yeah. That would have honestly been a great idea, or a scene to make up that wasn't necessarily in the book, but it respects like sort of the idea that the dwarves would be telling him about stories on the road, and that's totally something that could have happened, but it would work well for the movie to show it later rather than at the start. Yeah, I think that would have been a good idea.
Well, because also it would have told us a little bit. It would have allowed them to build a relationship between Bilbo and some of the dwarves, which they do, but it's so scatterbrained and inconsistent that it doesn't quite work. But you could have the dwarves choose to tell him some things, choose to omit other things, because the idea that they went all the way to Erebor without really telling him anything, which unfortunately is still the case in the finished version of the film.
Yeah,
I don't think that works, as we'll see when we actually get there.
Yeah. So here we have Dwalin talking about the dwarves and Thorin going off. This is a fun little detail from the book. Actually, Gandalf does indeed ask for red wine in the book, so that's a nice. Like, I was actually quite impressed how many little dialogues and narration bits from the book they actually pulled into the movie. You know, it's very minor things like that, but so it doesn't make up for all the annoying things, but it's still fun.
Something as well that I saw.
We've gone past a few trims. Oh, sorry. I just want to say the few trims that we've gone by. I think I cut out the he eats it by the block, like the bomber joke, and there might have been one more. But other than that, no major changes so far.
Yeah, something I saw in the bonus features for the original version of the film is all of the food on this table had to be real. And they were just filming because this isn't really all scripted. They basically just the actors decided to kind of have a party and just ad lib stuff. And because the prop guys wouldn't know what the actors were going to do, all of the food had to be edible in case they try and eat it and it's a piece of plastic. So they just had a kitchen running in like overdrive for a day while they filmed that scene.
Oh yeah, that's cool. And I cut out one of the grotesque burps by Ori, but in general, the dwarves weren't really that gross in the book, but for me, I felt like it just gives them something in the movie, like more to just characterize them. And I would have been more inclined to cut out more of the gross stuff if they didn't have that part where it showed them actually having cleaned up everything the next day. I just felt like that was an interesting way to characterize the dwarves. That they're messy and they have their fun, but they still respect Bilbo and leave everything clean when they go. Well,
that's the thing, is that you can see, like, on the floor right now, there is a mess on the floor. Yeah. And, like, you can be like, okay, well, they cleaned it up when they did the plates or whatever because they cleaned up after themselves. But this is something that it is still in your edit, because I guess there's no way you could possibly remove it, is that Bilbo says, like, they've destroyed the plumbing in the toilet because they've, had gigantic poos or whatever.
Yeah.
They didn't fix that.
Yes. So you can't think too hard about it, I guess.
Yeah.
As with a lot of things in these films. And as for the song, there's some ways you could potentially cut it, but being a book edit, I of course kept it in. I did because the song is from the book. I did cut out one stanza though because they went a little too far with the plate tricks, like bouncing it off their arms, and I mean you can still see some of it, but it tries to be a little bit more realistic in my cut. Yeah,
definitely, and like I don't mind. I would say that I like the inclusion of the song in your version of the film.
Yeah.
But in the original, it doesn't work because it adds to the schizophrenic tone, whereas the tone in your version is so much more consistent.
Yeah. Yeah, and it's good to have as a climax to all the silliness. Everything's been building up. They have this song, and then now everything kind of drops and we peak, and then now we're back to serious mode.
Yes.
So it would feel a little bit odd to just go from partying to then this.
Well, and also if you didn't have the song, then you wouldn't have any indication that the dwarves had actually cleaned up.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so here we go. Thorin. I guess something to talk about with Thorin is in the book, he was much older. I'm sure you might remember this.
Yep.
And in the movie, they made him look younger and more of look like a classic hero. So there's some good reasons for it. I think they went a little far, but I'm not too upset with it. I always liked Thorin. Basically, the logic was just that we want to believe that he can be a king that will lead in, for many years after he. So, apparently if he gets Erebor, then he can be the king. And if he was super old, it would just be like, why is this old man want Erebor so bad he's going to die anyways? Basically, that's what I understood from the commentary.
Okay, fair enough, yeah.
That's what they said.
I mean, I guess...
but of course, I'm sure there's other reasons, like they want to, for marketing, they want to have the hot dwarf, I guess. More so with Keeley, but
you can. Well, yeah. I mean, Keeley's of course more of a side character, but you can tell that both of them were inspired by like Aragorn in the Lord of the Rings.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
Even though I believe the guy that was originally going to play Aragorn, who got replaced with Viggo Mortensen, was like 20 years younger than him. And I don't think that would have worked anywhere near as well. I think Aragorn is. I think he has to have an amount of, I guess, believable experience behind him, and if you cast someone too young, that's not going to work.
Exactly. Yeah, that's a good point. So now this sequence with the post-dinner scene is really important to give us tons of context for what the journey is about. And I was worried that if I cut the flashback, then would the audience have enough context to understand why we're going to do all this and what's going on? And actually, I found that yes, they do, because really the flashback, it does just it shows what happened with Smaug, but it doesn't necessarily add to Thorin's goals or the desire to reclaim their home. Like they talk about it plenty here. What the flashback really does introduce that we don't have if we cut it is it does introduce like the elf and dwarf feud and the Arkenstone. So we lost those plots for now, but I felt like we could worry about those later. And then as for the Erebor, Smaug, gold, finding our home, all that stuff is talked about here. So it works well enough.
One thing I do want to ask is the prophecy. That is not in the book unless I'm mistaken.
So, well, like when they're talking about the ravens returning to Erebor or something like that.
Yes, yeah.
or I think it's might have been mentioned that like in like a passing line about birds returning to the mountain, but yeah, it's not quite made up to be like that. There's been this prophecy that they've been waiting for signs to start this quest. I think that's just more made up for the movie to show that there's a reason why they're doing it now, rather than it's been 60 years. Why is it now that they're doing it? Like they just wanted to have something.
Yeah,
I don't quite remember.
So in the original version of the film, we get I can't remember how many reasons honestly, but we get multiple reasons why they're doing it now.
Yeah,
and I think you include like I don't like the inclusion of the prophecy, but I think the prophecy existing in your version of the film, it's the only reason, which means that it does actually there is a reason behind you including it.
Yeah, well, and right here is another good reason if we listen to Thorn.
Yeah.
They're kind of uncertain, like, is Smaug even there? And like it's been so long. What if someone else tries to take the mountain? Like we got to do it now, or we could lose our opportunity. Yeah.
Yeah, here we get some rather funny lines that I guess you couldn't have cut.
Yeah. That is not entirely true. Yeah, so with this Thrain stuff in the key, this doesn't really apply to any editing, but it's just fun to point out. In the book, Gandalf got this key and the map from Thrain in Dol Guldur because he had found him earlier, and then in the movie, obviously we see Gandalf find Thrain in Dol Guldur, so it's kind of been jumbled up. Like they've had to change it. So in the movie, when we see Thrain and Gandalf in Dol Guldur, that stuff was supposed to have happened way before the events of The Hobbit, and that's when he got the map and key.
Okay, so that explains why the idea that Thrain gave Gandalf the key in the original version of the film feels so poorly explained.
Yeah,
because we have to.
Yeah, it's like we don't know when that happened or like why, but it kind of would make sense. When he's dying in Dol Guldur and he's been captured, he's like, "Give this to Thorin." I can't do it. That's kind of what happened in the Tolkien lore.
Yeah, like that works because that was written by someone who knew what they were doing. But the only explanation that I think really makes sense in the original version of the film is that Thrain gave the map and key to Gandalf before the Battle of Moria, because he can't have done it afterwards because he got captured or he went crazy and ran away, depending on what you think happened. So why did he do that? I don't know. Maybe he thought he was going to die or something.
Just to be safe. But I mean, I don't know. Yeah.
So this as well, I don't like this as fan service, but again, you didn't really have a choice.
Yeah,
because he has to turn the conversation.
Make a trim but you would have to remove some dialogue to try to remove that part. But yeah, I mean, it was one of those things where it's like I'd rather just keep it than you can always try to remove things you don't like, but then you're trying to toe the line of feeling like a smooth flow of the edit. And so sometimes I lean towards remove the bad thing, let's sacrifice a bit of flow. Sometimes I lean towards just keep the flow, have the bad thing. It's always a constant battle.
Yeah, it's very rare. I could definitely only probably count on one hand the number of things in this version of the film that I don't like, that I think you probably still could have cut. Basically everything else that you kept in, I don't see how you could have done it any other way.
Yeah.
And again, if the movie was good, which this version of the film I do think is very good, I would not complain about the Gandalf fan service spooky voice thing.
Yeah, I mean, like everyone always has a few gripes with movies, and so that's fine, but as long as the big things are fixed. And I had a huge emphasis on audio in my edits. It's different for all fan editors, but for me, audio is like a huge thing. If I could make the audio smooth, I can't make new shots or new footage, so the audio is the one thing you have full control over. So I was really big on that, and so that's why sometimes it might seem like shots go by a little quick, but the audio is always smooth. That was like my big thing that I was proud of. So
were you editing the audio kind of in separately, or were you I know you did that with the soundtrack, but like did you use any kind of like dialogue isolation plugins or anything to pull out lines of dialogue and repurpose them? And
like I've done lots of crazy things. Well, it's kind of funny how the further we get into this edit, the more crazy things have been done. So far, it's just been trimming out little bits, and you can do little fades to, like, remove one line of dialogue or remove one shot, and that's been pretty simple. But when you get to later in the cut, there's definitely tons of rescoring and isolating vocals, and so the easiest way to do that is, luckily, these movies come out with surround sound, and the center channel in the surround sound is just the dialogue. There's a little bit of bleed over with some music, so you kind of have to put new music over it, but you can essentially get redo scenes with that, with knowing that. And so that's been super useful. I didn't use any type of AI extracting vocals. That is more of a new thing now that you could do, but I found that it worked fine just to extract the center channel, but then I have to rebuild up the outer channels. So new music, new ambience, and whatnot. And so that was always lots of fun doing new sound effects.
So did you edit?
We haven't really, oh, sorry.
Sorry, I was going to ask, because you just mentioned that kind of you started doing more extreme things as the film went on. And part of that's because, out of necessity, because the start of the film is good, and then it kind of gets worse.
Yeah, exactly.
But did you do it generally chronologically, or did you start with some of the harder bits?
Yeah, so I did it completely chronologically, and that was mainly because I had such a big focus on the book that what I actually literally did was I had the book on the side of my screen, like a full just text of it, and I would actually just go through, watch the movie and then read the book, and I would delete parts from the book as I went, and so I would like be narrowing it down, and so it was fully chronological, and that was actually a lot of fun. But I don't know if you've read on my website, I might have mentioned how I've done tons of revisions, and I got a bit obsessed with revising to try to be as perfect as possible, and so through that I did end up, like, my original cut was actually much shorter, but I realized I went too close to the book, and throughout the next year or two, I slowly pulled back and was like, all right, we got to reintroduce this bit and this bit to make it flow for normal audiences. So my original edit was actually like 3 hours and 50 minutes, I think. So that's just some interesting fun facts. Okay,
no, I don't think I did know that, or maybe I read it and then forgot. I can't remember, but
yeah,
because this version of the film now that we're doing is excluding the credits, you're talking barely over 4 hours, and like that's a long movie, but there's a lot of content in this story, and to me it doesn't feel too long or too short. It feels just about right.
Yeah, we can talk a little bit about the runtime actually. So there's an intermission and then the credits, so without all that it's about like 4 hours and 5 minutes, around there. I could be wrong, and that is very long for a movie, but given the context of, like, with Lord of the Rings movies, the extended ones are also super long. I felt like it was passable, and this is supposed to be like its own extended version. So theoretically, I could go and trim out more stuff and make it like 3.5 hours, and that would be the non-extended version. But there's no interest in that for me, because I love Middle Earth, so I would just want to watch the longer one.
Yeah,
but I definitely had a lot of thought about the runtime, and it is a bit long, but as you said, there's a lot of good content.
Yeah, it's kind of maybe annoying.
Sorry, just like even here, for example, I could cut this scene. This is an extended scene, and everything would still work. It would just be less of our characters, and so I decided to just always include these good parts for characters, basically.
Yeah, like this scene, I don't think should be cut. I definitely saw at least one other edit that did cut this scene, and this scene really, because at this point we don't really know who Thorin is. We just know that he's Hero Man who wants to get Erebor. But we also get stuff for Balin, which helps kind of distinguish him from being one of the dwarves.
Totally.
And there are a handful of moments that you do keep in that serve that purpose for some of the other dwarves. So yeah, this kind of thing I do definitely think you should keep. I was going to say, so if, like, alternate universe, if this version of the film were ever to be released in cinemas, it is kind of sad that it would be too long. They would prefer that it be cut in half, but the problem is, as we'll see when we get to about the halfway mark, the stuff that you removed from the second film means that essentially all of that serves as a build-up to the climax of Smaug attacking Lake Town, which is it's great unless you try and cut the film in half, which they would no doubt want to do if they were to, if it were to be redone and turned into an actual
Yeah, that's why, it's just fun for us fans we don't have to even worry about that. But I always realistically would know that, like, some people comment like, oh, I wish this was released in theaters. But obviously it would never happen this way, but that's okay. And obviously this is an amazing scene. And I think it hits harder when we don't have the flashback, because now we're just picturing, like Bilbo, like what they're thinking of as they reflect and sing.
I hadn't even thought about that. You're absolutely right. Yeah. Because at this point, we obviously know about Erebor because we've seen the flashback. But if you're just watching this and you've never seen The Hobbit, you're like, you know what Bilbo knows.
Exactly. Yeah.
That was also one of my. I can't remember how many times you added it, but obviously the changes that you made to the soundtrack, where you added this theme in the later scenes in the film, because this theme is only an Unexpected Journey.
Yeah. So I only did add it in once later in the movies. I was originally planning to try to do it at least 2 times, but just the way it worked out, I didn't want to force it into parts where it would feel well, because it's very difficult to rescore scenes, and so if it can be risky because then people will feel like something's off. So I was only able to put it in once, and I'll talk about that later.
Okay.
When we get there. But yeah, it was a shame they abandoned this theme pretty early on. I know that it is the Misty Mountain theme, and so once they pass the Misty Mountains, it's a common opinion to be like that's why they got rid of the song, because they're past the Misty Mountains. But I feel like it's such a good theme and fits with the dwarves that it shouldn't have been abandoned.
Well, yeah, it's essentially it functions as the theme of the dwarves. Like, I mean, Thorin has his own like jingle. What's it? Keeley has his own. There's like an Erebor theme. There's all these different themes that are in the score.
Yeah.
But
then like as the dwarves as a whole, this one definitely was the best, or for the company.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, so this is different from the book. I guess I'll talk about this. Originally, Bilbo did wake up and he was at home, but Gandalf came and Gandalf kind of pushed him out his door. And in the movie, it's completely different. Well, not completely, but it's different in the way that Gandalf doesn't show up. So that now it's fully up to Bilbo to go. And I love this shot here as it pans over and we see the loneliness creeping back into him.
Yeah.
As he realizes, this is kind of not the best life he could be living. He wants to try something new and going on an adventure. So I do like that for the movie, to make it fully Bilbo's decision. It just adds to his character, I think.
Yeah, definitely. And I also like how, like, this is never explicitly stated, but the dwarves obviously left, as we see right here, they left the contract there that has already been signed by Thorin and Balin, and it's just waiting for his signature, and they've left it right there for him to see, to almost like, are you sure this is your chance? So I'm wondering if maybe they had already signed it, because why would they not? And then Gandalf put it there to maybe just kind of push Bilbo, because Gandalf really, really, really wants Bilbo to come.
Yep. Yeah. Oh, I guess I haven't talked about it yet.
Oh yeah, go on.
I was just going to talk about how I've done some color grading changes. I'm not too sure if you have read about what I did at all, but I'll still talk about it. So
yeah, go for it. Yeah,
I kind of felt like the original movies were too saturated, especially Unexpected Journey. So that was one big thing. And then it's hard to tell when you just watch the movies, but if you do some comparison frame by frame with the color adjustment and without it, you can tell that this first movie all the movies had like a green tint to them, which was kind of odd. So it's supposed to look more natural and more like Lord of the Rings in my cut. And I did add the film grain, which some people don't like the film grain, but I think it makes it look a little bit better.
I love the film grain. The film grain, I did notice the saturation changes. I haven't looked at them side by side, so I didn't notice. But yeah. I mean, the original version of the film at times feels like it's been dipped in acid. Whereas this is, in particular, with the film grain, because the Lord of the Rings would have been filmed on film, whereas The Hobbit
was shot digitally.
I was going to say, the Hobbit, because it was done with 3D and like high frame rate. I forget exactly what, but it meant that it felt absolutely like pristine, and therefore didn't really fit with either the supposed storybook feel or the presentation in the Lord of the Rings.
Yep, and that's fun with the film grain. It's very subtle, but I still think that it kind of masks the CGI a little bit, because when you have film grain, it's like very subtle, but it's one thing to note. And that's actually why in Lord of the Rings the CGI can sometimes look passable, I guess, even though it's older.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. So the fidelity of the visual effects has to get better if the fidelity of the footage is better.
Exactly.
So an older movie with kind of okay-ish CGI is often going to look like, I'm not going to say that Terminator 2 has okay-ish CGI, but like if that came out now in like 4K Ultra HD, it would look cheap. It doesn't look cheap because it was filmed in 1991, and you can tell. It doesn't stick out as bad, whereas bad CGI now is very, very obvious. Which is, I guess, I'm trying to think of good example. Like, I guess a lot of the CGI and like the ending scene of, have you seen Black Panther?
I've not, but I know what scene you're talking about. Yeah.
Yeah. So the fight scene where like the visual effects artists ran out of time because they had to move on to work on the next film. If the film was not, it didn't look really good kind of apart from that, then no one would have noticed. Like it looks bad because it looks like a PlayStation game, but if the whole film looked like a PlayStation game, if it came out in the, 1995 or something.
Yeah. Oh, and this dialogue is kind of fun. It's from the book, but Dwalin actually says most of it to Bilbo, but they change it to Gandalf, which makes a lot more sense given how Dwalin's characterized.
Okay, did they change? Because I think Dwalin is very strongly characterized in the film. Is that different to how he is in the book?
Yeah. In the book, he's not super characterized. I mean, he's more just one of the dwarves. Like I mean, I don't remember completely with Dwalin. I could talk about the other dwarves for sure, but with Dwalin in the movie, obviously he's like the kind of the meathead who's really good friends with Thorin. And he's a good warrior, and that's kind of exaggerated. In the book, he wasn't necessarily like that. In the book, it's interesting. Bomber was actually characterized a lot. He had a lot of dialogue, whereas it's funny how in the movie he has none.
That is
except for that extended scene.
Yeah, that is such a weird choice.
Yeah. Oh, and actually, I do want to talk about this. Sort of one of the overarching like arcs or plots throughout this first part of the edit is orcs, because the climax of this first part has orcs, and so this scene is the first time we hear about them. And originally, I'd cut it because it's not in the book, but I feel like it's really necessary to try to mirror with later in the edit that they're just orc packs out here, and Bilbo's aware of that, and so then when they show up, it's not completely out of the blue. And
yes. So I noticed
I'll talk about that as we go.
As well, we have when we get to the Rivendell scene, there's the line from Elrond where he said we were hunting orcs. This is very likely the same pack of orcs. Like, essentially what you can imagine is that all of the Azog scenes, not with Azog because he would be dead canonically, but all of those scenes did happen, but off screen.
Yeah.
So you don't actually need to see it.
And we can resume with this, but really quick, I want to talk about this part. This was not necessarily like in in a theatrical version of my edit, I would have cut this, but it really just shows them on the road more, and it has Bilbo and Gandalf talking, which is fun. And what I really like is how it mirrors the book, because there was a part where Dory complained about the rain and referenced Gandalf, and just being a book nerd, I wanted to keep that bit in. And I guess it is nice to get it's like world building essentially, but it's not at all necessary for the plot.
Yeah, I noted this scene as well.
I trimmed it down quite a bit. Gandalf went a bit long about Radagast, but I tried to trim it down as much as I could. And then what I'm really happy with is how now Gandalf trails off saying, evilness will look to find a place in this world. And then we cut to a destroyed farm where clearly evil has found its way into this world. So it kind of works that way.
Well, and also it serves as a bit of foreshadowing, because obviously we find out by the time we get to the latter half of your edit that evil has found a bit of a foothold. There's an army of orcs.
Yeah, exactly. So, there's tons of these like little details of evilness coming back into the world, and that's what I have to just have as my build up for orcs later in the movie. It's not as well explained because in the original movie we had tons of Azog and tons of Dol Guldur showing the armies building up. I don't have that in my edit, so it's all these subtle references, and some audiences won't buy it and they'll still be like, oh, why are the orcs here? But that's just being a fan of it. I kind of have to work with what we have. And actually, this is where we introduce the elf and dwarf feud for the first time in my edit.
How much of that is originally in the book? The feud.
So there is a feud, but it really is mostly between the woodland realm elves and Thorin and the dwarves. It's not really with like Rivendell, because in the movie it's played up a lot. Like he hates Rivendell, he wouldn't go near them. But in the book, it's not necessarily like that. I mean, there is still a feud, but it's definitely exaggerated for the movie. And this dialogue was not in the book.
Well, because
Gandalf does
Sorry, I was going to say, because the films.
Gandalf does, yeah.
You go.
Oh, I was just going to say Gandalf does disappear in the book, but it's a little bit different. He doesn't walk off all angrily. He kind of just naturally, they're like, wait, where did Gandalf go? But here they have a distinct moment where he goes. Anyway, sorry, I
was going to say, so the films do distinguish between the woodland elves and the Rivendell elves. I forget exactly what they call them.
Yep.
And I feel like, in particular, the film version of Thorin, I don't think he would care necessarily. So the idea that he really does not want to go anywhere near Rivendell because they are elves, and I don't like elves, I don't see any reason why he would want to distinguish the two. He just doesn't like elves. So I think that does still work.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so far there haven't been trims yet with this chapter too much, but this is a lot different than the book. Not that it matters too much, because I think you could argue that it makes more sense to do it in the movie this way. But in the book, they send Bilbo to look at, like, there's a light they see, and they send Bilbo, go investigate and try to see if he can get food, basically, and steal from the trolls. Whereas in this version now, he's actually doing something that, like, he's getting the ponies, which you could argue makes more sense, I guess. I don't know.
Oh, I didn't realize that. So in the
like,
book,
rather than just trying to steal from them, yeah,
it was literally, do they have money? Go find out, kind of thing.
Yeah, I don't remember if they, like, at this point, in the book it might have been like this, where they see the light and they send Bilbo off to go investigate and see if he can get food. I'm pretty sure they didn't know there were trolls until Bilbo went there, but I could be wrong.
So I'm wondering as well, because he knows at this point that he's been hired as a burglar. So it has been 20 years since I read the book. I have actually read it. It's one of the few books that I have read, but I was very young when I did. And I'm wondering if maybe he went to look at the trolls and then decided, this is my chance to prove that I am actually capable of burgling something.
Yeah, that might be it.
Yeah,
that's true.
Whereas here, they're like, you're a burglar. This means you can rescue the ponies, which doesn't really make anywhere near as much sense.
Yeah, I guess so. They kind of push him into doing it against his will.
Yeah, I also don't. I still think that Fili and Kili come across like just assholes in this scene. Like Bilbo, could just die, and then they've thrown him at the trolls. He's never seen a troll before. Like, at least they have.
Yeah. Yeah. It does help, but I guess we do see how, like, Bilbo is good at sneaking around a little bit, and that plays into what Gandalf said at the start of the film, why they want Bilbo. So obviously the way it's set up with Fili and Kili I don't like, but it does have some good characterization from, like, for characteristics that could be useful on their quest.
Yeah, definitely.
And I tried to reduce the troll silliness as much as I could. Obviously, it's good to have them silly. That's like the book, but some of it was a bit far. Like, I would have preferred to cut that sneezing into the soup, but I couldn't really do that just with the flow of the footage.
That's fair. The other bit that I would change, like if given unlimited money and time, and access to all the same resources that the filmmakers had, is the way Bilbo gets discovered here is because the troll accidentally blows his nose on him, thinking that he's like a handkerchief. I think that's just absurd. But there's no way you can change that, because unless you're going to cut like the whole scene. So like I removed a couple bits of dialogue, and with that part I removed the troll like scratching his butt before he did it. It's just trying to bring the tone a little bit like less childish. Obviously, The Hobbit is a kid's book that has lots of humor, but I felt like Tolkien's humor wasn't so childish. It was more like witty, ironic, or charming, in my opinion. Yeah, like these characters, the trolls, they're not intelligent, but that doesn't necessarily, well, no, it just straight up doesn't mean that the humor that comes from them should just be toilet humor.
Yeah, exactly.
There is a way to do intelligent humor with unintelligent characters.
Yeah, so realistically, it would have been better to have the dwarves show up quicker, because it makes them, like, why didn't they come to save Bilbo? And they wait till like the very last minute. And I actually originally did make a cut where I made, right here, it would cut to Kili now showing up. I did originally do that, and I have a feeling you would have preferred it that way. But I did re-include this dialogue by that troll because it does kind of come from the book. And so I made that sacrifice just because I was being a book nerd.
Okay.
But I bet you probably would have liked that quicker cut.
Well, the way that I would probably contextualize this as maybe like the best way that it could happen, off screen is that you've got Bilbo is being like Fili and Keely are watching off screen. You don't have to see that. You can just assume that they're not complete arseholes and that they're watching what's happening. They then realize that Bilbo's got caught, and they immediately go and get the other dwarves, and then they charge in and attack the trolls.
Yeah, and like by the time they all come back, and it's been so long, I don't even remember what the trims were, but there's like one or two here. It's a common critique to say that people don't like this action, and I can get that. It's a bit silly. You're not really worried for the dwarves because clearly it doesn't seem like any of them are actually in danger. It's more just kind of enjoying the soundtrack and having some excitement.
Yeah.
But I did trim out the Ori using a slingshot.
Yep, the slingshot.
Yeah. Like, this is pretty silly here. Like, there's no way to go about that without admitting it's silly, but I just left it in with the music. For me, it wasn't the worst, I guess.
It's also one, it leads into Bilbo getting caught. Right here, that troll notices and then he gets caught, and you can't have that unless you have the fight scene.
Yeah.
And this is also the first time, because in your version of the film, we don't have the prologue. This is the first time we've seen dwarves do any fighting.
Yep. Yeah. Because, in the book, there was not a huge action scene here.
Yeah.
So actually, it's fun. So we haven't talked about this yet, but you did watch my edit before I did this one last update to it. And right here is the first change that I made, which is there used to be a close-up of Ori slamming his slingshot on the ground, which I just removed. It was only 1 second, but one of my proudest changes.
Okay, I don't remember that bit. Yeah,
very, very minor. But I was like, why do I even have this? Like, we don't need that. Not a big deal though.
There's a change that you make in this scene, which is it goes some way to repairing Thorin as a character. And I think one of the best things about this version of the film is that you fix 3 of the characters that I think are the most damaged by all of the ridiculous bullshit that they added. I'll wait for it to happen, and then I'll...
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I have a feeling. I think I know what you're going to talk about.
Yeah.
Which is interesting, because I did read a comment where someone actually disagreed, and they wish I kept it in because it hurt Thorin's character or something. And we'll discuss it after. But
so
I'm totally on your side.
Yeah. So right there, Bilbo says, like, you need to season them because they're stinky or whatever. And then Thorin yells traitor, which I find funny, but because you cut out the bit where he realizes that actually Bilbo is buying them time, and then he like boots the other dwarves in the back, and they're like, oh, I'm full of worms in my tubes or whatever. Because you cut all of that, you can read this scene as suggesting that all of this, where the dwarves are like supposedly angry at Bilbo, they know exactly what he's doing.
Acting.
Yeah. Like, it means they're not idiots.
Even if they, yeah, and even if they are idiots, at least they're just less idiots. Like, if you don't interpret it that way, because it was way too far when they were like, we don't have parasites, you have parasites. Like, okay, guys, come on, he's clearly trying to get time. So a big critique of this scene is for book fans, Gandalf doesn't crack the rock in the book. In reality, it's Gandalf who's using his voice to confuse the trolls. He's like hiding, and he's saying things that keep confusing the trolls, and they're arguing, and it's purely just that they waste too much time, and then they turn into stone. So it was a little bit less like
cinematic
in Hollywood.
Yeah. So in the book, does Bilbo buy time, or did they take that role and take it from Gandalf and give it to Bilbo?
Yeah, they switched it to Bilbo, basically. Sorry, yeah, in the movie they switched to Bilbo. So, and actually I see why they did that. Obviously, for his character to show him as having some brains. Yeah. Because then we have a good moment where in a second here where Thorin is still doubting Bilbo, and then Gandalf reminds him, actually, Bilbo bought you time, and that's like the first moment we see Thorin sort of recognize Bilbo as a good part of the company. It's very subtle, but that's like the first part, I would say.
Yeah, I agree, although I don't like that Thorin says no thanks to your burglar when he would have to know that Bilbo bought them time.
Yeah.
Although, I guess, like you say...
you could think of it as him being like ultra pessimistic, that like still he's the reason we got caught, even if he bought us time.
That's
still
true.
Did that, which was... Yeah,
that's true. In the original version of the film, it makes absolutely no sense, because you have the shot of Thorin realizing that Bilbo is buying them time, and then he says, like 5 minutes later, Bilbo did nothing to help, which just straight up doesn't make sense.
And this part is good. Again, like talking about evilness and something's wrong in Middle Earth. Again, it's very subtle, but it does. I thought of this in my head canon as something that helps with when we see orcs later. Like it's just we're slowly getting reminded of things being off.
Yeah.
And that's a small moment. But yeah, here we go with the troll cave.
Do we still have the shot of Thorin nearly cutting his fingers off with the sword?
I think we do, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I was amazed when someone in my comments told me that, because I did the first video and I just didn't notice, and then someone mentioned it, and I was like, holy shit. Yeah.
That's probably a true point. So this gold here, they find here, I don't know if it's really outright mentioned I think it's mentioned in the Fellowship of the Ring, but it's actually what Bilbo takes back to the Shire on his way back. It's mentioned in the book that he doesn't take a bunch of gold from Erebor. He takes the chest that they had here, and that's why Frodo says it still stinks of trolls, or something like that. Or maybe it was Bilbo who says that in Fellowship. I forgot.
That's a line in the film Fellowship of the Ring.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll have to watch out for that next time I watch it, because I hadn't realized that. No.
Yeah, I think it's because Bilbo only comes back with one chest, but then he has two. I mean, I'm actually a little bit foggy on these details, but I do know for sure that it's mentioned in the Tolkien lore that Bilbo actually does take some of the treasure from here.
Okay. Yeah, there we go. Off with his fingers.
Yeah, because I didn't notice how the sword goes through the what is it called? The scabbard.
Scabbard, yeah.
Yeah.
I do like this characterization here with Dwalin. It's just little bits like this that I really like.
Yeah, not all the dwarves are super greedy. I mean,
well, it's not just
still
that.
Loves gold, I'm sure.
Yeah, but it's also that he's literally just standing there, just standing guard, waiting for Thorin. That's what he's doing.
Mm-hmm. True, yeah.
He's not in it for himself.
And we get a massive reduction in runtime from cutting out everything that happens after this bit with
yes.
Radagast and the ensuing warg chase. But I was very pleased with that. The music transition might not be ideal, but it's still passable, I think. And yeah, it's really nice to go from here then to a natural bridge into Rivendell, just hiking. Yeah,
so when I first watched your edit, this bit that we're about to get to, the scene transition, was the first time where I was actually like, holy shit, that was amazing. How did you do that? And then I watched it again, and I think, because you repurposed, right here, now.
Yep. So there's 3 big shots, and all 3 of these are taken from a future hiking montage. And of course, this is just random generic New Zealand, them hiking around. So I can pretend that this is between Trollshaws and Rivendell, and these mountains are supposed to be played off as Rivendell somewhere in these mountains. And then this is the second shot, and then the last shot with the rocks and the waterfall, which is perfect because Rivendell has waterfalls. We see them walking through a bunch of rocks. I did add in, this is rescored, and then I added in waterfall sound effects, and then we just show up here,
Yeah, and like that's a perfect transition, because like they're in the rocks, they're near the waterfalls, and then it doesn't have to be a secret passage into Rivendell or whatever.
Yeah. It could just be like one of the alternate ways to get in.
Saying that, no. So Gandalf must have been the one taking them here, because Thorin is about to tell us that he didn't know they were going to Rivendell. So
exactly. So some people do point that out as like, why did they go here? Thorin didn't want to go here. But in my head, it's like sometimes you have to do this with fan edits to completely remove the original context, and you can rebuild your own context, and it actually works quite fine. I could imagine Gandalf in the movie universe telling Thorin to head this way, and then kind of leading him a certain way that he doesn't know, and then all of a sudden they're here.
Yes,
like that to me, that's viable, or I could accept that.
Absolutely, that works so much better than they get chased by orcs and then accidentally find their way to the secret passage.
Yeah, and another thing too is it's like Thorin is upset, but if he really was that upset, he would just be like, "No, we're turning around." I mean, he's still like the leader of the company, but he's kind of begrudgingly keeps moving, showing that he's he's not 100% opposed to it, maybe.
Well, yeah. Also, I forget exactly what the line is from Gandalf, but he tells him like Elrond is going to try and he will try and stop you, but he's the only one that can read the map. And Thorin,
yep, exactly.
I don't care how much he doesn't like elves. He's going to speak to Elrond if it means he can get Erebor back.
Yep, exactly. Good point. Yeah, like in the book, Thorin wouldn't call them the enemy. I mean, he still might not like them, but it was definitely exaggerated.
Yeah. And you, of course, cut down massively on the amount of runtime we spend in Rivendell, because in the original film, I think it's close to half an hour. It might actually be half an hour.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so we'll talk about what I cut. I was a little bit disappointed that in the book they do stay here for like a week at least, and there's multiple days. So in my edit, it kind of looks like it's just one night. But again, it's just for the sake of the movie, it doesn't really matter. You could pretend they stayed here longer, and so I'm not too beat up about that. But because the things I cut definitely had to go, which we'll get to.
Indeed, I know what they were. We'll wait until we don't see them, I guess.
Yeah. So with this, we have Elrond showing up in a moment, and I like what you mentioned about the orc pack. So that's exactly why I was happy keeping this in, because you might think that I removed the warg chase, so we don't need to have Rivendell talking about wargs here. What's the point? But obviously the point is just to show that orcs are in Middle Earth, and that it is a threat, and so that when we see them at the end of this part, that it's something we'll accept, like, oh yeah, there are orcs indeed. So this is kind of playing into that with how Elrond says he was, chasing a pack of orcs.
And it also potentially helps convince Thorin that he is actually on the same, because he just referred to, like you said, the elves as his enemy. But then Elrond comes back saying, I've just been beating up a load of orcs. Like maybe that helps feed into his decision to show him the map, or his comfort with showing him the map.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because and then this part is very dramatized. Like in the book, it's funny that when they show up, the elves are all singing, kind of making fun of the dwarves, and it's like all very happy. But this is very serious in tone, clearly. But nothing I could do to change that.
Yeah, I don't. This is. In particular, in the original version of the film, we've just had the action scene with the orcs, and then you have this, and it's basically a fake out. Like no one watching this thought that they were actually going to start attacking each other.
Yeah.
Like, I will say, though, there's a couple of bits in it that I like, and, well, really, I guess there's one bit in it that I like, which is that two of the dwarves immediately grab Bilbo and put him in the middle of their circle because they want to protect him.
Yep, love that, yeah. Yeah, so I did have to make a trim here where Gandalf said, that may have been us that led them.
Yes.
The hidden pass, I hope people just don't pay attention to that, because clearly you could try to connect it. It looks like we walked through a bunch of stones that looked like kind of a hidden pass. Maybe that was a hidden pass, but I mean,
I still think that
maybe
works.
You could interpret it. Yeah.
Because we see them going through a secret passageway, and they must have gone through some kind of secret entrance because Thorin didn't know where they were going. So I think that still works.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, maybe they did lead orcs there, but they just didn't know it. You could think about it that way. But I don't know. Yeah, and this is a complete troll with Elrond saying this.
Yeah, I take it this isn't in the book. They just did this for added drama in the film.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I just love Elrond's face there.
See, like for the movie, I was personally enjoying this because it's just kind of building on the book. It's not like the book to be having this much of a feud, but personally, I thought it was okay. A lot of hardcore Tolkien people will hate it, but I mean, I think it's just kind of fun.
Yeah.
Especially like not liking the food, like that wasn't in the book, but it's just fun for me.
So this is the bit where we don't see Keeley making a... No, this isn't the dick joke. This is where he accidentally reveals that he's gay or something.
The man is a woman.
Yes, that's right.
Yeah. So I removed all the elf romance jokes, and so instead it's just them not liking the music. I actually spliced that Nori shot in because that came from a part where Gandalf was saying, "Oh, these are the sons of Durin. They're very noble folk," and then it cuts to them being completely not noble. And I felt like we already got that with them being silly and bag end. So here they can have a bit more manners. It's fine. Like I kind of like it better that way.
I also think I can't remember if I wrote this down as a question to ask you at the end, but I think one of my least favorite additions in the extended version of the films is the dancing on the table food fight scene that obviously you've cut.
Yep. Yeah. That the pretty much, I guess the only good thing with that would just be if you really like the dwarves and the company, but there's it's a little bit too much, and showing them as very rude and not necessary at all to the plot.
Yeah.
Yeah, so this and I did remove, there's more dialogue here talking about the orc pack. But yeah, that's a new trim. The way that plays out, this little transition is now the same as the theatrical, which is pretty easy to do. I just removed the song as you mentioned, and then we're just straight to here.
So you mentioned earlier, and I think someone told me this before, that they stay in Rivendell for a few weeks in the book.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So that on its own makes the convenience that tonight's the one night of the year that you can read the runes a lot less of a convenience.
Yeah. Again, it's been a while since I read it, but I'm pretty sure they kind of are waiting around and relaxing until it gets to that day. But I could be wrong.
Okay.
But yeah, it does make more sense. Like if they would stay here longer and it wasn't just they happen to be on the first night.
Yeah. Or the only night.
Yeah. And it's interesting with how Thorin was willing to forego his pride here, and Balin was actually like saying, "No, Thorin, don't do it." It's a bit interesting, and then I guess you could say then in the end of this film when we see Thorin at the gate, Balin kind of gives him a look like, "Thorin, what are you doing?" And it's like the roles are reversed. That's something I noticed.
In which part? Sorry.
So sorry, I was very vague with that. But we see how Balin was like, Thorin, no, don't forgo your pride, basically. Don't show them the map. But then in Battle of the Five Armies, we see Thorin, like, we will have war at the gate, and then Balin's looking at him, like, almost tearing up, like, what are you doing? It's kind of like the roles reversed there.
Yes, that's true. I mean, I'm not entirely sure that I like the idea that Balin would be, like, hesitant about don't show him the map. But
yeah, I'm just remembering how you didn't like that, and I was thinking that's kind of one pro that you could say, but
true.
Yeah, I do agree with you that probably
like it makes
made more sense.
It makes sense that Balin doesn't need to be here for this scene. The reason why he is so that they can use Thorin and Balin to explain things to the audience, basically.
Well, and also kind of to have Balin slip up here and he reveals that they want to go into the mountain.
That is true.
Kind of foolishly, which kind of does make Balin seem a little dumb, like, not gonna lie, because they're trying to keep it a secret.
Yeah.
So I don't know.
I mean, I guess maybe the way around that is that, I mean, Elrond's not an idiot, so although have you seen Rings of Power?
I watched the first 2 episodes, but I didn't get through the whole thing.
Okay.
I was not a huge fan. I mean, I'm not a huge hater. I try to be neutral, but I was not a fan of it.
Fair enough. I mean, if you're attached to the Tolkien lore, I don't think you're going to find much in there.
Yeah.
But anyway, tangent aside, Elrond is not an idiot, which means you could definitely read this as he already knew. Like, he knows who Thorin is. He knows he's the Prince of Erebor. And they've got a map that says Erebor on it. He's just kind of playing along to be like, okay, we'll see where this goes.
Yeah, right there, that transition was actually one of the harder ones that I had to rework for quite a bit, because I wanted to remove the part where Elrond said, "You're not the only guardian to stand watch in Middle-earth," which was referencing Galadriel, obviously, and that didn't really make sense, so I had to cut that, but a lot of soundtrack work there. And then, I do like this cut where I removed tossing the sausage to make him break the bench. Instead, he just breaks it because he's fat, which I think works.
That works a lot better, yes.
Yeah.
Because there are still, in your edit, there are still a handful of, like, Bomber, I guess silly Bomber jokes, but there are not, you're not hit with them every 10 minutes.
Yeah, and then the ones that we are hit with, I've tried to adjust to make a little less.
They're a lot less
like that with the sausage.
Yeah. And they don't happen, towards the end of the film when it's supposed to be getting more serious.
Exactly, yeah. Yeah, this part's good. This is from the extended edition. It's not necessarily from the book, but it gives us a lot of things. At first, it says that there's more to this quest than just getting their home, which is that Gandalf thinks Smaug could be a threat to Middle Earth. It kind of introduces that, and then it does introduce. Elrond says that there's this sickness, and so this is one of two times where there's like a mention of any sickness for the dwarves. I tried to remove the dragon sickness entirely, but for my opinion, I feel like having these one or two mentions of it does kind of work. It can kind of just seem as not like a literal sickness, but something more subtle. And it is true in the Tolkien lore that Thorin's father and grandfather did basically succumb to a form of a sickness, I guess you could say. Like it's not, there's no dragon sickness in the book necessarily, but the grandfather did get too greedy, and that caused Smaug to come. And then Thrain was really trying to get Erebor back, and then he ended up getting captured in Dol Guldur, and he did go crazy. So you can kind of take what Elrond's saying as something different than just dragon sickness, in my opinion.
Yeah,
I don't know if that really made any sense. But
it makes a hell of a lot more sense than what we get in the theatrical version. Kind of like, I guess, the prophecy.
Yeah.
Like, I don't have a problem with the prophecy on its own. I have more of a problem with it when it's the sixth explanation as to why they're doing it now. Because the other reference is when Gandalf says, a sickness lies on that mountain over which a dragon has long brooded, which is the fact that it's both coming from Gandalf. We can assume that he's being reliable here because he's telling Bilbo to get the hell out of here, and that he should be afraid of Thorin. And just now, Gandalf he was talking to Elrond, and he didn't know that. I think we can assume he didn't know that Thorin and Bilbo were listening. Yep.
Oh yeah, and so well, I guess we could quickly talk about this scene. This was another extended scene. For me, I like this because it sets up their friendship, which is true to the Tolkien lore, and it also sets up his, like, in the very next scene. Now we see him hiking away, and he's looking back, like, maybe I should stay in Rivendell, and it sort of sets up that mini plot, but it's not totally necessary. It's just kind of like a little extended moment.
So I think in my original video that I did for Unexpected Journey, I don't think I liked that scene because I thought it was just more bloat. In retrospect, I think I do actually like it, and in context in your edit, I really like it.
Yeah, because we're just focusing on Bilbo entirely. We don't have all that. Sorry, we didn't even mention it, but we cut out all the White Council stuff. We went over that so quick. But yeah, like, it's just, we look at Bilbo happy with Elrond, and then now we cut to him, and then he's looking back. Like, it all kind of just flows. And then the last thing I didn't get to talk about was that Thorin and Bilbo were overhearing Gandalf and Elrond talk, and you could tell that Thorin kind of wishes Bilbo wasn't hearing that, because they were talking about Thorin and his family's weakness, and so that sets up why now he's going to be extra mad at Bilbo, and very rude to him, in my opinion. I kind of think that flows. Okay. And I was just going to say then, this is the remaining footage of that hiking montage. It is abbreviated now because I had to use that footage earlier, so it's not as good of a montage because it goes by quicker, but it's good enough, I think.
So I'll let the thunder battle, or lack of, happen, and then I've got a question about about what just happened.
Sure. And this part was very hard to edit. The audio is good, but the visuals, I would have liked to have a better shot of Bilbo slipping, but this is combining two completely different moments, so it's like really as best as you can get. It's kind of played off that he's distracted by the lightning, he slips, and then now he's off the edge, and it's about as best as you can get. And I'm proud of it, but it's by no means perfect. Just working with what we have.
To me, it looks virtually seamless, because those of you who haven't seen this version of the film before, in the original, Bilbo falls off twice. Once just randomly because like, oh no, it's dangerous. And then he falls off again as a result of the mountains punching each other. So if you remove, as M4 has done, you remove the mountains punching each other, the scene still serves its purpose.
Yeah, it's like abbreviated. It's the two moments combined into one. And quickly before you get too ahead of the reason that rock sequence was cut was, number one, in the book that's not what the rock giants were like at all. They're stone giants. They were much smaller and probably like trolls. It was way exaggerated. And then as for there's also the movie reason, which was, it was kind of an unnecessary action sequence that was just terrible in my opinion. Like you already talked about it in your analysis, but like they were just survived because of pure luck, and it was it was basically putting them all on a gigantic roller coaster, and just see who's alive at the end, and they're obviously all fine. So the question that I had, partly I guess I'm going from the book, and partly I'm going purely from your edit. Is there any explanation as to why Gandalf stays in Rivendell
because in the original cut, the dwarves sneak out while Gandalf is meeting with the White Council, and Galadriel says, like, telepathically, "You knew," and his reaction is kind of like, "Yeah," implying that like he's distracting them so that they don't try and stop the dwarves' quest. Because you cut the White Council scene, it seems as though the dwarves just kind of left without Gandalf. But then we just have the line saying,
only explanation, I guess, you could say, is that Thorin was mad about what Gandalf and Elrond were talking about, so he just dipped. But there really isn't an explanation in my edit, unfortunately, for why Gandalf stays behind. So in the book, I think it might be that he kind of just disappears naturally, but like I don't know if there's an exact moment where he says, "I'm gonna go." He might say he has some other business to attend to, but I really don't remember. I might have to look that up. Unfortunately, I do know more about his other disappearance, but that's a good question. I might even look that up right now.
Yeah, go for it.
Oh yeah, and so this scene, there was one trim that was very silly. I removed, like, there's a jump cut, which is a film technique where you obviously know what a jump cut is, and I just felt like it wasn't the right decision there, and I spent a lot of time redoing the audio to remove that, but that had nothing to do with any plot change. It was just purely just a film thing.
Okay, fair.
Yeah, if you want to talk about this scene.
I mean, I like this scene a lot. If you didn't make any other changes to it, I won't repeat what I've said in my videos, but I do really like this scene.
No other changes here.
Does in the book Gandalf appears to them again when they're in Goblin Town, or does that go? I mean, I guess it does go a little bit differently, but because he's not. In the film, he gets left behind in Rivendell, and then he is supposed to meet them in the mountains, and then he ends up meeting them in Goblin Town instead. In the book, you said that he just kind of disappears.
Well, because I'm actually, maybe he was here with them and he doesn't reappear, but I could be wrong. I'm looking it up right now. I'll get back to that.
Yeah, no
I'm a bit rusty with the book, so I'm quite disappointed. I don't know that off the top of my head, but this is also good because this is the first time we see it turn blue, which is just like the book. Before we had orcs already, so it's like this isn't even that big of a moment. We've already had the blue sword. This is like the first time we have orcs or goblins, which I like. Is just a book thing that it happens here. Instead of earlier.
There's a very small cut that you did right here, and I think you know exactly what I'm about to say.
It was like this whole water slide sequence of going down the tunnels, and you just make one trim so it looks like a smaller fall, and it just works better. Obviously, it's still a bit silly, but it's reducing.
Yeah, like I think if you just saw that, you wouldn't be like, oh come on, they would have landed on their heads or whatever. You watch that and you're like, yeah, it's fine, you know, that could happen. But you watch the original version, it's like, no, they're dead.
And so I did talk about color grading earlier, but for the most part in this edit, it was kind of like blanket, just adjusting the whole color grading at once. But there are definitely parts where I went scene by scene and did it differently. So for example, this part I did actually go even further. I tried to reduce the orange look. I don't know if you remember. It's supposed to be more bluish here. It's not a huge change, but it's just something to note.
This whole sequence is extremely orange in the original.
Yeah, I mean, it still even kind of is, but a little bit less. Okay.
So unfortunately, I don't think there was any other way you could have done that bit right there. Because you fixed the first
there's
full...
a fun change.
Yep.
Yeah. I removed, there's a really silly cartoon sound effect when he grabbed the rope. And you're only going to notice it if you compare both scenes, but I'm really proud I removed that sound effect. Probably no one's going to notice it, but it just tries to make it a little less silly. However, there's nothing you can do with that. You got to kind of keep that silly bit.
I'll have to compare that
Or it
now
seems
because
like
yeah, I didn't.
he probably would have died.
Yeah,
Yeah. Yeah, sure.
but again, I don't know how you
But yeah,
change that
so
without cutting half of
yeah.
his fall. Which yeah,
Yeah, that's also the first time we see Bilbo in combat, and that's one of the few times. And was really big on trying to make Bilbo not a warrior in this edit. So he fights spiders and he fights that goblin there, but that's pretty much it.
yes,
Because they just in the originals they showed him just slaying huge orcs like without really any build up to it. Just like, oh, now Bilbo's a fighter somehow. Okay, and actually, one thing I want to talk about is most people who are just movie fans will hate this scene, and I completely understand. But the goblins do sing in the book, and so I tried to keep some of it. I shortened it a little bit. I removed as much as the silliness of the Goblin King as I could, like him sitting on other goblins and him just saying some silly things. I tried to remove that, and like some of his dance moves, I removed. Like right here, it cuts away from what would have been him spinning around in a circle dancing. But I still wanted to keep some of it just for the book, which is
okay,
interesting.
fair enough. Because I mean, you are quite right.
Yeah. I mean, it doesn't really serve the plot.
I don't, as a fan of the movie, or as a fan of movies rather than prioritizing adherence to the source material,
Yep.
I still don't like the Goblin Town sequence, but I have absolutely no idea what else you could have done. Because the entire sequence is really goofy.
You don't like the entire one, yeah.
Okay. The everything basically from when they fall into the cave to when they leave, I still don't like it. I think it is.
Yeah.
This isn't a criticism of your edit because again, I don't know what on earth you could have done differently, but it is, I think, the weakest part of the 4-hour edit.
Yeah. And so we've had a few dwarf extended parts kept here. Which I try to just give as much to each dwarf as possible. So, like right here, you don't need this stuff, but I kind of like having more dialogue from the dwarves just to make us remember them a little bit more. Like with Nori stealing the silverware, obviously I completely agree with your point that just makes him seem like a dick stealing stuff from the elves. But
yeah,
of course I did abbreviate it. I removed like the Goblin King picking it up, and like Second Age couldn't give it away and throwing it. Like I shortened it, but I still like the little gag. It puts something to his character rather than nothing, even if it's kind of bad.
Yeah, the idea of Nori being an asshole like on its own isn't necessarily a problem. It's just that no one else seems to notice.
Yeah.
And I guess in the original version of the film, you also have them all being assholes when they're dancing around on the table and throwing food at statues and all that. So I have to mention something because otherwise the people in my Discord will tell me off. But you cut Wheelie Boy, and we can never forgive you.
I know that's the most devastating change.
Yeah.
That we have to live with, but it'll be very difficult to endure the rest of this edit, knowing that. But I was very, very proud of that change.
He doesn't show up later. Sorry to break it to you guys.
No. Yeah, I was working on it actually, a return scene where he does come back in the Battle of the Five Armies, but I had to leave it on the cutting room floor, I fear. So there's a new transition that scene kept going on where they started talking about Azog. But we keep that all out of our story for now. And then we just go straight to Bilbo. And there's also another change here, which is that Bilbo noticed Gollum drop the ring originally, and to not only be like the book, but I also think it helps Bilbo's character to have him just naturally find it, because in the original movie it makes it seem like he knows it's his and he's basically just stealing it from him, whereas I prefer to have Bilbo just naturally stumble upon it because he doesn't seem like
that is a very good point.
To steal something.
Yeah, I hadn't considered that because here the way you've done it is
a burglar, but
sure he's a burglar, but there's a difference between that and literally this is yours, and well, no, maybe there isn't a difference, but hopefully,
I mean, in general, he was very respectable, so.
Yeah, he's not doing it because he's trying to prove here that he's capable of stealing something. In your version of the film, he sees this shiny thing on the floor and he's like, "Oh, cool," which I believe is the way that it goes in the book. In the original version of the film, he explicitly sees that Gollum drops it, so he nicks it, and then he asks him later as part of the riddle game, "What have I got in my pocket?" Which I missed that. That knocks the scene down very slightly in my estimations.
Yeah.
But it doesn't affect Gollum, so Gollum remains undamaged by that.
True. And then with the color in this scene, I did bring it down a little bit darker, but not too much because it's a movie. We got to be able to see. And then I made one very subtle change, which is that when we see Gollum in his raft, we don't show his full face, which is very subtle, but just to like keep it a surprise until he jumps out.
Yeah, that's
but
because I guess.
Yeah, then I think. Sorry.
I was going to say, I guess the idea that maybe you might have in your head is that people are going to watch this before The Lord of the Rings. So they won't already know what Gollum looks like.
Exactly. Yeah. So this will be the first time we fully see him. And so then now for the rest of this sequence, I actually have not done any changes. I don't remember how long this is. I think it's like at least 10 minutes. So we can talk about other stuff and just talk about the scene in general.
Yeah, it's near enough.
I did look it up. Yeah.
Oh, go on.
I did look up why Gandalf disappeared. And so in the book, what happened was, let's see, hold on. Sorry, I just lost. I had it on my phone. he does disappear, but it's he creates a flash and then he disappears. It's when the goblins try to grab him. So it must have been he was with them. If this was like the movie, they were in the cave, and the floor opens up, the goblins come in, and then that's when Gandalf would have disappeared, I think.
Okay.
Or maybe when they're getting chased and they're fighting, but he does disappear before, and then he comes back later, I think.
Yeah, that I
don't think he's gone for a substantial amount of time. He kind of just like disappears for a moment, and then he comes back to kill the Goblin King.
Yeah, he breaks them out when the Goblin King decides that he needs to kill them all.
Yeah,
that I can see that working very well in the book. I'm not sure that would work as well in the film.
Yeah.
Because the only way you could really do it is by literally having Gandalf just like zap and then he's invisible. Whereas in the book, you don't have to be specific about what happened. When you see it in the film, you have to see that something happened.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and so the two plots here of the Goblin King and then Gollum were more combined in the book, where Bilbo basically was with them and the Gandalf disappeared. He came back and they were all running up try to escape, and then that's when Bilbo falls and slips, and then he has to deal with Gollum, and then he eventually comes back on track with the dwarves still being chased and gets out.
So Bilbo
he gets out with the ring.
He does get taken to the Goblin King then in the book.
Yeah,
okay,
exactly, yeah. But it makes more sense, I guess, in the movie to split it up like this, or at least I was fine with splitting it up. Like some people have done fan edits where what they do is, I'm trying to think, or they remove the entire action sequence after this part where the dwarves are fighting, and they just show Bilbo leaving basically, and he sees the dwarves running out. They like cut out the entire part of the dwarves fighting. You could do that, but I felt like it was earned to get a little bit of action. That I guess.
Yeah,
because we haven't had a lot of fighting. It's only about a minute in my. I mean, we'll talk about it when we get there. But that goblin chase sequence is like 4 minutes in the originals, and it has too many crazy gags. But I kept just a minute of it to have a little bit of fun fighting goblins, even though I do realize that there's no real stakes because they're just slashing through them. It's similar to the trolls fighting. It's just eye candy, I guess, and then they escape.
Yeah, so whether that scene is necessary, I think, depends on how much you're actually cutting for pacing reasons, because you, of course, still have the action scene with the orcs to come when they leave the mountain.
Yeah.
And if you condense the Goblin Town scene and remove all of the action, then it's building towards that, and that serves as the climax, kind of like what you did at the end of Desolation of Smaug by removing the chase scene.
Yeah, so it's kind of like two climaxes in my edit, which it's like the book though, kind of. So, but in terms of pure film, probably would have been better to have less action here and then have a bigger climax with the wolves and on the trees.
I feel like that would require reshooting, though. I don't think you could have
exactly.
because
I can't keep any of the Azog stuff, so it's a pretty bare bones action scene when they're in the trees.
Yeah, like that scene being pretty short, I think works given where it's placed in the film.
Well, and that's another point, that it's not necessarily supposed to be a big climax end of the movie. We're still on this adventure, and it's not supposed to be the end of Unexpected Journey.
Yeah, and then it would also, if you would have completely, I guess, removed the fight scene where they escape from Goblin Town, it would suggest that they didn't have to fight their way out.
Yeah.
If you cut away and you don't see any of that, and then Bilbo just leaves. So this was actually the first scene that they filmed.
Yep. Yep. And definitely one of the strongest scenes, I'd say. And
Absolutely.
of course, it's always the scenes that are like the book that usually are the best, as we've noticed.
Would you say this is the strongest scene in the original cut?
So, I, from like a technical point, I guess I would say it, but it's not my favorite. For me, it feels a little long, but maybe that's sacrilegious to say. But um, it's just, yeah, like in terms of all the filmmaking techniques and the character stuff, the dialogue, it's all very strong. I would say it's the strongest in the trilogy. But it's not my favorite, I would say.
Okay, I won't ask what your favorite is yet, but I'm going to presume that your favorite is in your edit.
Yeah, well, I mean, honestly, now that I even think about it, I would have to think about that more because I'm not even sure what my favorite is. But
Okay.
we'll come back to that. Um, but yeah, well, because I would say it's kind of tied between this and the Smaug scene, but the Smaug scene required so much editing that in the originals, I wouldn't call it the best, because, well, I mean, we'll get to that when we get there, but there's several flaws with how that's played out.
Yeah, it cuts away twice, I believe, to go
Yeah, exactly. The
into.
cutaways, and then also the way Smaug is kind of reduced to like the cartoony villain chasing the dwarves. Like those are the two big things.
Of course, yeah. Andy Serkis is too good.
Yeah. No, this is for sure a quality scene. I might have sounded a little too harsh on it.
I see what you mean, though. I mean, I would say that, again, like if we're treating your 4-hour cut as just a single 4-hour film,
Yeah.
I wouldn't say that this scene is too long.
True.
If it wasn't as good as it is, though, then I could definitely be like, come on, you could have. They don't need to do like 4
Yeah.
riddles. You could do it in 2. But the scene is so good
Exactly.
that I don't.
And I think my criticism is more just that, yeah. I was just gonna say I've seen the edit so many times that it's like I know all the riddles, so maybe that I've just seen it too much.
Could be.
Because I swear to
Yeah.
God, I've seen this project, yeah, like 100 times. And you know what? Maybe there's some correlation that I didn't do any editing in the scene, so it's like, oh, this is just the Gollum part that we already know and love. Like, whereas like the parts that are edited tons is kind of fun to watch because it's like you're experiencing something new. Maybe that's a little bit, but obviously, yeah, a great scene here, and we got through the riddles. Now we're to the pocket.
Yeah, now we're to the ring.
Oh yeah, and speaking of the ring, the ring soundtrack, obviously you know what I'm talking about, the little ring theme that we hear in Lord of the Rings. I try to minimize that, and I was happy to keep it in a few parts, but I did try to minimize it. I think the only times we hear it are in this part with Gollum, and then we hear it once at the end when Bilbo has the ring. Remember in that bookend scene?
I believe
So
we hear it when it
I was
falls
happy
on
with
his
that.
finger.
Like it's a subtle connection. Yeah.
I think we hear it when it falls on his finger.
Oh yeah.
But again, it lasts like
Yeah.
3 or 4 seconds or something.
Yeah. Sorry, but yeah, what I meant more is like in this, I should have said that the Gollum chapter is where we hear it.
Okay, yep.
A few times. But I didn't want to have it like in other scenes, like, you know, in Mirkwood where he's like pulling out the ring. I don't even know where it was, but there's other parts, yeah.
It's got to be, yeah, I mean, it definitely would have appeared during the bit where he attacks that little crab thing because it's trying to steal his ring or something.
Yeah.
That was such a weird scene.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And with that, you know, we can take this moment to actually talk about ring stuff while we're at it. So with the ring in the Hobbit book, it was obviously just this magic ring that didn't have any bigger implications, but then in Lord of the Rings, that's when it was expanded. So I tried to mirror that while still allowing a few little hints that this ring could be dangerous, but there's no outwardly like big hints about that. So like in terms of Bilbo petting the ring or very obviously like showing something's off, all of that was removed so that we can still kind of feel like this is just a magic ring that doesn't really mean much. Maybe there's a little something with it, but that's all we know for now. And then when we get to Fellowship, that's where it's kind of dropped on us that something is off with it, which I think makes it hit harder with Bilbo's character because we've grown to love him in this edit, hopefully. Yeah. And then when we get to Fellowship and we see something's off, you're like, oh no, what's happened to Bilbo?
Well, also,
rather than just like already starting to show that the ring is bad here. Yeah.
Yeah. Also, by removing all of the ring bits that you did remove, and you didn't remove all of them, but you removed enough of them to give the impression that, or to remove the impression that Bilbo is already becoming corrupted, and you remove any mention or any suggestion in that scene at the end of Battle of the Five Armies that Gandalf already knew that Bilbo had a ring. Mm-hmm. So it fixes the character problem and the mechanics of the ring problem.
Mm-hmm.
I love this shot.
Yeah. Yeah, so now for the next few minutes, the only changes to this goblin sequence now have to do with the action just being too ridiculous. Um, I've done some small trims where I've removed individual like shots of dwarves doing kills that were just too crazy, and then I've also done bigger, removing entire segments, such as later when they slide down the whole cave.
Yeah.
But yeah, then Gandalf does return.
Sliding down the cave is gone. Bomber jumping through a bridge is gone. The bit where they put the ladder on them and turn them into push them off the ledge and then use the ladder. The bit where they cut the ropes.
One of the worst defenders was Keeley. Cut the ropes. Keeley using a sword to block arrows.
Oh god damn it! Sure. That drove me insane the first time I saw it. Yeah, he gets shot like 3 times and just blocks them all.
Yeah. The one I did remove here was Gandalf cut off a head and then like pushed it off.
Yeah.
I don't know. Some might find that fine, but it's like I don't know. I'd rather just have the combat be more like Lord of the Rings, where we don't have all these like. Lord of the Rings does have silly combat moments occasionally, but
occasionally. But just compare.
I did my best here.
Compare this. I mean, we're not going to see it, but the one that you're referring to, where he cuts the head, and then it does a silly face, and then he boops it, and the head falls off. Compare that to like the decapitations in the Moria fight.
Decapitating Lurt,
Yeah, well, that's a bit different because that's like a character has just been killed. But like the I'm referring to the one where I think Aragorn just like slices off a goblin's head very early on in the cave troll fight.
Yep, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, like there, and there's a handful of moments like that, and you're supposed to treat it seriously. It's not like, oh, this is fun. It's fun in games now. No one's in danger.
Yeah. I do like the colors of this scene because the green tint is very noticeable if you go back and compare. I don't know, for some reason it's just the blue and then the orange that we see just feels satisfying to me. The orange and the goblin, and this scene's all bluish. And there's one trim here where right here, the ring falls on his hand much quicker instead of kind of dancing around his finger, which I thought. I don't know why. There's like you could say that the CGI was a bit too much, and it's just trying to be a little bit more like Fellowship, where it falls right onto his finger rather than like the ring having a mind of its own moving around. I thought it was a little too much.
I always thought that looked a little bit weird, but I didn't comment on it because I didn't know if it was.
Yeah, and it's such a minor thing.
Yeah. And like the little moments here where they're just splatting orcs because they're not overdone. There is, you do get the feeling that they could potentially die. Like, they're probably not going to, but there is still the risk there.
Another one is they kept having. I don't remember if there was a moment in this part, but there was for sure at the tree scene with the wargs. But Ori was always able to like kill something behind him without looking. I don't know if you ever noticed that.
Yep.
He would like swing his hammer. But I always despised those moments. Then like this is like the big build up. It's a bit silly, like the rock thing. But I think it's a good climax to this little mini action sequence, especially when we get this amazing soundtrack.
Yeah, I think that's worthy of including because I guess the silliest moment that you've kept in is the rock, and I don't consider that to be very silly because we already know that Gandalf can do that.
Yeah, personally, I'm fine with it. I guess sometimes I'm a bit jaded because I get so many comments about like people saying, "Oh, I don't like this, I don't like that," and some people have said they don't like the rock, but personally, I don't think it's that big a deal.
Yeah.
And that was a very hard music transition. It's not the best, but we don't have that soundtrack. That classic one that we all love is not even in the official soundtrack. So I had to work with what was in the film, and it was very hard to stop that music and cut to Gollum here.
Right.
Wait, let's listen here. Okay, I don't know if you heard it, but there's a very subtle change where Gandalf says, "Daylight, come on." And I took that from a different part and then put it here to because I realized we never actually outwardly say in my edit why they need to get outside. Like, why don't the goblins just chase them? It's still not perfect because in the original movie that they were, remember, sliding down the whole cave, and then Gandalf said only one thing will save us: daylight. Come on. So that explained it in the original movies, but in my edit that was all cut. So the bare minimum I could keep was just Gandalf saying daylight, come on, and I think that patches it up just a little, just enough.
Okay, yeah, I didn't notice that, but that does make complete sense, and that is something. Yeah, there we go. That is something that I think does benefit the edit because of the bit that you did cut. I also love this bit. I'm guessing you made no changes to this.
Yeah, yeah. This is a classic bit with the soundtrack mirroring what we saw with Gandalf giving Bilbo the sword. And as he realizes, he's remembering Gandalf's word about not killing.
True courage, yeah.
Yeah.
And it's so much more coherent because, like you said, Bilbo kills 2 spiders and
attempts to kill a goblin, but that's it.
Yeah, like that goblin killed itself. Bilbo didn't kill it. So yeah, he killed 2 like spider monster things.
And then this is a good send off to Gollum here. I always like this part.
Yeah.
Oh, you know what? In terms of favorite scenes, honestly, this scene where Bilbo talks to them might be up there. I mean, it's in my top 5 for sure. But where Bilbo comes back and says why he returned.
Okay. That's
I don't know. I love the themes of home in The Hobbit, and I think it's just a good moment.
Yeah, that's
Obviously,
true.
maybe I should distinguish my a favorite sequence because this is a very short moment. It's only about like 45 seconds. But like, yeah, this is just one of my favorite moments.
Yeah, it's not. It's definitely good. It's not one that would have immediately popped into my head. It's interesting, though. But then I guess
yeah.
There are some scenes in the extended cut of Battle of Five Armies that I really like, which I don't remember if the scene with Bilbo and Boffer on the ramparts is that in your edit. I forget.
Yep.
Oh, it is good. Okay. Yeah, like that's not very long, but again, same reason as why you said you like this. I think that's one of the strongest scenes.
Oh yeah, so there was a trim here to it really highlighted Gandalf looking at Bilbo putting the ring in his pocket.
Yep.
And it seems to be up for some debate in the Tolkien lore. Like, when did Gandalf exactly discover or have like suspicions that he had the ring? But in my opinion, like, if we remove those outward moments, we can still feel like Gandalf maybe has a suspicion throughout parts of this movie, even if we don't outwardly say it. Because yeah, it's not really like explicitly said in the books when Gandalf 100% knew he had a ring. Obviously, it's outwardly said when he has the one, or when Gandalf knows that it's the One Ring. But in terms of just having the ring,
yeah, having a magical ring of any kind is different to knowing that it's the One Ring, which obviously,
yeah.
It's also interesting that because of the amount of bullshit that you've removed, it makes the bits that are really good, like this, and the Gollum scene, and like the Thorin's death scene at the end, it just makes them function so much better. They hit harder.
Yeah, totally. That's something I've always appreciated. So this is a bit quick how the orcs show up, but I was really disappointed with how much footage I had to work with. Because normally what happens is it shows Azog coming up, and then it cuts to them here, so it kind of eases it. But without that, it seems like we go to night a little quick. But I mean, even in the original cut, it does transition to night fairly quick, so
it does.
That's not totally my fault, but I do recognize that. All I did was I added a few extra warg sounds. There already are some of those generic warg howls, but I just added a few more, and then yeah, they're like out of the frying pan in the fire. Oh wait, right here. So I don't know if you heard that dialogue. It's not the best because it's Thorn speaking, and it's like not a close up of his face. But I realized a big problem in my edit was, or at least I thought in my part one, is that they never acknowledged the orcs. So having Thorn say like Warg Scouts and Orc Pack is not far behind, even if it's less technically perfect, it was beneficial for the audience to have the company acknowledge that orcs are chasing them, because it felt kind of weird to just like orcs are here and we're just running into the trees and we don't even like say anything about them, if that makes sense.
Okay, because yeah, in your edit at this point, we haven't seen that we haven't seen a Warg at this point, which means that we don't know that the two have anything to do with each other.
Yeah.
Obviously, you do if you've seen Lord of the Rings, but
yeah, exactly. And I didn't get to fully give the context, but that was the version you first watched didn't have that little dialogue, but when I re-released it, I added that. But that dialogue,
sorry, that dialogue is taken from the Radagast bit where they kill the one, and then Radagast says, "I'll lead them away."
Yeah.
Also,
and so this is
go on.
Another bit of crazy changes here. So this is completely from a different scene. That subtitle is new. That shot's been flipped. I erased the moon from behind him. So that was inserted from that scene where they were having the Moria flashback. I wanted to now show a close-up of the orcs in our characters seeing them, because it's kind of left ambiguous without that. Like, people would watch my edit in the book, the wargs showed up with no orcs, so people were wondering, oh, did I try to remove the orcs and I just couldn't remove some of them from the background, or like what was I doing? But no, in my opinion, I think it's fine to keep orcs here for the sake of the movie, because it rather than just being wolves that show up. And so I wanted to highlight that yes, there are orcs here and they're addressing our characters. So that's what I did with that repurposed shot.
Yeah, so that original shot is when he says, like, tell the master we found the dwarf scum or something.
Yep. And a cool detail is he says "koozed," which is dwarf in black speech, and so I try to make that line have dwarf in it, so he says tear the dwarves to pieces.
Okay.
Which is a very subtle detail.
Nice.
And then so again, this scene actually has a lot of trims. I haven't really mentioned every trim, but it's just probably impossible. It's all of it has to do with removing Azog. That's it. It's now just generic orcs and wargs.
And a byproduct of you doing that is it once again it fixes Thorin because it removes his suicide charge. And it's insane to me the difference in how consistent Thorin as a character is in your edit versus the theatrical. Or the extended.
Totally. It definitely benefits his character. That was and you can actually see Azog, but the camera's so blurry it might just be a different orc. But if you like pause, you could see that was supposed to be Azog in the background in that shot, but you would never notice that. And another thing too is just for the sake of the movie logic, I guess it helps to have them hanging onto the tree for less time, because for me that was something I was like, really, would they be able to hang for this long, like on his boot? But now we are splicing two moments, so we used to pause here basically and then have the Thorn fight, and then come back to here with them getting rescued. But now it's all just one. See, now this slipping,
they slip off and then they get caught.
And that now we used to go to the charge, but now instead we go to them getting rescued. And this is actually, if I had to pick, well, at least for part one, the part that I'm the least happy with is definitely the eagles. I know you said the goblin chase, but that's probably just your just like you don't like that because of like the reason I don't like the eagle scene is because it's not explained to the audience, but there's just nothing I could do about that because we don't have any footage to explain it. But I just feel like if you're watching this for the first time, having never seen Lord of the Rings, it really comes out of the blue.
I see what you mean. Yeah,
they just get dropped off, and it's like, why don't they drive, or why don't they fly them further? Like, what? It just, there's no explanation, and it always left me a little bit disappointed. But it's one of those things you just have to live with.
Yeah, I hadn't thought about that either. It's if you are watching this with zero knowledge of the Lord of the Rings or the Hobbit books or the films, why does Gandalf talking to a moth mean that there are eagles now? That isn't. Yeah. But to be clear on what I said before about the Goblin Town bits, like the bits that I really don't like are the Goblin King bits.
Okay.
The actual Goblin Town, like the escape sequence, as shown in your edit, like
is
that.
Not the worst. Okay.
No, not at all. No.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I see what you're saying, and that's another thing. Yeah, just some of these times we can't fix everything. Oh, there's a cool shot. This is one of the first VFX shots. It's like a lot of changes was done. The rock was there's a body that was Thorin's body used to be laying there, and then it was actually replaced with a rock. And then now we go into the next one, which is that all the cuts and stuff have been removed from Thorin's face because he did not duel Azog here.
Yeah, that was another change where I was like, wait. And then I was like, oh, of course, you would have to change that because you cut out the Azog fight, which means Thorin isn't injured.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, for the longest time, I didn't have that effect, and so it was like very confusing how this one scene he was cut, and then we cut to Beorn, and then he doesn't have the cuts really. It's like, yeah, it was kind of unfortunate, but luckily someone helped me out with these VFX shots. Obviously, I'm more of just a like into the actual editing and cutting process. I'm not really a big VFX guy. I did do a few small VFX on my own, but like the big ones I had, yeah, it's help from someone else. His name is Eric. Eric, 1894.
he certainly did a good job. There are the only bits that I know were done with visual effects are the bits that you point out on the website. One of them is this. The other one I won't mention yet until it happens. I don't know if there are more, but those are the two big ones where you show an A/B comparison.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So there we go. That's part one. You know, while we have this intermission, we could take a break if you need, but I have some things to talk about during this.
I don't need I don't need a break. If you need to go to the toilet, then go for it.
Cool.
I've got questions, but I can save them until the end. It's up to you.
Sure. Yeah, no, we can do the questions. The only thing I want to talk about was the placement of the intermission really quickly here. So, the best way to watch this edit, in my opinion, is the disc version because it's actually a disc break where we have the intermission. So to me, it just feels more realistic that, it says insert next disc. I know that no Middle Earth movie has had an intermission, but it seems like just the best thing for the digital version to have rather than just cutting from one movie to the next, because it was just one of those moments where we don't have enough footage to bridge the gap. So I was like,
yes,
let's just have a full stop and resume. Now, as for, the placement of it, it is not completely 50-50. But again, that I put it a little bit earlier. It's about 20 minutes off of the complete center point so that I could have it bridge this gap from movie 1 to movie 2. And, in a perfect world, I would have put the intermission actually in the Mirkwood scene if I wanted to have one. That's the actual midpoint in my edit, but we needed to cover this gap up. But yeah, feel free to ask any questions.
Yeah, I have no idea how else you bridge this gap, because like you say, you get the cold open in Desolation of Smaug after you have the Bree flashback. And obviously you've cut that, which means that they're just being chased now by Beorn, or they're in the woods with Beorn, which is not at all where we just saw them. So there's no time skip, there's no nothing.
Yeah.
And the intermission, I think, is pretty much the only way that you can bridge that gap, unless you do some serious editing to that scene.
There is a different fan edit that makes like the eagle scene a montage that ends with them at Beorn's house. But to me, it works well in its own right too. I mean, it's no better than how mine works, and intermission is not perfect either. But it just felt like too quick to go suddenly into Beorn's house without showing any setup.
Okay, yeah.
So with this part, I removed the close-ups of Ava's Zog. I really just wanted to highlight that Bilbo sees orcs, and the orcs are still a threat. And then we see Beorn, and the reason we have to see the orcs is because they mention it in this next scene where they're confused on what to do, and they need to get shelter, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah. How close is the pack? Yeah. So
I think
that's why I show the orcs there, because some people have said, like, why are the orcs already catching up to them? But it's essential to the context of this scene here.
I think it's also mentioned in the extended scene that you kept where Gandalf has a chat with Beorn about, like, orcs have been seen. And I think he's referring to, like, Bolg. Oh, no, at that point it wouldn't have been Bolg. At that point it would have been the Azog pack. So, yeah, he is referring directly to them. Although, of course, it's not the Azog pack in your version, but yeah.
In the set, it's just kind of a generic pack.
Yeah.
Okay, so let me talk a little bit about how this happens in the book, just for fun. But so they do escape with the eagles. That's similar. And instead of it being an orc pack, it's wargs, like wolves, and then the goblins like are teaming up with them. That's how it works in the book. So the goblins just had to wait until it turned to night, and then they came out and were taunting them in the trees. But then the eagles came, and so then the eagles dropped them off. And after that, they just naturally hiked to Beorn's house just to seek, hospitality there. There wasn't a chase.
Yeah.
But I kind of unfortunately have to have a chase. I want to show them entering here. That shot actually of the forest, the long shot, that's from Unexpected Journey showing Radagast in Mirkwood. But it actually kind of works fine here because Beorn's house is right next to Mirkwood, so that geography sort of lines up. But I just wanted to have an establishing shot of the forest, and then we cut to them running. Again, very abbreviated scene here that it does go quick with the chase, but there's not a whole lot I could do.
Yeah, there, right there.
I did cut out. I did cut out Bomber slamming into the door.
Yep. You also cut out them all being idiots because they didn't think to turn the handle.
Yeah. Yep.
And it would have been such an easy fix for them to do. I mean, obviously you couldn't have done this as an edit, but
yep.
Beorn is huge. The dwarves are not. They could have put the door handle higher up, and it could be like, we can't reach it. We got to climb up and get it or whatever. That was an easy fix for that.
Yeah, so by now, at this point, because I kept that scene, we have context about Beorn when they were in the forest, and then now we have more context here. And so that's why if you do that montage where you just show them on the eagles and then all of a sudden they're in Beorn's house, it feels a little quick, and I like to have this intro to Beorn.
Yeah, it would be weird to not have this, I guess.
Yeah. Oh, do you want to tell me when yours cuts to the ponies in the morning? Because I want to make sure we're synced up. I think I might be a few seconds ahead of you. Just give me like a here when it cuts to the ponies in the morning.
Yep, no problem. That the ponies appear just before he starts doing the wood chopping, yeah?
Yeah, right. As soon as Beorn, he's staring at his place at night.
He's doing that now.
Music fades.
And ponies.
Okay, so we are basically synced up. Perfect. Yeah, so that sequence was also redone and rescored. So originally Bolg was stalking them and watching them at Beorn's house and said we can't attack because the
beast stands guard.
Yep. So yeah, so that was all cut, and so it's much more abbreviated. And that was fun doing the soundtrack. It was trying to make it seem like it was a real movie. I just had to pull random bits from the soundtrack and put it there.
Yeah, I mean, I couldn't tell, so it was seamless, I would say.
Yeah. Okay, so this is the Beorn introduction from the extended cut, which does get some criticism and is a little long, but it was mostly stemming from me wanting to follow the book, which does have a similar scene here. But yeah, if you want to talk about it, you can. I know you already did talk about it in your.
Yeah, I am definitely one of the people who really does not like this scene. I was guessing that the reason why you had kept it pretty much intact is because a very similar thing happens in the book.
Yeah.
Would it be? Yeah. What differences are there between this scene and the way this goes down in the book? Because the whole wait for the signal.
Yeah.
Oh no, what's the signal? Oh, that must be the signal.
Yeah.
Let's all be idiots. That's not in the book.
Yeah. So how it works in the book is, well, of course, it is just better in the book. So the two things I would say is that number one, Gandalf actually is doing stuff in between the dwarves coming out to delay the. There's a reason for the delay, which is to not overwhelm Beorn, and so he's basically recapping the whole story up until now. So he's saying, "Oh, we fought trolls, and then we got chased by goblins." Like he's going over all these things, and Beorn is like entertained. He's like laughing and having fun, and so that's why. And here it's like much more quicker. It's like it really is. The dwarves coming out 10 seconds between them really not going to overwhelm him. But in the book, it really was more paced out. And then as for the signals, I don't remember what the signal was, but yeah, there wasn't any confusion about like them coming out too quickly. From what I remember. Now that I think about it, I could be wrong, but yeah, there definitely wasn't a joke about them constantly being confused about the signals for sure. One thing that is funny is that the part where Gandalf said, "Bomber, actually you count as two," that actually is from the book, even though it does sound kind of like a cheap Peter Jackson joke.
Okay. Yeah, in principle, I don't mind that joke. It's just that, again, it's another one in the original version of the film. It's yet another fat joke.
Yeah. In this part, so far, it's pretty on track with the book. Like this part about talking about Radagast, that's the one part in The Hobbit where Radagast is mentioned. So I was happy to keep that.
Okay.
Even though Radagast isn't in the film, it's just nice world building.
Well, also because your edit had the mention of Radagast earlier in the film as well. So
yeah, true, exactly. So it kind of plays into that, just learning more about the wizards, but we don't actually have to see them. And so it obviously makes sense in the movie. They can't have Gandalf explain the whole story because it would take too long, and the scene would probably be like 5 minutes longer, and it would be redundant. We already know what happened So it makes sense that they abbreviated it, but it does kind of make the scene less impactful, I guess, because I think having the way it's done in the book is more, it just makes more sense. Like if you read it.
Yeah, the scene in context with the film, in particular with the original version of the film, it seems like a very drawn out joke that isn't funny.
Yeah.
And yeah, like the difference between like a joke like this and a joke like the Bomber You Count as Two joke that you said was originally from the book is that this joke is completely at the expense of the intelligence of the characters. Whereas like the reason why Gandalf said Bomber come out as one because you count as two, the purpose of that is that he doesn't want to scare Beorn. He doesn't want Beorn to be like, holy shit, that's a giant dwarf. What am I supposed to do? Like, he doesn't want him to panic. Like, there is a reason for him doing that.
Yeah. I guess the one pro you could think about and then it does speed it up in the movie, of course. Yeah, the rest of them just come on out. But the one pro I guess you could think about is it just does mirror what Gandalf did with Bilbo. In fact, that Bilbo Gandalf had the dwarves show up kind of like in pairs, and so it's like a Gandalf tradition to use this tactic of having dwarves show up in small groups to lessen the blow. But he does it again here with Beorn.
Okay.
It's kind of fun to think about.
Yeah, that is true.
Not that it makes it better, but it's just something to think about.
It's like poetry, it rhymes. But
yeah, exactly.
Yeah, no, what I would have gone with for the original, I don't know if this is contradicted in the book or whatever, but like my interpretation of the dwarves all showing up on their own at the beginning is that there are things that you can read into the characters as to why they may have arrived when they did. So, of course, we get told that Thorin got lost and he was late. His mind was elsewhere. He was meeting the other dwarves and all of that. The fact that Dwalin arrives first, I think, fits absolutely with how like single-minded of a character he is. He's like, we got to go to Bilbo's? All right, well, I'm going to go to Bilbo's. I'm not going to get lost. Yep. Who the hell gets lost? That kind of thing.
Exactly, yeah.
I mean, there's not much that you get for the other characters, but in particular, the fact that Dwalin is first and Thorin is last, I think, tells you something about their characters. It could be that Thorin's getting pissy because he mentioned elves again. It could be that the whole thing was arranged by Gandalf, but I guess there's a couple of ways you could read it.
Yeah. Okay, and so for this scene, it's just removing all mentions of Azog Necromancer. Like it's just they sort of have generic mentions of orcs.
Darker powers.
I actually think that that one line Beorn says where he's like, their numbers are growing about orcs is really good to set us up for the final battle. It's like it's such a subtle thing, but like I wish we had more of that to help ease the sudden army showing up. But like this is definitely a good reference to that.
Yeah, definitely.
Oh yeah, and in the book they actually never mention Dol Guldur by name. It does exist, of course, and realistically it would have been nice to cut it, but it doesn't really make a difference in my edit, just knowing that there's this evil place. And then same thing with Erebor. It's funny, they never actually say Erebor. They just call it the Lonely Mountain and the mountain in the Hobbit book.
Okay. When is Dol Guldur mentioned in your edit, or did I miss it just now while we were talking?
I might have just missed it now. I think right here.
Of course. Yep.
So, yeah. So I do want to talk about well, I might let you just watch it first. Okay, so that is a very abbreviated extended edition scene where normally we talked about a lot about the Necromancer and referencing like the Witch King and the Nazgul, and we get some Galadriel voiceover, I think. But I actually put some of this back in from the version you watched. You didn't have that extended talk. The only reason I have that is because Gandalf disappearing in this very next scene, I wanted to give some context. I wanted to throw the audience a bone, even though like in the book it's mentioned a little bit why Gandalf disappears. It doesn't really go into detail what he does, but having him just notice this red mark and then disappear out of the blue felt a little bit too much for me. So having Gandalf aware that there's like the audience doesn't even know what the heck the Necromancer is, but the fact that there is something and that there's some evilness to investigate helps, in my opinion, even if it's at the expense of the audience, like having no idea what it's talking about. At least it's something to show now why Gandalf would disappear. So that is probably a little controversial because name dropping it like this necromancer without ever showing or explaining it could be seen as bad. But the part that sealed the deal for me was that's actually what happens in the book too. We do mention this necromancer with no details. So I did decide to keep it, but it's an interesting topic, I guess.
Yeah, I think I like that inclusion. I like that scene, the way that you cut it, because there are problems with the scene that I have, but I think you removed basically all of them.
Yeah, literally all it is he just says like there's an alliance with orcs and this necromancer. Orcs are growing, evilness like this coming back. I remember a time when there used to be an evilness. I don't even remember the exact dialogue, but that's it. And then that scene ends. So it's kind of just bare bones context of evil.
Yeah, it's entirely stripped down and purposeful and deliberate in justifying why Gandalf now goes off on his own, when you might otherwise be thinking, well, hold on, I thought Gandalf was helping them. The bits that you cut out the references to spirits walking in the high fells of Rudar, which is where he ends up going.
All the high fell stuff.
Which obviously we don't see, but yeah.
Yeah, and there was like some mention of bearing... Yeah, like the Witch King of Ingmar. I don't remember what the details were, but something like that.
It was necromancy is impossible. Saruman says it's impossible. Yeah. Okay, what does Gandalf the Grey say? All of that.
Yeah. So there was also a quick change here. There was a part where Bilbo was about to tell Gandalf about the ring. He was like, I found something in the Goblin Caves. And then he lies and says, oh, it's just my courage. Like, and it was kind of building up. I don't know. Do you remember that part?
Yes. I don't think he was lying. I think he was just being diplomatic with the truth, because he did find his courage.
Well, yeah. I mean, you're right. That is true. But clearly, like with the music building up, like it was supposed to be like, he's going to be like, oh, I found this ring. But then at the last minute, he's like, you know what? Never mind. I just found my courage.
Yeah.
And I felt like that was just showing too much that the ring has something more to it. And I didn't want to go that far with that idea. So I just cut it.
Yeah, absolutely. Like if there was a way to... Yeah, it wouldn't be possible unless you were to reshoot it. But if there was a way to cut around that scene and still have Bilbo be like, I think I need to tell Gandalf about the ring, and then he changes his mind and talks about the courage without explicitly telling the audience, oh, look, it's a ring. He's got the ring in his pocket. You know, without having it be that overt, I think I would like that still to be included, because it shows that maybe Bilbo is in two minds about it.
Yeah.
But the way it's shown, so there's no way Gandalf can come away from that and be like, oh yeah, all right, cool, bye.
Yeah, he's going to be like, huh, what's Bilbo talking about?
Yeah, what's it got in its pockets is.
Exactly. So here we are with Mirkwood, and I've definitely tried to include as much of this as possible. I included several extended moments because in the book they were here for quite a while. And yeah, I thought that there wasn't anything too bad about some of these extended moments.
Yeah, so this is another one where I don't like this sequence. But again, I was figuring that, I know that this part is in the book. What I don't... Well, I mean, you can't have put in an explanation because you would have had to have invented footage, but is there ever any explanation given in the book as to why they suddenly stop being hallucinated when they get attacked by the spiders? Because they're like tripping balls and then they're absolutely fine.
Yeah, there isn't really, but also I would say in the book, they don't really reach a point of tripping out that much. Like that was kind of exaggerated for the movie. It is talked about how there is like magic in this forest and it can kind of lead you astray. But it's like the whole like Bilbo seeing himself twice. Like didn't feel exactly like that in the book. It was mostly Bomber who fell asleep by touching the river. That was like the big magic thing. And then obviously they lost the path. But they weren't like super dazed and then all of a sudden fighting. I think in the book, rather, it's more a slow descent into like disparity. We're starving. We're being confused by this forest, and then they find the elves actually, and then they get captured. And there isn't. I mean, there is. Sorry, they get captured by the spiders, but then Bilbo gets them out. But there isn't like a big action sequence of like badass slaying spiders really in the book. So, like one fix that they potentially could have done when they filmed this, which would have been deviating slightly from the book, but I don't particularly care, is to dial down how trippy it is, which would then make it less extreme and more faithful to the book. But then have Gandalf specify, excuse me, that it's the river that causes the illusion.
Because in the film, he says the air is thick with illusion. If he were to say it's the river that's causing it, when they get away from the river, then the illusion drops, that kind of thing.
Yeah, and actually, I do want to backtrack a little bit. I feel like there is a little bit to like general illusion in Mirkwood, but it's more so like if you get off the path. I don't remember the details, but there is more to it. It's not just the river. I would correct that. I wouldn't necessarily mean that.
Well,
but again, I'm a little bit rusty with the book. But yeah, I mean that would make sense though for the sake of a movie to explain it.
Yeah, Gandalf does specify, and I think you kept this in. He specifies stay on the path. Yep. Implication being if you're on the path, you're doing okay. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh yeah, and so what have I cut here? I did do some trims. We didn't get to talk about it, but I wanted to reduce the antagonism of Thorin towards Bilbo. So when Thorin was like, "Oh, we make our own luck," all very rudely to Bilbo, I'd rather just not have that and have them. I'd preferably have them becoming slowly friends, but at the worst, just have them be neutral towards each other. I thought that was a bit too negative. And then here I've removed some references, like very outward references to the spiders. We still see Bilbo look at the webs, but originally he was like flicking them and stuff. Yep. So there's some small trims here, but in general, I wanted to keep most of the Mirkwood stuff.
That's something that's also worth mentioning is that because you cut the fight scene with Azog, where Bilbo then saves him at the end of an unexpected journey, it means that we also never had the "I have never been so wrong" moment, which means that at this point in time, Thorin should not be entirely on board with Bilbo, but he also shouldn't be.
Yeah, he's still skeptical, but he shouldn't be mad at him.
Yeah, like Bilbo he gave him the speech that we were talking about earlier that you said that you really liked.
Exactly.
So Thorin is probably like, okay, you probably do have some kind of purpose. Maybe I underestimated you, but he's not going to be like, you're my friend, you're part of the company. Absolutely, you're on par with like Dwalin, for example.
Yeah, because that in the book is supposed to happen after the barrels or after they escape from the elves. I mean, even in the book, Thorin is still kind of a dick. He's complaining about the barrels being uncomfortable, but like that's more supposed to be a big moment. I think that now Bilbo has saved them multiple times. Like getting them out of the spiders and then getting them out of the elves.
Yeah.
And we didn't get to talk about it, but there's that one shot of the path where the camera was panning to the side. I don't know if you remember that, but that was actually taken from the theatrical edition, which it was not in the extended. And so what I did was in the theatrical version, they naturally lose the path without an outward like part. Well, there is a part where they say we've lost the path, but it happens naturally. And then in the extended cut, they changed it to be where the dwarves purposely are like, "Hey, go this way," and then Bilbo sees them going that way, and he's like, "No, come back." And I thought that was really dumb because it's much better to show them as competent and just naturally lose the path rather than showing the dwarves as like just complete idiots for going the wrong way. So in my edit, I presented it as them naturally losing the path, which I think is the best way to go.
Yeah, and that's all it takes. You cut like a second or 2 seconds, and suddenly the characters aren't idiots.
Yeah. So then now here we really introduce the spiders. We got the voices.
It's been a little while since I've seen the theatrical version, but do you remember what the context is for Bilbo climbing the tree? Because in the extended and in your version, we're tripping balls and we don't know where we are, but that doesn't happen in the theatrical.
Yeah. It still does. You know that scene where Bilbo sees himself walking in front of him?
Yeah.
Like that still is in it, but there isn't that scene of them. It's the scene that's in the extended cut is the river part, and then there's also the remember when it's like dark blue and Thorin standing there with both his hands up and he's kind of shaking around. Like that part is the extended part where they say there's more of it, but it's still in the theatrical. So it's the same context, it's just built up more in the extended.
Okay. Yeah, I don't really have a huge amount to say about the spider bit, really, until we get to the elves.
Oh wait, right here, you see that cut to black?
Oh yeah.
That's the exact midpoint, which is just very interesting. That happened to be at a part where it cut to black.
Oh, nice.
But that's besides the point. But like that was just in my alternate universe where if movie 1 and 2 could flow together, this is where I would have put the disc break, like insert next disc, which would have been better. But only so much you can do. Anyway, sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. But I agree. Yeah, there isn't a ton with the spiders at this particular moment that I changed. It's more so once they escape.
Yeah, when we start getting to the elves. Although, of course, you cut the Bilbo fighting the little crab thing.
Yeah.
And most of the spider fighting. There's two distinct bits that I remember that you have cut.
Well, that's what I mean. So once he's going to distract them and he's going to kill the spider and name his sword, and then after that, that's when I've done some trims.
The naming of the sword by the spider, that is an invention of the films.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he says, "Oh, Sting, that's a good name," because the spider says Sting.
But that's not.
He's like, "It's Sting."
That's not in the book.
Oh no, no, that's in the book. That's in the book. Yes.
Okay.
I mean, the dialogue isn't 1-to-1. He doesn't say like, "Oh, that's a good name." But he does say, he does decide to call it Sting after with the spiders.
And I guess he remains invisible.
The spiders do talk in the book. Yeah.
So Bilbo remains invisible when he does it.
Yeah, he doesn't do the epic pull off the ring in one-liner to the camera, basically, but he does have a similar thing in the book with naming the sword.
Okay.
That's a common trend in these movies where Bilbo takes off the ring for seemingly no reason, but I guess it's just for the sake of the movie that we don't want to see blurry Bilbo the whole time. It's nice to bring him back out. I guess like with the Smaug scene, there really should have not been a reason for him to take it off. But
yeah, that's true.
Yeah. I mean, we'll talk about it when we get there, because personally, I think the book, he keeps the ring on the whole time to hide, and then in the movie, he takes it off like about a quarter of the way in, which we'll get there.
Yeah, I have things to say about that. The one thing that is
interesting is the spiders can talk in the book. In the movie, they make it so that you can only hear the spiders with the ring, which I think is a good decision.
Yeah, that makes sense.
One thing to ruin it for you is that he says it stings now right after you take the ring off. So I wish I could have changed that, but just I couldn't figure it out with the audio.
Yeah.
To move the it stings to earlier or something.
Yeah, he could say it stings when he cuts off his leg or something, but like you say, there's a
that's what someone suggested to me, and I really tried to do it, but it just wasn't feeling right. Because then it's like, then also you have to worry about what do I do with the audio now that it's gone. Like I have to redo it, but it's just difficult.
That's just such a it's such a simple thing that the filmmakers obviously just didn't care about.
Mm-hmm.
Like they established that Bilbo can only hear the spiders when he's got the ring on, and then he takes it off and he can still hear the spiders.
Yeah. Oh yeah. So then this is all been abbreviated. We just go right to them fighting. I cut out I cut off the pulling off the legs of the spider with the dwarves. And then obviously Bilbo fighting the weird mini spider thing, whatever that was, the crab. Punching the spiders is a bit obnoxious, but I mean,
I'm not sure I mind the punching, because at this point some of them might not all have their weapons. Anyway, we got Legolas.
Yeah. So I'm actually happy with this transition because it reminds me exactly of when they show up in Lothlorien and Fellowship.
Absolutely.
And the elves pop up out of nowhere. So that's like, if you look at this on its own, you might see like, oh, that was very sudden. But knowing that it's kind of an established thing where the elves are able to hide and kind of pop out, it works fine. So I was happy with that, because the alternative is then to have Legolas slide down on a spider and do all this crazy stuff.
Also, it's worth mentioning that when you watch Fellowship for the first time, you don't have that context, and the fact that the elves do pop up out of nowhere is that is it setting the precedent that they can do that. So I don't have any kind of problem with them showing up here. And obviously, you cut the whole "that's my wee lad Gimli" bit. And I just want to say
I thought that was just too obvious fan service, in my opinion.
Absolutely, but like, I need to say that right now we're done with Legolas. He doesn't show up again. And the way you cut around Legolas, I think, is excellent. Like that right there is exactly how you do fan service in a movie. It doesn't overstay its welcome. It's not distracting. It makes complete sense in universe, and it has the benefit of being a thing that people know and like. Like it is fan service, like Legolas, but it doesn't break anything for it to be there.
Totally, yeah. So there's this little cameo. So there was a part that they filmed where the dwarves actually walked past the king and they were briefly talking to him, but it was not finished. It was still green screen, and but I feel like that could have been fun to have, just having the dwarves, like, because I remember there was some dialogue of Dwalin trying to talk to Thranduil, but in the final movie, obviously it's just Thorin who talks to him. But yeah, that would have been closer to the book, because in the book they do talk to him first, and then he puts them all in prison after.
Yeah. Have you seen the animated Hobbit film?
Yeah, I've seen it. It's been a while, but I remember the elves are green here,
Yeah.
and then they cut out Beorn. But yeah, it's definitely a fun cartoon.
Yeah, I like it. It's really, really streamlined, and I just remember, like, Thranduil is in it for maybe 10 seconds. And also worth mentioning, this is the first time we have seen Thranduil, because of course there was no flashback.
Mm-hmm. Yep, that's true. And this is also the first time we introduced the Arkenstone, but we don't have the context from movie 1. And so you might be like thinking, or audiences might think it's a little out of the blue, but in my opinion, it's sometimes okay in movies to introduce things that characters in the universe know about. Like, we can tell Thorin knows what he's talking about, but we don't know it yet, and we discover it. Like, that's not a completely foreign concept. You don't always have to explain everything right away. So I'm still happy with it. I think it's about time. It's now, because later we're going to see Bilbo have to steal it or take it. So it's good to plant that seed now, and then we'll be like, oh, so that's what Thranduil was talking about.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it works dropping it here. Any earlier, I mean, I have my problems with how it's revealed to Bilbo, which I'll get to when we get there. Mm-hmm. But it being revealed here is the first indication that there is more to this quest than simply go to Erebor, kill dragon, be king.
Exactly, yeah.
I'm going to hazard a guess that this is expanded upon what is originally in the book. The whole Thranduil offers him a deal, and then he doesn't take it, even though he had no reason not to.
So, yeah. I'm trying to remember. Because I think I don't know if there's they do get imprisoned, and they are said that they could be set free under some conditions. So there is kind of a deal, but it's not exactly the same as like, there's no white gems, like there's no deal like that.
Okay.
I think it's more like the dwarves are trying to keep it completely secret what they're doing, and Thranduil's like, okay, fine, if you don't want to tell me what you're doing here, then I'll keep you locked up. But yeah, it's been a while. And so yeah, that right there was also abbreviated. I removed the serpent mouth thing where Thranduil was like arguing back with Thorin, and said, I just decided to cut right after Thorin's insults.
Yeah,
he's in the cell.
That was really, I don't think I even mentioned that in my videos, because I just did not know what to make of it. It doesn't seem to have anything to do with anything. It's like, I got burnt by a dragon at some point in my life, and I magically disguise it, but now I'm not, to show you that I know dragons. Like, that was so strange.
Yeah, one thing I'm a little disappointed about is it does seem like we go through this place so quick, when really they were in prison for a while. All of a sudden, Bilbo's already here. The originals help that by, like, they have some dialogue with Thranduil and Tauriel, you remember?
Yes.
And sort of showed Bilbo eavesdropping, and that was kind of nice to show Bilbo exploring more, but I couldn't keep that because of those character plots aren't in this edit. But yeah.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. It's something that makes it imperfect, but it would have been worse had you included them. Definitely. It's again, it's another case of you not really having a choice.
Mm-hmm.
And we're about to get to one of the largest cuts that you did, as far as I can tell.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so in the book, I mean, I feel like throughout this commentary, I've been constantly saying in the book, but yeah, there's nothing to directly talk about right now, so I guess I'll do it. But yeah, in the book, they get into the barrels, and it's completely mysterious or hidden the whole time. They just are sealed in, like, the tops are actually on the barrels, and they escape, and then no one knows, and then they get out of the barrels way later. But of course, here they wanted to make it more exciting, so there's like the whitewater rapids, and they're crashing around in the barrels. And then, of course, there's the action scene, which we'll see has been completely removed.
Indeed, yeah, because obviously Bolg doesn't appear in the film until much later, and he's never named as Bolg. They are currently being hunted, I guess, but we never see that pack of orcs again. So they lost them.
The way I'd like to think about it is, once we get past Beorn and Mirkwood, the orc chasing is just that plot's resolved. Like we have gotten far away by now, because getting through the whole forest would, it's just been so far that we don't really have to worry about the orcs. It kind of just drops off. Yeah, which is in the book it really dropped off after the Eagles. More so, I mean, they were still worried about the orcs. That's why they had to get to Beorn's house, but they weren't like immediately being chased directly behind them by orcs.
I do like this bit here.
Yeah.
Oh God, yeah, and I forgot.
Yeah, so here's our Tariel bit.
That's it. She's not in the film again. Tariel has one single line of dialogue, and it has absolutely nothing to do with what her plot was in the original film.
Yeah. She basically, it's like she has a cameo as an elf. Like maybe she was a fan of Middle Earth. But because, obviously she's a famous actor. But yeah, nothing more than that. Yeah, see right there, Thorin really acknowledges, well done. He's actually genuinely proud of Bilbo. And I wish they would have had, like, the hug scene. If they had a scene like that after the barrels.
True, yes, before they meet Bard.
As emotional hugging. Not necessarily like hugging all the way, but like he could be like, talking about how Bilbo's, you've saved us not once but twice now, You're truly a part of the company. And it's interesting I say that because I do remember reading that was actually the original plan when they were making it 2 films, because have you heard about the 2-film structure?
Probably.
It would. Well, I mean, I know it was originally 2 films, but the cutoff was going to be after the barrels. That was going to be the end of movie 1. Yeah. So they would have had a more emotional part here. Yeah, so right here I rearranged some footage to have more chaotic shots, and then we cut to that longer, slower shot, and then cut to downriver. So that's kind of the new sequence.
Yeah, and I think that's
very much abbreviated.
That's a really great way of basically cutting out all of that nonsense. You just skip immediately to here. They went down the river and they're gone.
Yeah.
Like,
time has passed and then they're gone.
Yeah, why would anything else have happened in the meantime? Yeah. Did you keep in, just before we move on to Bard, did you keep in the line where, like, Dwalin says, like, we're going to get caught, and then Thorin says, do as he says when they get in the barrels? Is that line in your edit? Do you remember?
Yes, it is. And we'll talk about that. It's someone Dwalin is like, oh, he's selling us out, and then wait, sorry, which part are you talking about? So
the bit because you say that, like, you said that Thorin explicitly says, well done, Master Baggins, like he's proved himself at that point. Prior to that, you had the moment where Thorin is like, shit, I'm out of options here. I guess we've got to do what he says. And he tells Dwalin. Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's,
I have that. Yeah.
Okay, nice. Because, that's where he's basically extending to Bilbo, like, we are out of options. If you do this wrong, I'm going to regret this. And then he pulls it off.
Yeah. So I definitely kept that. Oh yeah, and so I did have Eric remove the arrows from some of the barrels in the background in the previous shots, just a little VFX edit because there were no arrows getting shot at them. And so one thing it's only actually one person who pointed this out, they thought that the damage on the barrels was then also a problem because there was no battling, but in my just headcanon, I think it actually makes sense that the barrels would be banged up because they're meant to be empty, drop down this crazy river. But when they have these heavy dwarves in them, it's possible that they're getting banged up on the rocks and against each other, and that's why they have some scuffs on them. Not necessarily that it's battle damage. That's just kind of how I think about it.
Yeah, that would make sense.
Yeah, because clearly something is out of the norm. Bard knows that these barrels have some damage, and I mean, he's probably not assuming that they've rode them, but he knows something's off.
So a question that I would have for you is that Bard, I keep trying to call him Gaston because I'm just used to doing that. So Bard said, I don't know what business you have with the elves, but I don't think it ended well. And in the original version of the film, the reason is because the barrels are covered with damage and they have arrows sticking out of them. So he knows that the elves were shooting at them.
Well, it wasn't. In this shot, there were never arrows. It was the previous scene that had the arrows. But he does know that. Yeah, that he points out the damage, and just clearly it relates to some problem.
Okay, fair enough. I mean, I guess, yeah, the very fact that he's the bargeman and he's waiting to pick up the barrels from the elves, and suddenly there's a whole bunch of dwarves there who appear to have jumped in with the barrels, you could reasonably assume that they did not... they weren't let out. They escaped. Something went down.
Well, yeah, it's a bunch of dwarves who have no equipment or weapons. They're all stripped down and they're like all wet.
Yeah,
they don't. It's a very weird situation. But yeah, here we are and entering into Lake Town. I did some little bit different color adjustment here. I let the blues shine a little bit more because it kind of gives it a cooler look. I originally in most of my edit, you'll tend to notice it's a little bit more reddish, but yeah, I did not do that here. Just it looks better.
Yeah, and obviously it's meant to be, cold, and blue being a cold color.
Mm-hmm.
Would it be worth mentioning the changes to, because obviously Keely is not injured now because you skipped that bit of the scene. Would it be worth mentioning that now or later? Do you have anything to say about the next couple of minutes?
Sorry, say that again.
So Keely... Yeah, I'll throw...
Oh, yeah, the injury?
Yeah, I'll throw this in now quickly because I don't really have anything to say about the next couple of minutes until they actually get into Lake Town. So, obviously, because we skipped the attack during the barrel chase, Keely is not injured at this point.
Yeah, so I can talk about that in general if you want.
Yeah, go for it.
Yeah, so Keely originally gets shot by an arrow and is poisoned by like the Morgul arrow, and he's slowly getting sick. And he has to be healed, but in my edit, that never happens. So the only part that remains from that, well, I guess there's two parts, but the first one is you see him getting patched up for like half a second in the shores before Bard shows up. And my headcanon for that is, I mean, it's just Keely putting a bandage on him. It doesn't even imply that it's an arrow wound. It could have been a scrape. So
absolutely,
it's just an extra bit of detail. So that doesn't really matter. But then as for later, we see him slip and fall. So I've done some changes to try to fix that. That's like the only gap where it's like, that directly relates to him being hurt, and so I'll talk about that when we get there. But there's some digital editing to his face to make him look a little bit less pale, and then also some sound effects to make it seem like he slipped from tripping. But
okay,
yeah, we'll get to that later.
I didn't notice the sound effects. I think I did notice that he didn't look as ghoulish as he did in the original.
Yeah. Actually, the sound effects, I think. Let's see. That might have been in my little update. Remember how I talked about that? So you might not have even had that.
Because again, I have things to say about that scene, but I won't skip ahead yet.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So this is a new transition. We used to have an extended. I don't know. Maybe it wasn't extended, but there was a scene introducing the Master and Alfred, them talking in his quarters, which was unnecessary. So they're really just minor side characters.
The scene of where he kind of wakes up and he's complaining about how they want jobs. That is in the theatrical. The bit.
I don't remember that. I was just saying it's in the original Hobbit somewhere. It might have not been in the. I think it's in the theatrical though, but I'm not sure.
That bit is definitely in the theatrical, but the where the scene continues and he eats the testicles, that's extended.
Oh, okay. Yeah, and so they enter Lake Town without the gate scene either with Alfred as well. I was super happy to have that gone. They just go in.
Yep, and a byproduct.
In my original edit, actually, I was going to say in my original edit, I cut from them climbing out of the fish barrels to then boom, they're inside. But I decided to re-include this little abbreviated segment of them walking through, and it's kind of fun to just see Bilbo looking at all these men and Thorn is like, oh, this is the world of men. It's just kind of fun world building, seeing more Middle Earth and with the music, and then we cut inside. So. But that wasn't totally necessary to show them walking.
Well, and you cut the action scene of the guards attacking them and being dum-dums, so it serves its purpose. What was I going to say?
So we're talking about
that was right, Alfred. So because you cut that, a part of removing all of that is that we have no references at all to Gaston being the town hero. Goddamn Gaston to Bard being the town hero. Which it basically fixes his character arc. It simplifies it and it makes it what I think it was supposed to be.
So you're kind of implying more it should have been he's just this everyman,
Yeah.
regular folk who then becomes a hero. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, rather than the guy who already is the town hero and then he continues being the town hero.
Yeah. Yeah, like when they're saying, "Oh, Bard is like we have all these problems with Bard," like, yeah.
Yeah, the fact that they already know who he is.
He's like this hero.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
He's this Robin Hood type that is known to the...
Yeah. Exactly. Like, I never even thought about that, but yeah, that's a good point.
So something I really do like, and I appreciate that you kept it in, although I would ask how much of this you would have kept in if you had a choice, is all of the extra Bard stuff, because in the book, he's just some guy who kills Smaug, basically.
So with the Bard stuff, I'm happy with the amount I kept in, because I do like increasing his character role, because in the book, he really was literally a random person who shows up, and this is Bard, he's going to shoot the dragon, and then he becomes a character. But now we actually at least have some context to him. So I'm happy with that. In my original version of my edit, remember I went page by page with the book, I did cut out his part where he was looking at the prophecy thing, and I cut out this part with the weapons. It originally cut from where are the weapons to then them sneaking in to steal weapons, implying that Bard was like going to help them, find where the armory is and help them know how to steal them. But I didn't really buy that. After watching it a few times, I was like, Bard is really just screwing them over. He agreed to give them weapons, so I have to include this part where he shows them weapons. And there's also another reason. I'll talk about it in a second.
Unless you would have cut...
I did make a...
If you would have cut the line, I don't think you could do this, because I think the context surrounding the line would make it impossible, because you would have to remove the line from Thorin where he says we need food, clothing, and weapons. And if you cut that, you then lose Bard's response to that, which I forget exactly what that was, but my guess is that you couldn't have cut that.
Yeah, and so there's been too many terms to even go over, but this has all been abbreviated. And the point of having this is so Bard heard Balin say Thorin, which reveals to him that, he recognizes that name Thorin. So then he runs off here. And this is to show that then when he shows up, the next time we see Bard and the dwarves together is the market scene, where he is directly opposed to what the dwarves are, because he knows the backstory now. And before, we just saw him like supporting them and giving them weapons. So I kind of like having this to show now why you need this is against them, I guess.
The only way,
and I've heard that.
Sorry, just
I was just gonna say I've heard people criticize this part for like it's just unnecessary recapping stuff we already know. We already know that the dwarves want to get the mountain. But personally, I like it for what we talked about, the movie reasons, and then also it's a nice homage to the book, because these lines he says right here are a poem from the book.
Okay.
Where he just these lines here. And also this general vibe of the Lakemen just being all excited and talking, like this just feels right from the book. So that just that feeling, I wanted to keep it.
Yeah, that's fair. The only way that you could have removed all of this is if you remove the confrontation between Bard and Thorin in the town square, which I don't think you could do.
Yeah, because now he's like, oh, the bell shall ring and but all shall burn, or whatever.
So who reads this in the book?
It's just, I think it's like it's kind of silly. It's just the Lakemen start singing it or like saying it. Like, I don't know exactly. It's not a direct character dialogue.
Okay.
It kind of happens in the book. Like when they're in Rivendell, the elves just start singing, and you see these indented italics paragraphs of like singing. It's not like a direct person saying it.
Okay.
And then this is rescored actually. I just felt like the soundtrack fit better, and it's also to help with the transition, because then we cut to them in the armory. There was an extended scene that I cut, which just had the Master and Alfred, which was not necessary. So here, you can look at Keely's face, and I tried to make his face match everyone else. He still looks like sweatier than everyone else, but the color is not super pale. And sorry, I talked over it, but there's just additional wood sound effects as he trips to try to somewhat show that he like caught his foot.
Yeah,
but it's still not perfect. I mean, there's nothing you can really do.
No, I mean, your version of that is so much better than the original, because in the original, Thorin knowingly took his injured nephew on a mission of stealth.
And gave him all his weapons.
And said, hey, carry these over there. Whereas, there he is. Whereas in your version just now, it's not even character damage, but the only thing that really happens there is Keely's a bit clumsy. Like, that's not a problem.
Exactly, and part of it is, I mean, this is the thing that you would only know if you read the book or saw the originals. But Keely is like part of Thorne's direct family. Like he would be the next king with Feely, and so he's trying to impress his uncle by looking tough and carrying all the weapons. That's like kind of a headcanon I have, but it's never outwardly said. That is an unfortunate thing, because that detail of the bloodline is only briefly mentioned, like twice. Thorin calls them his sister's sons in one part in Battle of the Five Armies, and then he also says, "One day you'll be king," to Keely in the boat, but those parts had to go. But it's a shame.
So something that I would want to mention about this scene is that this is the first time we've seen the Master and Alfred, and I think this works so much better, because at this point, now we don't know who they are, we don't know what they want, and therefore we have no idea what they're likely to do in response to Thorin.
Exactly.
So that gives this an amount of tension that you just don't get in the original version.
Yeah, and you can immediately tell what kind of characters these two are. Like, whether you like them or not, you can just tell that, got the slimy second in command who's a yes man, and so you don't need all that setup of like showing the characters, that they're not that complex characters that we need to have tons of setup for. Yeah,
like those two characters, the Master and Alfred, basically only appear in this scene. I mean, they, apart from maybe literally 5 seconds elsewhere, they only appear in this scene. And I don't have the slightest problem with either of them in this scene. And like, anyone listening to this will know how much I hate them in the original.
Yeah, so I did a few trims to shorten things, like so this is new, actually. In the version you watched, I didn't have this part, and this is something that's debatable, but I was really set on removing Bilbo vouching, but I changed my minute at the last minute. And by the way, I want to give one more context for all my last minute changes that I'm telling you about. The runtime didn't actually change, because I cut things and I added things. Because I'm not gonna make. When I was doing the update, I knew I was not gonna make it longer. It's already long enough. But that's why I felt like I could afford to add this, because I cut some other stuff. And while this scene is one-sided, it's just Bilbo being nice to Thorin, and all Thorin does is give his classic nod. He doesn't really say thank you or anything. It at least helps the illusion that Bilbo and Thorin are now becoming friends, even if it's still one-sided. So that's why I decided to keep it.
Yeah, it helps the Bilbo and the Thorin character progression. The reason why I don't like it, though, is because they don't know who Bilbo is.
Yeah, I mean, and that's the thing. It's like I don't really think it really makes sense to even have anyone vouch. Like, what would be a situation where anyone would vouch for them? Like, obviously no one knows the dwarves that lives in Lake Town. So yeah, it's just kind of a silly concept, really, to even ask who can vouch for you, I guess. Yeah,
theoretically, if Bard was not opposed to them, then theoretically he could say, I know who they are. They've spent...
That's true, yeah.
I mean, I guess at that point he'd have to admit that he smuggled them in, so you'd have to obviously change all of that. But yeah, that's true.
But like, my bigger point is, I think the reason they're convinced to trust them and stuff is more like this stuff right here. Like, yes, Bilbo was nice. Like, that's a nice little detail that, okay, Bilbo vouches. But the big thing is the gold and them being greedy. That's what really convinces them to... Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that bit where he was like, "I was your ancestor who failed to kill the beast." I made a couple small trims to remove the Master just being annoying. He like made this weird noise. There's a lot of times where I've done small trims that I haven't been able to mention, but
Alfred saying,
and for anyone watching still at this point, you can always check out. I have a Google Doc that literally has all of the changes. So I keep mentioning these small little things. If you really want to read every possible thing, I do have that. But yeah, it's quite the read.
Is that linked on the website?
So if you go to the website, there are torrents at the top because I've been trying to promote those. But at the bottom, there's like the actual Google Drive downloads that are like just normal downloads, and that has all project files. So I have artwork, I have all the alternate versions like the Blu-ray disc files and the change list. So yeah.
Okay, nice. I'll make sure I link those in the description. Here,
I mean, if you link the website, it all goes to the same. Like, it's just you have to scroll down on the website.
Okay. This here, I'll mention this, and then I don't know if you want to explain how you did it. Or maybe it's an editing trick, or if it's just kind of an illusion by just sort of not showing it, so it's never in our minds. Obviously, because Keely is not injured, this means Keely is not left behind in Lake Town, which means Feely and Oin don't stay behind.
Yep.
We don't have the bit where they left Boffa behind because it was hungover or whatever it was, which means that right now all of them are here. But obviously the actors weren't here, which means they're not in any of these shots. So was it as simple as you just didn't show them and then no one noticed? Is that because that's really all you can do?
Yes, that is the initial thought process. There's so many dwarves, hopefully no one will notice. If this were to go on longer, like more minutes spent with the company, more and more people would notice, wait, where the heck are those guys? But because it's only a few minutes of here and then at the gate or the hidden door, hopefully no one notices. But I did make 2 changes, which is the first one is I included a shot from Battle of the Five Armies. It went by really quick, and of the actual dwarves hiking Feely Keely up to Erebor, and I redid the colors. And so we do see them once here. It reminds us, okay, they are coming with us. But then, for the rest of the scene, they're not here. And then the other change is it's actually from a different fan editor. His name is Dustin Lee. He made the Maple edit, and it's a very simple VFX, but he made it so that all 14 members of the company, those little dots that were hiking in that one log shot, there's actually 14 of you pausing. But the thing with that is, like, no one's really going to pause and count them anyways, but it's still, that was a very clever thing he did. And I just was trying to save time, and I decided to borrow that from his and give him full credit.
Nice.
So those are the 2 changes. And then other than that, we just have to hope that no one notices.
Yeah, when I was asking you the question, that shot went by, and I was just thinking to myself, I wonder if he changed that, because you would kind of have to.
Yeah.
But the other bit is obviously you skip the Smaug chase, which we haven't got to yet.
Because that's exactly true. Yeah, if we spent so much time on that, surely people would start to notice they're gone.
Yeah, exactly.
Let's see. There have been a lot of cuts here, but some of these are just big cuts. Like we used to be cutting back to Gandalf, I think, for some of these parts in Dol Guldur. I don't really remember, but it's all been streamlined. I mean, it's easier just to say once that all of that's gone than point out every time it happens. I don't remember the exact points where it would cut away.
I could try and remember, but it doesn't matter. It's all gone. It's all gone, and what's left is seamless.
So this is another part that the editing is a bit what's the word? It's more risky because people might feel like something's off with this, because I decided to remove them giving up at the first sign of defeat. And that's where I was leaning towards my wanting to follow goals rather than leaning towards pure smooth editing, because I thought it just was really dumb that they gave up instantly after everything. They didn't have a backup plan. They didn't sit and think about it. They just all turned around and hiked away after all of this journey. So what the problem is that we have to have Bilbo still here, and then we have to have the moon come through, and then like them notice the door without them going away. It just doesn't really have a way to flow well, but I've tried to hide it, and we'll see that.
I think you hit it about as well as you could, but I did notice that it looked a little bit strange.
So what I did was basically I took one shot of the dwarves that were looking at the gate, the door from later when they come back, and then I put it right as the door is illuminated to show that, like, oh, they're here looking at it. And then I also tried to remove the shots of Bilbo that were more zoomed out when you could clearly see no one was with Bilbo, and instead only include the ones that were closer up. And those are the only things I couldn't really think of to do, other than like some massive redoing CGI and putting dwarves in the background or something.
Sure.
Which I could not do.
And like the reason why it's bits like this that I don't, because had they not done this, then you wouldn't have had this problem when you came to make the fan edit. But like the reason why they did it is they're just trying to milk it for a little bit of extra drama. They're trying to make them give up, so it's a dramatic low, so that then the cathartic high when they finally open the door and Balin starts crying is even higher, because you've gone from a low to a high. And this kind of thing is everywhere. Like even in good films, bad films, that's just one constant that's in storytelling. And one of the things that differentiates a good film from a bad film is that in a good film, that kind of thing will be entirely justified. Whereas in the original version of The Desolation of Smaug, it requires that the dwarves all give up at, like you said, the first sign of defeat.
Yes, you're right here. This shot was taken from later to try to pretend that they're here. The one that is a really good pro, because I'm happy with, like you said, removing that bit of filmmaking techniques. But the bad thing now is we don't necessarily outwardly show that Bilbo solved the riddle of it being the literal last light, because it used to be he started yelling like, "Oh, it's the last light, come back." So we do lose that in the process, but it's just a sacrifice I was willing to make.
So
and also one last thing is
yep.
The icing on the top of the cake for all of these things is that it's reducing the runtime too, which is something I had to think about as well, because I can't have a 5-hour movie.
So in the book, it is Bilbo that solves the riddle and opens the door?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, so the thing is they never give up. So they're sitting there, they're like sitting on the rocks and they're just like thinking about like, oh, we failed. What's wrong? Like, what do we do? And then it's Bilbo who's like who discovers it, I believe, because he sees the thrush flying by and like he looks at the moon and then that's when he realizes. But I don't remember exactly, but yeah, it's in the book they do not give up. So, and it is Bilbo who discovers it. Yeah, and that's just to show how Bilbo's like smart and he has his own good role in the company as like kind of the brains who can figure out these things. But which I wish they would have leaned more into throughout these films. I mean, they do sometimes, but
yeah, definitely. Usually it's not done well, but there are fragments that are there that you have been able to turn into something better than it was.
Yeah.
So, yeah, this here is a problem that I have with the original that is still in your edit. And as far as I can remember, the reason why you will have kept it in, as best I can tell, is because it leads into necessary lines of dialogue that drive the plot. So the revelation that Bilbo was not told at any point up until now that he is here to steal the Arkenstone.
Yeah, that is why you're here. Yeah, it kind of does come out of the blue. Well, it does come out of the blue. And it's interesting that they never would have told him. So yeah, I kept that in just because the way that it's so sudden for us to have to know about the Arkenstone for the audience. So it's also kind of sudden for Bilbo. It kind of just like if I removed it, I don't know. I kind of just had to leave it the way as the original movie, in my opinion.
Well,
even
because
though I agree with you that it is a problem. That it doesn't make a lot of sense.
If you had removed it, if you had cut this right now. Then the only reference for the Arkenstone in your edit would be Thranduil saying, "You seek the king's jewel."
Yeah. In the book, I'm pretty sure they don't mention the Arkenstone a bunch until now, but the way it's brought up now is like, oh, that's something you can look for. It's not necessarily like, this is the only reason you're here, you know? It's more like, okay, go and try to steal something, and if you can find this Arkenstone, it is kind of brought up later, with the Arkenstone in the book too, but I can see what you're talking about. The way the dialogue is written here, it just sounds a bit silly that like they spent all this time together and they never once mentioned it.
Yeah.
But actually, sorry, a better thing I should say is because in the book, the Arkenstone isn't such a pivotal thing that they have to find. They want to find it, but in the movie, they make it out to be that if they find the Arkenstone, all the other dwarves will show up and will fight and be united. That is not a thing at all in the book. The Arkenstone is purely just it's just a cool gem that means a lot to Thorin. And so it doesn't have any power over unifying the dwarves. But I kind of had to keep that in the movies because it's like
it's an important plot point in the third film.
Like it just makes the plot make more sense rather than just like stealing stuff for the sake of it. And yeah, it makes sense for the movie sake to explain things to an audience in abbreviated terms and kind of just quickly show things. I feel like without the Arkenstone, it might just seem like, what are we doing? We're just stealing stuff for the sake of it. And obviously, it's very vague what the actual plan was to kill Smaug. It was, I guess, in the book, it's just that they would show up and they would use the element of surprise, having a small group. But in the movie, it's kind of presented that once they find the Arkenstone, then they can have all the other dwarves show up, and then they can get Smaug. Is that what you take away? Because that's kind of what I feel like.
Well, so
part of it.
I can tell you what I think going from your edit. You'll have to restate the question in one sec, but based on entirely of what we have got from your edit of the film, the reference to Smaug that we have had, we've had two of them. One is Thorin saying the dragon has not been seen for 60 years, implication being he's asleep, he's dead, maybe who the hell knows. And then we had just now Balin saying, if in fact there is a live dragon down there, don't waken it. As like okay, maybe he isn't dead, we don't actually know, we're about to find out. So I think that works absolutely. Yes, they are taking a risk, but they think he's probably not going to be a problem. And then obviously they're wrong. Going from the theatrical, well, I guess the extended version of the film, I thought it was honestly a little bit all over the place. I can't remember all of the references now off the top of my head, but I definitely cover them all in the videos because, you have a couple of references for maybe he's dead, who knows? But then essentially the way it comes across is that Gandalf, there are multiple references for Gandalf not thinking he's dead, which then calls into question why he did all of this to begin with. Because he didn't seem to care if they woke or fought. How are they going to deal with Smaug? I don't know. What happens if he gets out? I don't know. Like, it's just never really mentioned.
Yeah.
But you've removed basically all of that, which means it's no longer a question.
Yeah. So yeah, this is also another one of my favorite bits, but unlike the Gollum scene, it did require editing to make it finally shine. And I was really disappointed with the cutaways because, I mean, it's not even just about following the book where it plays out all together, but just in terms of filmmaking, like, this is a big moment that we've been waiting for, and having to go see Bard trolling around Lake Town and like Alfred chasing after him or whatever happens, and he gets knocked out. Like, it's just, come on, like, we want to see Smaug, we want to see Bilbo. It was unfortunate.
Yeah, so the Smaug scene, did you actually remove any of the Smaug sequence in this edit? Because it's quite long, but I don't remember how long your edit is. This scene is in your edit.
So obviously you're referring to just when Bilbo, because we're not talking about the chase. So in terms of just Bilbo and Smaug, the only parts I removed are the part where Smaug talks about Oakenshield and how I'm almost tempted to let you take the Arkenstone to let him, only let him see him suffer or whatever. So those mentions of the Arkenstone directly in Thorin Oakenshield, those are removed, and that doesn't take up that much time. That's only about like 30 seconds, I would say. And then there was like one part that actually was disappointed that I cut. There's one line of dialogue, it just got lost in the process, where Smaug says, what does he say? Okay, I don't remember what he says, but it's one of his lines of dialogue during his boast that is from the book, but it's like 3 or 4 words, and I had to cut that just the way things went down. But other than that, I kept everything.
There's I think there's a bit that you removed.
I remembered. It says when he says no blade can pierce me, but I did cut that. That's kind of a reference to the book when he's like boasting.
Okay.
Yeah.
So there's a bit that I'm pretty sure you cut, which is when it's when Bilbo says, "So it's true, the Black Arrow found its mark," followed by "What did you say?"
Yeah.
That's gone.
Yeah. That is gone as well. Yeah.
And I have things to say about that again, but I'm going to wait until we get to when it becomes important.
Yeah, that's true. I didn't mention that. That was the other part, because during the part where they're on the gold here, and when they are starting to get towards out of the gold, they definitely had that part with the Black Arrow. And I was really big on wanting to remove the mention of the Black Arrow, because how it goes down in the book is the Black Arrow is basically just his lucky arrow. There's no indication that it's a stronger, bigger arrow. Now, for the sake of the movie, if we see Bard visually use a bigger arrow, that's fine. But I don't think we should have this rule where it's like only a black arrow, and because it's trying to set up the plot with Bard and his kid, the importance of this black arrow, and we don't need that. It's just we need to kill Smaug, and any means necessary is fine.
Yeah, so I believe the reason why the filmmakers made that decision, which in principle I don't have a problem with it, is that they made Smaug so gigantic that it needed to be a bigger arrow, because a normal arrow killing him would have been absurd. But then the extrapolation of that into everyone, including Smaug, being aware that the way you kill dragons is with black arrows. And there's
it's like
a limited number of them or something.
Like forceful.
Yeah, like
it's like, well, what about a gray arrow, but it's like really huge? I mean, why does it like it just? It was a bit silly.
Yeah, and it also means that the rules on how you kill Smaug are unclear, and it could be unclear because no one really knows. But what happens if you hit him with a black arrow in his eye? Does that kill him, or does it have to be in his weak spot?
Yeah,
because Girion was firing black arrows at him and loosened one of his scales. So why didn't that kill him? Like, it has to be a black arrow in his weak spot. It was kind of all over the place in the original, but
because I guess maybe the implication is that shot like barely hit him, so it was like at a bad angle, so it didn't pierce him the right way. But I mean, it's an interesting thing. Oh yeah, so for this part, so far the only change I've made is I made this more black and white, the ring vision, because I felt like they were inconsistent in The Hobbit. Because in Lord of the Rings, it was pretty much always very black and white when it was, or desaturated, I should say, when it was ring vision, and so it was much too bright, I felt like. And then this is my next change, which is I removed the one eye flash of like Sauron's one eye.
Yes.
Which was, I mean, it does make this moment a bit quick and like, wait, why does he take his ring off? Because if you see in Lord of the Rings and you see that one eye flash, you're like, oh no, something's off, something's wrong, and that's why he takes it off. But without it, it's a little but I'd rather not have that random reference to Sauron here.
That's fair. In the original version and in your edit, because again, you didn't have a choice. I would still have the question as to why did he remove the ring? Because the answer to that, I think, is
so do I.
The ring has a mind of its own.
So
but
you
why
could
would
still have that? Yeah.
Why would it want to
Sorry,
be?
I didn't mean to cut you off.
Sorry. Why would the ring benefit from Bilbo removing it now? Like the best faith interpretation of that potentially is that Smaug is working with Sauron, and if Smaug has the ring, he can give it to Sauron. But that whole transaction and the fact that he's going to drop it in this pile of like 1 billion gold coins, that's not happening. So yeah.
So I don't know. I guess the only thing you could think of, I mean, it doesn't really make sense, is that maybe Bilbo wanted to take it off to like face his fear, and he thinks he maybe might have a better chance with Smaug if he could talk to him face to face and reason with him, because he thinks Smaug maybe could be reasoned with. I don't know. I mean, I don't think that really makes much sense, but that's like the only thing I can think of.
You could definitely draw something out of that.
Because the thing is, if he has his ring on, that means he's basically invincible, because he can hide from the fire. Like he can just go somewhere where Smaug isn't and just be invincible. But now he's risking his life, and potentially, you could think of it that him risking his life could help him buy more time. But like again, it doesn't really make sense, I guess.
Well, so before, when Bilbo was invisible, like Smaug has like really, really, really good senses, so he knew he was there.
That
he just didn't know exactly where. So
well, he knows the general area and he can hear him. Yeah, but they did try to mention how he doesn't recognize the smell of hobbits, but he would still smell something even if he doesn't know what it is.
Yeah, so it could, if you were to like refilm this, you could definitely draw something out of the idea that maybe Bilbo is deliberately removing the ring because Smaug already knows he's there. So he's going to basically just come clean.
Blast fire, in the general area. Yeah. So he might as well face him face to face and try to see if he could buy more time that way. Yeah, and of course, it's just completely ridiculous how massive the gold hoard is that he's able to find this. But there's nothing I can do. I would have preferred the art design to be more toned down, but nothing you can really do.
Well, again,
I don't know if you. Yeah.
I was going to say, if in the book, if the Arkenstone is much less of a like, it's not a world-ending MacGuffin, but it's like the MacGuffin to end all MacGuffins. If it wasn't that, then it would be a little less ridiculous. If it was just like a really nice rock, then maybe he found it. Maybe he found a different one. Maybe there were 100 of them. Like who knows? But yeah, as seen in the film, it's ridiculous. Yeah. It's just ridiculous levels of luck.
Yeah. I was gonna say, I feel like in An Unexpected Journey, when they showed Thor walking through the gold hoard, like that part, I thought the gold hoard looked pretty good. It wasn't completely ridiculous. That might have just been like a very small part of it, but I wish they kind of stuck to something that looked a little bit more like that. Because look at this, just like mountains of gold. It's like, it's kind of ridiculous.
So what I don't know, I never really thought about this.
And also, this is tons of trims here, by the way. Go
on.
That shot of Smaug was from something else. Because this dialogue where he says, "I am king under the mountain," and with the thing he said before that was taken from later when he was talking to Thorin, actually. But he says those lines to Bilbo in the book, so I wanted to include those. So actually, that's a bit of like redone stuff, because I wanted to have as much of Smaug as possible from the book. Anyways, sorry.
I was going to say I hadn't really thought about the absurdity of the gold pile because we don't really know where this is inside Erebor. And because when we first see Thror running with the Arkenstone to get into the gold hoard, and then he finds like Smaug's in there just throwing coins everywhere. I figured that when Smaug broke in, he got to the gold hoard and then just went ape shit and all the coins went everywhere. So now it's just everywhere.
That's true.
The literal ocean of gold, I still think is ridiculous. But
you can also think of it like that's probably not supposed to be flat. It's probably like stairs and gold piled on it. Realistically, it's not literally that the gold is like a mountain. There would be stuff under it, but still, it's a lot. Yeah. So that we skipped over the Black Arrow stuff right here.
This here, I think, is brilliant.
Soundtrack, and this soundtrack is all new here as we bridge to smart like this part now, and the music kind of changes, and then it builds up. Like all this is new, and I was really proud of this. And then it cuts off here, and then kind of this ominous theme as Smaug talks.
I just think that transition is fantastic.
Yeah, I was super proud of that. It's crazy how it just worked out because I mean I don't even take that much credit for it. I just chopped the footage a certain way and I found a piece in the soundtrack to put here. and it just worked out. So it was just meant to be, I guess.
Well, yeah, because
everything was already made by the original film crew, just happened to slide in this way.
I really do kind of think that maybe they added the chase scene with Smaug fairly late in the production because it is so cleanly removable.
Yeah, that is actually. I think I saw a post on Reddit where someone was critiquing people who say they added the love triangle last minute because in reality that stuff was planned on early on. But the one part they did say that there's evidence is that they did add the Smaug chase later. That there actually is evidence for that.
Okay.
So you're right. Oh yeah. So this is all new with the. This scene originally was them hearing a pillar break.
Yep.
And then saying it's a dragon, but now they're hearing the gate break. And then of course we had a shot redone by Eric to remove the gold from Smaug.
Yes.
He looks just red.
Because he no longer got drowned in a statue.
Yeah. And again, this part was them hearing originally like the echo of the crash, the pillar with Bard, but it's all been kind of combined because I just want to streamline everything here. And we obviously the point is we can't show Smaug leaving Erebor fully because it would be ridiculous to try to redo the whole shot and remove the gold. So I had to do kind of the jump cut method where we show him break out and then we cut away to everyone reacting to it.
Well, yeah, also you condensing it in this way and having everyone react to Smaug busting his way out of Erebor and repurposing that shot of the dwarves.
Yeah.
That very clearly makes what is about to happen in about 5 seconds' time function as the climax to what we have just seen. Like right now, we're in a build up. Yeah, we're in a state of like the shit is about to hit the fan, and then it immediately does. We don't have the whole build up for Battle of the Five Armies.
What if I kill it, or I'm going to kill it on my own? That part where he says that originally, then we would cut back to the dwarves and getting chased by Smaug because this was still the end of movie 2. And so, but now it's like right before Smaug shows up. So yeah, it's a lot more cool. And so, okay, one more update I did when you, since you've downloaded is I added about like 7 seconds more of just general Lakeman getting killed right here, just to try to make it as long as possible because I realized this sequence is really short. I really did try to make it as long as I could, but the footage to work with, I just couldn't because so much of it was like Tariel and the dwarves and the Master and Alfred. And so that just had to go. So all we're left with is Bard, which does kind of make it bare bones, but you know, it still works at least.
So
decently well.
Fun fact, I guess, for people watching, I don't know if you knew this. The old woman that gets toasted about 30 seconds ago, she's kind of standing behind the pillar and gets toasted.
Yep.
That's Orlando Bloom's mum.
Oh, interesting. I did not know that.
Yeah, she wanted to have a small role, so he brought her on set and they did that.
Unfortunate way to go, though, but yeah. So yeah, we get to the bell tower much quicker here, and he just basically will shoot a few shots, and it's not really outwardly explained with his bigger arrow that he pulled out, but I just like to think of it that he saved it for his last arrow. We never directly show his arrows, but right now he's just trying to use his normal ones, and then he'll get to the big metal arrow.
So if you had unlimited, because this is a question I wanted to ask you at the end, but I think this scene is probably the answer. If you had unlimited money and if you could just reshoot things, what is the scene that you would redo? And to me, I think the answer is probably this, because you would have Bard goes up to the other tower and uses the ballista to shoot Smaug rather than climbing the bell tower and doing this.
And you could even do something where he uses that and he's trying to kill him because it makes sense to use that. We already set that up in the movie. You could still make it so his last bow shot is from a normal bow with like the bigger arrow. But I would not want him to be using like this fake ballista thing where it's like punched into the walls of the pillars.
Yeah.
I would have much preferred the last shot to be an actual bow shot like the book, even if it's a bigger arrow. Like maybe his wind lance got destroyed and that could have been like a little sequence, and then he has to resort to his normal bow and he gets lucky on the last shot. But yeah, so with this part we do have the new VFX to remove Bard's kid. Again, ideally it would be normal. It would be better to have a normal bow here, but I just couldn't figure out the audio quite right, and it didn't work well to have him like when you see him pull the bow back, it's a normal arrow, and then you cut to the arrow being shot and it's a different arrow, and I always just was annoyed by that. So but it's pros and cons. Like you could have done that, like spliced a normal bow shot with the big arrow, but there's just continuity things to worry about.
Yeah, again, I've said a couple of times now, I think that if this version of the film were the one that was released, I don't think you would have very many people being like, "Oh, that was ridiculous. You couldn't do that with a bow or whatever." Like, The thing is, in the version of the film that came out, it's even more ridiculous, which makes everything else that much more obvious. So,
yeah.
So, what I wanted to say about the whole Smaug's weak point bit is, by removing the bit where Bilbo says the Black Arrow found its mark, and then Smaug says, "What did you say?" You've removed the reference to Smaug knowing about his own weak spot. So, because like people have asked me because I've claimed multiple times that Smaug knows about the hole in his chest, and the reason why I think that is because Bilbo says, kind of under his breath, "So it's true, the Black Arrow found its mark," and Smaug says, "What did you say?" And it's like he isn't.
Like he kind of knows something. Like he's mad. Yeah, I know what you mean.
Yeah, he isn't saying, "Excuse me, Bilbo, can you speak up a little because I can't hear you." He's saying, "What do you?" He's saying, "How fucking dare you remind me that I'm not invincible?" That's what he's saying.
Exactly.
So, and because you cut that means that like Smaug reasonably did not know about that, which explains why he didn't immediately jump on Bard and kill him.
Because he thinks he's fully protected. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. He thinks he's invincible until he gets hit.
Yeah, and it's obviously a very lucky bow shot. It's just kind of, fantasy stuff that wouldn't really make sense in real life. And I guess you can think about it, Bard is supposed to be this insane bow shot, or like with good bow accuracy. Remember when he shot the rock out of the hand of Dwalin, I think it was, or maybe it was Keely.
It was Keely, yes.
Yeah, it was Keely. Like he has this good accuracy, so that's kind of set up there. But I mean, still, it is what it is. So this is another change.
Go on.
Sorry. I was just going to say, I removed actually even more lines of Alfred. So watch. So that's it. All he says is all hail, the king.
So
King Bard.
Yeah,
so
I have a note on
that.
That.
Was just a thing I did. Anyways.
My note on that is, as I've said, there are a handful of bad bits that I have problems with that it seems like you were forced to include because of the material you had to work with.
Yeah.
And I'm guessing the reason why you kept that, the All Hail King Bard, is because you wanted to keep the line about the master having fled, which then contextualizes why Bard ends up like taking over and leading them.
Yeah.
Because without that, he's just gone.
And then also, there's that, and there's also kind of the audio and visuals. Like they're all cheering, happy, and then it gets kind of awkward, and then it's quiet. And without that, there's not really a bridge to have that. Like you need to have Alfred do his awkward thing, and then everyone quiets down. So there's kind of that in the back of my mind. But yeah, also that's exactly what you mentioned about how they talk about the master being gone. I like to have that bridge with putting Bard as the hero. And it just kind of it makes it flow, even though we would rather not have any Alfred.
I do find that quite funny that one of the reasons why you were forced to not remove Alfred in his entirety is because you needed the scene to go awkward.
Yeah, I know. that is true. So all of this stuff has been kind of reshuffled. That shot of the mountain that we saw, I put that there to then ease us into them looking for the Arkenstone. I think it was originally there before they were at the throne room scene where Thorin was super mad. That shot was originally there. But I can just kind of play with this footage and rearrange it any way I want because I've removed all the cutaways to Gandalf and everything else. And this is the best way I could put it. This scene, though, I will admit, is kind of useless. It's Bilbo just kind of reflecting. But the reason I have it is because to go from hunting for the Arkenstone to then here didn't feel right. Thorin changes outfit. The tone changes from like everyone keep searching to then super mad. So it's like I kind of wanted to have like a little break in between.
Well, another reason why that cutaway with Bilbo works is obviously you got rid of the super overt like flashback to the line that you cut anyway of I'm tempted to let you take it to see if you'll suffer. So we know at this point that Bilbo has the Arkenstone. And that bit out there is him kind of pondering, like, what the hell am I going to do without actually taking it out and showing it to the camera?
Yeah.
Which then feeds into this.
Because then we see why Bilbo is... Because Thorin wasn't that crazy in the Arkenstone searching scene, but here we can see he's clearly, like, very angry and not himself, I guess. Well, he's always been angry, but now we see why Bilbo would be cautious about doing it. And I did tone down Thorin's craziness, so this was a good moment where I originally he originally like yelled out something like am I not the king, but I tried to reduce Thorin's craziness because then we don't have him sink as low, so that when he comes back and becomes good, it's a little bit more natural. That's like a general trend with my edit, that if I'm going to have something removed later on, so like like a shorter final battle or no dragon sickness, I need to then match the build up. I can't have like a huge build up and then have like nothing at the end, or or the reverse. So that's kind of like an editing thing I focused on.
Yeah, I've got a note on that as well. Basically, what you said, like by removing the "Am I not the king?" outburst, literally that one line where he kind of loses himself and just screams at his men.
Yeah,
that is way. It helps the dragon sickness factor be way less overt in your edit because they're not repeatedly explaining that Thorin's brain is broken because of evil like gold magic. Which means, and I said this in my autopsy video, everything that Thorin does, we can attribute directly to decisions that he makes rather than just going, well, he's just crazy.
Yeah.
So that makes his redemption more powerful.
There's another good moment that well, not good moment, but just thing I like that I cut him threatening to kill Dwalin because I felt like that was going too low. I mean, it makes sense with the dragon sickness, but when that's not there, we don't need to quite have him go that far.
Yes.
And yeah, this part we didn't even talk about it, but yeah, this is a good part where Bilbo actually you could tell he was considering giving the Arkenstone right there, but then Thorin goes right back to his angry, hating everyone, and so he's like, oh wait, he doesn't get the chance to give him the Arkenstone there because you could tell by the way he was looking at him, he was thinking about it.
Yeah, definitely, and I think that's another reason why I think having the bit of him sort of pottering around thinking about what to do that potentially might come across as pointless. I don't think that's pointless at all.
Okay. I mean, another thing, sorry, I'm sometimes a little bit harsh on myself. Like, I agree with you. I don't think it's pointless, but it's like, I'm just putting myself in the views of someone who doesn't know anything and is just watching. Like, they might just immediately assume it's useless. But yeah, I agree with you that, yeah.
Fair enough, yeah. Your own worst critic. I can relate.
Yeah.
So one note that I have here on this, and I don't know if you had any alternatives other than just not having this scene, is this bit here where Thorin says they should be happy because they're not all dead. That, to me, came across as a little bit too evil, given the fact that you have deliberately toned down his craziness in other areas. So did you deliberately leave this in, or was this kind of like an unhappy accident?
It kind of just slipped through, I guess. I didn't... Let me see. Yeah, I didn't think about it too much. I mean, I see what you're saying, but yeah, I didn't notice it as something that I thought was too evil, but I can see what you're coming from.
Okay. Because I guess if you can't, I don't think because of the structure of the scene, I don't think you can cut those lines without cutting the scene.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that's true. Like, if I really got into it, I don't know. But it still could be possible. You never know. Like, I've done some pretty crazy things with dialogue stuff here. I got to post a picture of the timeline sometime. I have it in my Discord, but so you can see just how many cuts and stuff there are.
What did you use to edit this?
So I used Adobe Premiere.
Okay.
And then I also use some... I use like Audacity a little bit for some extra audio stuff, and Photoshop, of course, like for subtitles or redoing stuff like that.
Okay, nice. Yeah, absolutely. I'd love to see the timeline just to see how insane it is.
Sure. Yeah.
I've got a note on this here. So you fixed Bard being an idiot because you've cut the bit where he puts his trust in Alfred to be responsible for everyone's lives.
Ever since the beach, Alfred's been fully gone, so we don't have that part. And he just walks out on his own because there was a part where we talked to Alfred here originally.
Yes.
Oh, and actually, you know what? You might be happy with this other change coming up in a second. I don't know if you talked about it in your... I don't think you did, actually. It's more so a change that makes sense in my edit. So obviously this is one big movie, and there was this part where we had flashback dialogue when Thranduil was remembering the gems. Do you remember that? It's coming up in a second.
Yes, and then Thorin says, I know an elf that would pay a price for this.
So exactly. So there's dialogue that's flashing back to movie 2, but since this is one big movie, we'll remember that. So I actually, in my latest update, the one that you didn't watch, I finally removed that and redid the audio. So now we just have the music. It's right here.
Okay.
You'll see. Because normally we'd have him talking here like, there are gems in the mountain I too desire. Like, it was a little bit too much, and I was just really proud of that. It's a very small thing, but it's like we don't need that because we just saw that less than an hour ago.
Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah, and I mentioned this right when we first saw the gems, or talked about the gems in movie 2, but this was not in the book really at all, with him wanting these gems specifically. Yeah,
I talked about that a little bit in my autopsy video, and it's unfortunate because I think it had the potential to be one of the better parts of the original movies. And it's unfortunate that it isn't something that could have been expanded, because obviously the nature of a fan edit is that you can't really expand on anything. You can only detract from the source.
Exactly.
So it kind of means that Thranduil is not as good of a character or as complex of a character as he was. That is inevitable because a lot of the scenes that he is involved in relate to like the love triangle and all kinds of other nonsense. So he goes from, I guess a better way to say it would be that in the originals, he goes from being one of the most memorable parts to just being an elf.
Yeah, that's true.
But like, I will take that any day of the week, given the improvements that you've made to, well, specifically Gandalf, Thorin, and Smaug.
Yeah. The thing I like to think about is, while Thorin is very clearly in the wrong because it would be right to give the gold out to the Lakemen, it does not really make sense for the elves to be having their army here. I know he wants the white gems, but the way, I mean, we don't even talk about the lore of the white gems anyways, but the premise is that like the elves, I think, gave them the gems to turn into a necklace or something, but then the elves refused to pay enough for it or something like that. But like, I don't know if he necessarily deserves to get the gems for free. So I do see where Thorin's coming from, that it's like, why would I give you all this gold when there's this huge army here? It's kind of disrespectful, and I can kind of see where he's coming from, that it's not completely illogical. What are your thoughts on that?
So it's difficult to say,
like
because
it's like if it was just the men here and they wanted gold, I would think Thorin is like 100% in the wrong. But like when you do have this army here imposing on you,
yeah,
you know.
Yeah, so it's difficult to say because I have to draw on information that is in the behind the scenes in order to really have an opinion on the whole gems scenario between Thranduil and Thrall. What they said that their intention was, which is never explicitly stated in the film, is that Thranduil had paid the dwarves of Erebor to make to turn the gems into a necklace for his wife. The wife then died before they could be made. So he asked for the gems back, having already paid for them, and Thrall refused. If that is the case, then yeah, Thranduil should get his gems back because he's paid for them, and Thrall is being an asshole. As for why Thorin at this point, I mean, not in your edit because we didn't have the flashback, but Thorin at this point does not like Thranduil anyway, so Thorin's not going to do what he says, even if Thranduil paid for the gems. If Thranduil did not pay for the gems, then yeah, everything Thranduil does it doesn't really have any backing morally. But again, like in your version of the film, that's completely absent. So it's a case of, I want gems from the dwarves.
Little continuity cut here. Normally Thorin looked back and the company was standing right behind him.
Yep.
And like he looked at them, and then I was proud of this because now then we cut here and they're all back up at the top. Like it was a little bit weird. So it works better to not have that shot of them downstairs.
Definitely, yeah. So I will bring this up now rather than waiting until, because when the battle starts, we'll probably have more to say. So the shot of the Raven leaving Erebor when Bard approached to negotiate with Thorin, that is something that I would cut. I would have cut myself. And I'm wondering, the reason why you kept it in is entirely book related, because my reason for, if you keep that in and you keep in the line that we're about to get from Thranduil saying we attack at dawn, that means that Dane explicitly mustered an army and marched on Erebor in one day, which isn't possible. So given that the Ravens play much more of a role in the book, is that why you kept that in, or was there another reason?
Yeah. I mean, I would say so. Just that, also kind of the flow of the scene. I don't know how it would work without it. It might work fine, to be honest. I've had to look at the footage, but I just kind of left it in because the Ravens were a big thing in the book, and you could kind of cope and think about it this way. Maybe that you know how Balin says all eyes will look to the mountain. Maybe the dwarves were already marching, but then the Raven met them halfway and was like, "You guys got to speed up," potentially. But that is kind of just really scraping the bottom of the barrel to make it make sense.
I would,
but I mean, I would agree with you that it is kind of questionable how quickly they show up. If we assume that that's the initial word that you guys need to come from the Raven. But it's just one of those things that hopefully people don't think too hard about.
Yeah, and honestly, I have to say that is the only narrative problem that I have with your version of the film, and it is so minor. Because I mean, when I say problem, I mean it's something that in universe should not be possible, but it is not. Very little attention is actually drawn to it. It doesn't affect any of the main characters.
It doesn't. They don't outwardly. I mean, it is visually implied that the Raven gets the army, but it's like it's also not like they directly say a message. Hey, get Dane to send the army. Like, so if you don't know any context about the Raven, it might just they could have been. I said, maybe the army they were already marching and the Raven was just sending a message.
Yeah, or they'd been back and forthing Ravens for like the past couple of days, and this was one of them.
That's true. Yeah.
I don't think this would have been possible, but if it were, then I would have personally put that shot of the Raven earlier in the film, and I don't think there is anywhere you could have put it. It would require refilming, but and that's just me being anal about plugging the Dane travel time thing.
Yeah, I remember seeing that in your video. So with this scene, we removed the second half where Thorn starts to talk like Smile Kid's voice changes.
Yep,
it was definitely just the dragon sickness going all the way, and there was one part which I would have maybe liked, which is that then Bilbo says, "I gave my word, remember?" And Thorin was like, "That I'm grateful for that." That's one bit I would have liked, but that one line was surrounded by complete dragon sickness, so the whole thing had to go.
Yeah, it was. I forget what Thorin's response is. It's like, much appreciated, but the gold does not belong to the people of Lake Town or something.
Yeah, he says for that I'm grateful, I think.
Yeah,
and then he continues on and says, but instead we cut right here to then Gandalf showing up. So I wouldn't even mention it, but there was that one shot of Gandalf riding, just to kind of remind us that hey, he's still in the story. It was like when Bard was walking around, and now he's here, and we don't really get much about what he did, but in the book it was purely just to go investigate this necromancer and banish him to when I say the book, I mean the Tolkien lore, because they don't say this in the Hobbit book, but he banished Sauron to Mordor with Galadriel and what's his name, the White Wizard, Saruman. So in my edit, I've tried to phrase it now or frame it that he discovered orcs when he was away, and that is why he was away, or that's part of why he was away now. And it kind of it makes his disappearance more earned, because if he just shows up and it's like nothing changed, at least he gained some valuable information from being gone. So like you could think about it that way, that his disappearance had some purpose. And the reason I also put this marching scene then after is because I like to have it be a mystery. Maybe Gandalf is wrong when he's in that scene. The audience doesn't know what he's talking about, but then after we cut here and we see, okay, Gandalf is telling the truth. That's why the scene comes after. But that's just the first time we see the orc army.
Well, we also get a line from Gandalf when he's speaking to Dane. He says, like, we can't have war between elves, men, and dwarves.
Yeah.
An army is marching. And because we've at this point seen the army, it's, I think having ambiguity at that point as to whether or not Gandalf is right would have been the wrong decision. The audience has to know that he's correct, especially because we didn't see any of the Dol Guldur stuff.
Well, I just mean like in that exact scene, because in my original cut, what I did was I showed the army marching, and then I showed Gandalf riding on his horse to tell them about it. But I just think for the flow of that part, it makes more sense to put it after.
Yes.
Not that it's like kept a mystery for any substantial amount of time. But so I'm happy with that. That basically Gandalf disappears, and then he comes back and tells about the orcs, and that kind of patches it up, because without that, to be like the book, Gandalf doesn't warn them about orcs because of his disappearance. He does warn them about orcs actually right before they literally show up. So remember that scene when he's talking to Dane? That's where he first mentions the orcs in the book. Anyways, we can talk about this scene. This is one of the best scenes, I would say.
Absolutely. And I can't believe this was extended only, because it kind of makes you wonder, like, what is their priority when they are assembling the theatrical cut? Because it doesn't seem to be depth of character. It seems to be hitting the big narrative beats in a way that has, I guess, adequate pacing. Maybe they thought this moment here is too slow and it's focusing on Boffa, who is not a primary character. And the bits it does for Bilbo, it doesn't necessarily tell you anything new about him. But yeah, I think it's it's one of the strongest scenes in the film.
Yeah. Not only is it just good for the sake of each character building off of each other and more, just seeing them interact, it's just really good for this next part. I know you mentioned this, I think, in your autopsy, or maybe one of your reviews, where we next then see Bilbo defending the dwarves. It's like, this is a complete reminder why he's defending them. Like, just seeing him, or like seeing a dwarf be super nice to him and friendly, and
that's
then
true,
now we see Bilbo defending the dwarves. It's like, I like to have that little reminder, because to be fair, they didn't show the dwarves and Bilbo being the bestest of friends in the trilogy as much as they could have to make this scene feel earned. But yeah, this is an extended moment. It's been abbreviated, though. I wanted to really hammer in that Thranduil's going to attack, and Gandalf is trying to stop it because he knows about orcs.
Yeah, and I like this addition as well, because Thranduil's response makes total sense. It's not, I'm going to attack because I just kind of don't trust you or something. It's, no, this is what I think you're trying to do, and that makes complete sense from Thranduil's perspective.
That's another reason why I had it. It's mainly to think, because Thranduil thinks he's trying to defend the dwarves. But I did remove the part where Thranduil was a bit too harsh, saying, like, if anything on the mountain moves, kill it. Like, that was not really needed.
Okay.
Yeah, so this is the first reveal that we see of him actually having the Arkenstone, which is good. I didn't like that he pulled it out in broad daylight earlier.
Yeah, and of course the reason why they did that was because it was to remind the audience that he had it, because it was at the beginning of film 3. Well, I guess I'm refreshing my memory now, because you never actually see him take it in film 2. So that was the reveal that he did in fact have it. And that scene existed only to tell the audience that he had it, whereas this scene has a mechanical purpose.
I mean, there is the part where he awkwardly is like, no, I didn't find it, to Thorin, and Thorin points his sword at him. That kind of hints that he got it, but it doesn't outwardly show it.
Yeah.
Yeah, so this is the other only mention of a sickness, and I like that it comes from Gandalf. He's always known to speak in like metaphors, and so it's not quite so outwardly like dragon sickness is a real sickness that Thorin has. It's just kind of this general feeling of greed. And dragon sickness is mentioned in the book once. They say that the master got dragon sickness, or like they say that it's in relation to him. But again, it's not like as played up as in the original trilogy of a literal sickness.
Yeah, the only question, because we mentioned this briefly earlier when Gandalf mentioned that Thorin might be crazy in Rivendell. The only question mark I would have there is that his line in that scene just now suggests that everyone should be affected by it, I guess. Which means, I guess, we have to presume that the only reason why the reason why it is only affecting Thorin is because Thorin is predisposed to being crazy, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, he's also he has a big role to fill as the king, and like a legacy to uphold with his father and grandfather.
True.
So he feels more pressure, I guess. I don't know.
And he is already obsessing over finding the Arkenstone for a practical reason, because he does actually need it.
Yeah, in the movie, that's what they say. Yeah. I actually just read the chapter for this book, or the chapter from the book for this recently, and Gandalf was here the whole time in a cloak, like in the background, and it was just like some random old man, and then later he reveals himself, but obviously for the movie they just have him walk out of the army, which kind of makes more sense.
Okay, yeah.
And this is also a famous part where in the behind the scenes, Ian McKellen convinces Peter Jackson to use the exact phrasing from the book for one of his lines.
If you don't,
instead of just whatever. Yeah, that one.
It's if you don't like my burglar, please don't damage him. Return him to me.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, I forget if I mentioned this earlier. The spooky voice bit earlier, where he's trying to convince them, no, if I say Bilbo Baggins is a burglar, the burglar he is. That to me felt fan servicey. Him doing it here, I think, makes complete sense because it's purposeful. He's trying to overpower Thorin and like stop paying attention to Bilbo, pay attention to me. There is a practical reason for him doing it rather than I'm going to be loud, I guess, because I want you to take Bilbo with you.
Yeah, that's true.
And I think it's also interesting to note at this point that minus credits, we are just over half an hour away from the end of the film. Whereas if we were actually watching the Battle of the Five Armies, we would have, what, an hour and a half to go, I think?
Yeah.
Something like that?
Yep. It is a shame that I couldn't spend more time with the outro because, Return of the King has such a long outro, and obviously the Hobbit's one story, so it should have its own long outro. Or in my opinion, I felt like we could have spent a few more minutes, like with Bilbo going back to the Shire. I feel like that goes by quick, but obviously couldn't do anything there.
Potentially, yeah. Although I would say that the reason why the ending in the ending in Return of the King being longer is more justified because there's a lot more characters.
It's wrapping up a whole trilogy. So I don't think the Hobbit should be as long as that, but I just feel like it's just missing like one scene, maybe. I don't know.
Yeah, but I guess in the theatrical or extended, I forget, the conversation between Gandalf and Bilbo, but the problem is, well, it's not a problem, but you cut it because it references the ring. So that would have served that purpose.
But it's slightly shortened. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And again, like I mentioned at the start of our commentary, like there's just so many little references to the book. In the book, Thorin says descendant of rats to Bilbo. Here he calls him a Shire rat, but it's not the same. But I just really like how they, at least, even if they made so many inaccuracies, like when it comes to some of these small dialogue details, it is kind of fun.
Yeah, I like that.
If you ever reread the book, there's just little things like that. And that's why I was really happy that I read side by side, because I cut a few of them out, but then since I was reading, I was like, oh wait, that's actually there. I'm going to keep that. So again, I know my edit is not meant to just be the best movie, but it truly is. If you're a book nerd, I think you'll have fun with some of these things that I kept. I think we're almost about to get into an extended moment. I forgot, but there is an extended scene here at the gate where it goes on for a little bit longer, but I did abbreviate it to remove Thranduil mentioning Gondor, who's like Sully Arkenstone to Gondor, which was a bit too much trying to reference Lord of the Rings.
That bit, so Thorin's response to that made me laugh. It's unintentional, but he says like, sell it because Thranduil's trying to piss him off, and he says, if you're not going to give it to them, we'll sell it. What's his name in Gondor will give us a good price. And then it's just like a long shot of the entrance of Erebor, and you just see Thorin up in the corner, and he just goes, I will kill you. It's a little bit too quiet. It's like he's off in the distance somewhere.
So here we have Dane arriving, and this has been reverted to theatrical now. It's very few moments where I actually had to use theatrical footage, because normally it's just the extended is the same but more, but there are these moments where they actually did like change the CGI or the selection of shots, and one of those moments was in Mirkwood. Remember I mentioned that one shot, but here I actually fully went to theatrical, because I mean, for the sake of the movie, them actually fighting the dwarves and the elves in that action scene isn't necessarily bad, but I think it just respects how this went down in the book a little bit closer, to not have such a massive battle with like the goat riders and the ballistas.
That's fair.
I thought it was a fun action scene. Like I remember watching it when it came out. When Battle of the Five Armies came out, I was like 14, I think. So had a good time. Or I guess the extended was a year after, but I still enjoy some of these moments. But it's like this project, I wanted to stick to my goals.
That's fair. Yeah, I figured I have in my notes that I figured the reason why you cut the extended scene of the dwarves attacking the elves is because the Twiddly Widdlies aren't in the book.
Yeah.
And,
yeah, unfortunately, Twiddly Widdlies. I mean, I love that scene because I've always been a fan of the dwarfs and the dwarf lore. So seeing the dwarves kick the elves' ass, it was always fun.
Yeah,
for me. But
one of the other changes, just to make people aware, is that because the footage you're using right now, like you said, is from the theatrical, not the extended, is the chariots and the goat riders and the Twiddly Widdlies themselves.
Yep.
Those just aren't in the theatrical.
Mm-hmm.
So in this footage that we're seeing right now, they're just not present. They added them.
And there is going to be, and there's going to be a change. You'll notice for sure in the battle. They're actually, so I keep talking about how I did this last update. The majority of these changes now are going to be in the final battle, so I'll be talking about them more. But the first one is the dwarf chariots. I did actually have in my original version of this edit show up during the battle, not here, but that's now gone in this version we're watching. And,
okay.
That was just because it just wasn't really necessary. My original logic was that I wanted to show just generic battling before we get into like the sad montage, and it wasn't the worst battling. But then upon further review, it wasn't very Tolkien. It was a little bit gory with like cutting off I think the chariots were like cutting off or like
legs,
gibbing the orcs. Like, I don't remember what it was, but yeah, so it was a bit gory, and it didn't need to be here. It also, sorry, there is a digital shot here that we add those little dark spots. It's not game changing, but it's kind of showing that the hole's already there in the mountain. And then now what makes them turn their head and everything is the horn. That was a big thing I was proud of. No other fan I've seen has done that. It's normally just kind of awkward marching rock crushing sounds, and then they all look over, but I purposely made it so that he sounds the horn, they all look over, and then we see the orcs running, which is a logical way to do it when we're removing the wereworms, which I was really keen on, because that's just kind of a lore break moment, like that there are these massive wereworms that we never see again that I really wanted to get rid of.
So I have a couple of notes on this that I'll do quickly. So the first time we see Azog was just now, and he's just orc captain.
That's true.
And regarding the entrance of the orcs, I think it presents a problem whichever way you slice it. The way you've done it is better than the way the original cut did it. So in the original version, everyone forgot about the Great Earth Eaters, which is ridiculous. In your cut, the tunnels were already there, which potentially suggests that no one noticed them. Yeah,
so that is just like, you can think of it as a Peter Jackson doing it for the sake of it just being cool that they come out of tunnels rather than just running over the mountain. Like there's no reason why they should have tunnels necessarily in my cut, but it's just like I have to work with that.
Exactly. You didn't have a choice,
so
really.
I totally agree. Yeah.
Because their reasoning for using the Great Earth Eaters to make... So, I'll rewind slightly. So their reasoning for... They knew that they needed to have a dramatic way for the orcs to arrive. They can't just appear, because that would be boring.
Yeah.
And then they thought, well, okay, why don't they go underground? Because orcs don't like sunlight, obviously forgetting that they fight in sunlight for the rest of the battle. And then they found there's like a one-line reference to a wereworm in like the Hobbit, or I think, or is it in the Silmarillion? You probably know this better than me.
Yeah, so no, it's meant. I mean, I don't know where else it's mentioned, but there's I think it's on Thor's map or something. There's like a drawing of these like worms. They look kind of like snakes, and I think that's like a reference. And they say it in the book, like, oh, the wereworms of the something far east, and it's like a one sentence thing that then they turn into this. And I don't think that these were what the wereworms would have looked like at all whatsoever.
These are
Tolkien meant.
These are basically the sandworms
like serpent, like basically like dragons without like wings, is what I kind of interpreted as a wereworm.
Okay.
And I don't really know. Sorry, one thing I want to interject is that's where the chariots used to be. The arrows were shot, and then it just cut to Azog. Now that's different in this final cut.
That's the bit where Azog says, "Take out their war machines," and then they do, and then he marches on Dale.
Yeah, and my other logic behind it was I wanted to really show Azog as a competent leader and show why we need to kill him. So having him ordered to kill the chariots was good. Like, it shows why we need to get him. But I felt like with all the, like, for the lore reasons I wanted to cut it, we already do see Azog be a competent leader a couple times throughout this. He already orders like several times with his horns and his like little flag thing. So we already kind of get that idea. And so it just saved us on runtime that I could spend with like a character moment like Bilbo and Thorin in Lake Town, remember?
Yeah.
So so many sorry, I feel like I don't want to talk the whole time, but there's so many changes here. Like, we were removing tons of stuff in between. Bard's kids are not a plot in this battle.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I'll let you go for.
I was just gonna throw in a little bit of what's the word I'm looking for? The
trivia?
kid. Yeah, trivia. Trivia would be the word. The you get a shot of him in 1 sec. That guy right there with the hat on. That's Peter Jackson's son.
Oh, there you go. So this is something I changed a few updates ago, but Bilbo runs away like in the book, or he runs away in the book, and I tried to mirror that in the movie. It's not perfect, but that was my goal. And I know that for the sake of the movie, it might not be best to have this, but what I've done here is it's a little sequence where everyone's killing. We have civilians getting brutally slaughtered, and then Bilbo's in the middle of it. So that's why he slips away and puts on his ring. And it's not completely out of cowardice. It's more so like he doesn't have a place in this battle. Now, this is a new change that instead of showing him immediately booking it out of Dale, we don't do that. So what you're seeing random is new now. We instead just resume with our battle. Yeah. And we'll come back to Bilbo later. So I think this plays it a little bit better with Bilbo's retreat.
Yes, because all we know at this point is that Bilbo is invisible. He could still be standing right there, invisibly.
Yeah,
I guess.
It's like, I mean, we've only seen him kill those spiders. Like, he's clearly not built for this battle. That's just my kind of headcanon for it. And then so now we slowly transition to the sad montage, which it was difficult because I have to show enough battling before we get to this part, and so it was. Yeah, the battle is kind of going by quick, but it's kind of by design. I'd like to have the battle quicker. It's about 20 minutes final runtime.
Yeah.
I've seen some fan edits that kind of get in the sad montage like 2 minutes in, and I just feel like it's a bit too quick. It's like we're already losing. So by now, I feel like it's kind of earned that maybe we're starting to lose. And then this is now where we cut back to Bilbo. It's like, okay, have the sad music tricking us into thinking everything's really bad. We have Azog saying they can't hold the city, so that's why he now is leaving the city, because it's like overrun. Yeah,
it's interesting as well because the this footage here of Bilbo running in the original version, it's maybe I don't know if heroic would be the right word, but the reason why he's put the ring on and he's doing what he's doing is to go and warn Thorin that there's another army on the way and that it's a trap.
Yep.
And you've repurposed it
and
there.
Now he's just retreating.
Yeah, it's a tragic retreat where he's just caught up in the middle of this horrifying battle. That's just the power of moving a scene and changing the music.
Yeah, and I didn't get to talk about it, but I was really proud. I removed all the Dane headbutting. Remember that part?
Oh yes.
Like when he was saying, "Where's Thorin? We need him." He was constantly headbutting orcs. All that's gone. So, I'm fully satisfied with the combat in this edit. Like, there's nothing I'm like, what is he doing?
Yeah.
And then I've redubbed that one subtitle of Azog. He says the mountain will be ours. Instead of saying something like let this land run with their blood, or something like just about blood and killing, instead of just having him be villain for the sake of it, like at least we put a little more context that he wants the mountain. Like there's a logical reason. It's not just killing everyone.
Yeah.
Because we don't show much build up to Azog. So I'm trying to show the audience as much as possible like why he's here. And it's partly to take over the mountain. So it's like a very minor thing, but yeah, and we can talk about this scene now. So this has been reduced a little bit. I cut the second half where he threatens to kill Dwalin, but everything before that point is pretty good to just show Thorin at his lowest low, and Dwalin saying these words that kind of leave him at a loss for words that make him change his mind, I guess.
Yeah, this is again one of my favorite scenes, particularly in your edit, because
and this is new. Wait, watch this. This shot now, I added another shot to really just slow it down and make him seem at a loss for words, and he's like swallowing, and then we cut here, and I just tried to slow it down to make his transition
because that's
little bit more believable.
That there is the replacement that we get for him giving himself an intervention. So that little shot there of him not being sure what to do, is that repurposed from somewhere else?
No, that's from that scene. It's just I trimmed it like a very specific way where I removed all the parts where his mouth was moving. Actually, I did a VFX where I made his mouth like close for an extra frame or two. And so it's just kind of like I was able to just put it there. And I mean, it might have been from later in the scene, but it was from just a part where he was standing awkwardly. I guess I don't know exactly.
Okay,
what
so
the context was. But yeah, so now he's back and he's a good guy again.
Yeah, the note that I have on this, which I think is one of the best things about your version of the film, is that because Thorin doesn't have the magic sickness that makes his brain stop working, it means that you avoided needing the scene where he gives himself an intervention. Mm-hmm. And the way you cut it, the bit that we just saw, it basically appears as though Thorin has become obsessive and irrational, and he now realizes what he's become when Dwalin confronts him and says, "You're lesser now than you have ever been." And
yeah, like that one line is big for me.
especially coming from Dwalin, because Dwalin is like essentially his bodyguard. He's his right-hand man. And it's going to hit Thorin harder coming from him than from anyone else. And then obviously you have this bit now with Keely, who's his nephew, who looks up to him. This is all enough, given that you have stripped down the actual dragon sickness to where it's it's no longer dragon sickness. It's that Thorin is becoming obsessive. It's not as
overly stubborn and prideful and not willing.
So I have a question. So regarding the book, I know that the battle is nowhere near as big of a thing in the book, but does Thorin sit back and watch the battle go down and then join afterwards, or is it not specific?
No, he pretty much joins in pretty early on. So he doesn't he's not out there for the first charge, but it's basically like what happens is Tolkien is describing the battle, and then all of a sudden Thorin comes charging out. It's like it's still an epic moment, but it's not like Thorin never is like, let's hide in here. I need to protect my gold. I don't want to fight. There's none of that at all. He goes out and fights which I think is good. It shows him more honorable that way. I mean, for the movie, I know they did it this way, and it's not bad. But yeah, in the book, he pretty much comes out to fight without having it.
Yeah,
having any doubt.
Again, in the movie,
so some more trims here. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, I was going to say again, in the movie, in the theatrical or extended, I guess, the reason they did it is dramatic low into dramatic high. Once again.
Exactly, yeah. This shot's new. Normally it was Bilbo looking at Thorin, but now Bilbo's gone, hiding. So I instead put Bard, who's looking at his kids there, which I think is kind of fun because Bard doesn't have a huge arc now. He's just a generic soldier fighting. So having him have this moment where he smiles and looks at Erebor, to me, is a little bit impactful. He's like, oh, Thorin's finally coming around, Yeah,
especially because the last time he spoke to Thorin was when Thorin was like, fuck you.
Exactly. Yeah. So this is a great moment with them charging out. And this music, a lot of fan edits rescore to put as the Misty Mountains theme, which is great on paper, but I felt like it's never quite possible to fully match up that Misty Mountains theme here. It's like the audio quality is never perfect, and the pace, or just the tone, I guess, it's just kind of difficult. So I just kept the same soundtrack here.
If you were to
I want to quick. Oh yeah.
I was going to say, if you were to fully redo the film and rescore it and all the rest of it, I feel like a variation of the Misty Mountains theme at that point would have been super impactful.
Yeah.
But yeah,
and this is also new in my latest update. I'm just a little bit more of Gandalf narrating the battle, saying they're rallying to their king.
Yeah.
And there's a reason for that later. So that sequence of everyone charging and Bard charging is like a combo of the theatrical and extended. I've kind of used both things. This is also new. Bilbo taking off his ring. In my original version of the edit, he was just walking. But I realized the last time we saw Bilbo, he had his ring on. So I did this little VFX where I showed him reappearing, trying to imply that he just took off the ring. It's not perfect, but I think it's better for continuity. And it shows him pulling out his sword. This is probably the least happy moment of the edit that I'm the least happy with this part. That it's just kind of random that he's up here and he gets knocked out. But it was just me sticking to my guns with my goal of him. Because in the book, he does genuinely go to Ravenhill. But in the book, there's no orcs at Ravenhill.
Yes.
Necessarily. There's no command post, I should say. So, it is what it is. It's not the best, but I'm still happy with how the final cut's gone. And so here's where we introduce the Misty Mountains theme now, finally, after it's been a couple hours, but we bring it back.
For the hero moment.
I kind of liked it. Yeah, it's like a hero moment. We're showing the dwarves kind of winning again, with classic dwarves fighting together. And this is also new in my latest update. I have Gandalf noticing something, and this is kind of to ease the transition to Ravenhill because it's very sudden that we get up here.
Yes. That's that is an
this
editing moment.
Yeah, this is new here.
Yeah, this is an editing moment that I think is jarring, but again, as with basically all of them, what other options do you have? Because the chariot scene in the extended version, that is how they get here.
Yeah.
You can't have that.
Yeah. So right there, Gandalf is he was saying they're taking their best warriors, and then he just said we were talking over it, to cut the head off the snake. So by having this more Gandalf narration, that's trying to ease it a little bit more. If you watch my old version, it's 5% smoother, I think. Again, it's not perfect, but that was my thought process with that update. And so now we get here, and we're kind of back on track. We're not going to have any jarring cuts, hopefully. So it's just that one bit when we get up to Ravenhill. And I feel like I didn't get to talk about all the changes that we've seen. One thing I'll say this, that I'm really happy with the change of what designs we show in the battle. For example, like I don't know if you remember all the catapult trolls and like the troll with the thing on his head breaking down the wall and like all these ridiculous things. Like I try to remove as much of that wacky art design as possible, and I think it makes the battle just fit more with like Lord of the Rings, how things are presented in that film series. Yeah.
One thing I'll mention briefly is the when you had the Misty Mountain theme going on just now while we're looking at Ravenhill, tonally that's completely different to the way that shot was in the original version, because all of the stuff in Ravenhill is not heroic in the slightest. But because you had the heroic music as part of that montage, it then means that this here arguably hits harder, because it's like, whoa.
Yeah, it was supposed to be all heroic and everything is going great.
Yeah.
Which kind of does honor the tone of the book, which that battle is not great. The first time we really get all this epic charging, and then all of a sudden, nope, no happiness. Like Feely dies, and we're back to sadness, and it's not all heroic.
Yeah,
so it's kind of interesting to think about. I never thought about it that way. But yeah, so with this that dialogue of him yelling Keely is new. I try to make it seem like Thorin and Keely are fighting towards each other or trying to defend each other, and like by removing Tariel, because originally Keely was fighting towards Tariel.
Yes,
but it's like we don't see Tariel. It's not like the audience isn't going to be super emotionally like invested, like, oh my god, Keely, get to Thorin, hurry, because it's just the way it's shot. You can tell that he's like pretty far away, and we don't really see him like actively looking at Thorin. But it's better than the originals, I think, because in the book, Keely and Feely die like right next to Thorin trying to defend him, which I thought was very emotional, having his heirs basically like die defending him, which I would have liked to see in the movie.
So I will say very quickly that I really like Azog in this edit, which I didn't think I would ever say. Probably because he's barely in it, and he makes that much more of an impression. He doesn't. We don't just get loads and loads of scenes of us seeing him doing evil stuff. And also this here that I think we're about to see very shortly is Keely's death. It just happens. There's no melodrama. They don't milk it for emotion points. It's just he gets slapped in the face and gets stabbed. Here we go, and then he's dead. That's it.
I know. And it's a very like non-traditional movie thing to do something so quick like that. And
it's shocking.
I see what you're saying. Personally, I've always like kind of wish I could do it better, but hearing that someone at least thought that it works is good to hear, because you do make a good point of how it has that shocking element to it. But yeah, we've been flying through this Ravenhill battle way faster than the original. This is by far the most complex part of my timeline of like reused shots and rearranged. It's like completely a mess in the timeline.
Okay.
It just Ravenhill was by far the most painful part to edit. Now this second army that's showing up is completely framed as just reinforcements that are just there to make everything worse.
Yes.
It's a bit silly. But it's like,
there's no mention in your edit of the Gundabad army. There's no mention of Bolg, go and get them or whatever, which means that when we see Azog in a moment, he sees them arrive and he's like, yay, they're here. We can just presume that that's just more of his army or whatever.
Exactly. Yeah. I feel like the thing I don't like about it is it's just so excessive with the amount of orcs we have compared to the good guys. I wish they would have CGI'd in more dwarves, because I feel like at the start we have like 500 dwarves and we've just been seeing tens of thousands of orcs. It's like, I wish they would have balanced it out. But yeah, I mean the logic behind it being reinforcements is perfectly fine. And then of course this is a digital edited shot to remove Radagast from on top of the eagle.
Of course.
So it's just the eagles and now show up. And yeah, the eagles are really supposed to be in the movie, I think, like the big tide, or like turning the tide of the battle. But it's just so short that it's like I don't know if it quite pulls it off. Like, I don't know. I feel like they should have shown more of the battle being turned to the good guys winning again.
Yeah, I mean, the reason
it goes over so quick.
The reason why they didn't do that is because at this point they're focusing hard on the boss fights, because you've got Thorin, Azog, and then of course you cut Legolas Bolg. Once you have both of those going on, spending extra time on the less sort of specific character emotionally driven boss fights wouldn't have worked. If you were to film it from the ground up, you absolutely could have done that, though. Yes.
Yeah, because I mean, I'm never gonna be fully like, I am as happy as I can be with the final battle with what exists, but it's just it's like a very controversial just sequence of action that there's so many things I wish would be different, I guess you could say.
I think
but only can deal with what we have.
Worth mentioning here quickly as well, the fact that you cut the fake out death on Azog was a great choice.
Yeah.
So it just cuts back and they're
he's
fighting.
underwater. Yeah. And the physics defying jumping out of water through ice didn't make sense either. So,
yep.
Yeah. And so there we go. That's Azog. He only has about 20 minutes of a runtime. He does not overstay his welcome.
Yeah, and the whole blood oath to kill Thorin and everything related to Thorin, that's not in your edit.
Yep.
There are no references to that, no nothing. Fili and Keely, well, I mean, he didn't kill Keely, but he killed Fili and then Thorin. They're just dwarves. He doesn't really care. They're just trying to stop him.
Exactly. There's one subtitle where, I don't know if you saw on my website, but where Azog said, then the brother, like when he was talking about killing them, this one dies first, then the brother. But I did a quick edit to make him say, this one dies first, then the other, because obviously you had no idea whose brother is who. They're just random dwarves, like you said.
Yes. Yeah.
But so now finally that all the Ravenhill stuff is over, or the battling, we're back on track with the original movie, and I don't have to do too many changes from here on out. We kind of got through the worst of it, and we hopefully, my thought process too is like we let the big character moments really shine.
Yes, absolutely.
Even if some of the battling was a bit wonky, that's not really what we're here for. And when looking at The Hobbit as a story, now we're here for Thorin and Bilbo's relationship.
Yeah,
to see what happens.
The only bit that comes off as a bit of a convenience, which you couldn't avoid, is that Bilbo being here, he didn't have a reason for specifically being here. He put the ring on and fled to Ravenhill, I guess, thinking it might be safe, and then it wasn't.
Yeah,
that's the best we can do, unfortunately.
Yeah.
But
like, if I walked out of the theater, I would have asked that question, and the answer is just, well, because the movie needs him to be here. There's not really anything.
Essentially, yeah. And this bit, though, right now, like, I really like this in the original, and this is so much more powerful now that everything Thorin did can be attributed to him. We understand why he did everything, even if he was being driven a little mad, potentially, and he was becoming obsessive and combative and all the rest of it. But yeah.
Yeah, I think Thorin's arc is just, it's fun to watch. It works a lot better here. Well, I always struggle to say better than the original movies because I don't like to. I'm just the editor. You're the review guy who will. It is better. Things, but I just feel I don't like to say my work or like my editing is better because it just sounds weird. It shines in a new way.
That's fair. While this is happening, quick question. So how many armies are there? Because you cut all references to the Gundabad army, and although we see them get killed by the Eagles, we can assume that they're part of the same army.
Yeah, they're the same army. So in the book, the answer would be that there's a fifth army of wargs, but we never see those. So in my movie version, I like to think of the fifth army as the Eagles or / Beorn, like the natural forces, I guess, which is not like the book, but because we don't have the wargs, it fills that role. And I guess for an audience who's like keeping count, it's kind of fun because you're like, okay, we have 4 armies, where's the fifth? And then all of a sudden the Eagles show up, and then you can think of it that way. But that does disappoint me that I couldn't match the 5 armies exactly to the book. But yeah, there's no wargs that we really see other than briefly in that chariot scene.
Okay, so
that's what I would say. Obviously, the elves, dwarves, men, orcs, and then eagles. Yeah, so this is a new transition. So we wrapped up Thorin's arc. He finally made the biggest sacrifice, trying to save his friends, be a hero, forgo all his pride, and then now we see the end of Thranduil's arc, and this is a repurposed scene from originally when he was deciding to retreat. Instead, he's just looking at the dead elves, and it's a very quick scene because it's all I have to work with, but it's basically showing that he realizes, like, was all this worth it? Like, fighting over gold, basically. It was very deadly and not good. That's basically wrapping up Thranduil now.
Yeah, and it works as well because we're about to see the I guess, quick outro for Bard. If you had not had that for Thranduil, then it would have been like, well, what happened to him? Like, where is he? Because in the theatrical, in the theatrical, you can't use any of the footage from the theatrical without including the Legolas and Tauriel stuff.
Yeah, he would have had to fully disappear from the story. And I think I'm the only fan edit that's done this. And I don't like to compare myself to other edits and try to say I'm better or anything. But I'm proud of that because while it's not a perfect scene, it's like, I think that's like an essential thing. He's a important character that you can't just have disappear.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I guess you could maybe say, I guess he died off screen or something, but that wouldn't be very satisfying.
Yeah. What do you think of this scene?
I like it a lot.
Yeah,
I take it
like
you didn't make
Some
any
people,
changes.
yeah, I did not. Some
Okay.
people don't like it because I think it's a little awkward how they think Gandalf is kind of being a dick, how he's just not saying anything to Bilbo. But I think it's like them just being able to enjoy a moment of silence, and they don't even have to say anything. It's also, well, I don't know. I mean, I don't need to get too into it, but I enjoy the scene. Yeah.
Yeah, it's what do you say? There is nothing to say. They're both thinking the
Yeah.
same thing. Bilbo has now changed. Neither of them knew this was
Yeah.
going to happen, and
Exactly.
yeah,
It's like now when we see them sitting next to each other in fellowship, like it's just this is where it all began. I don't know, like it's just they've been through a lot together, so it's nice to see them sitting there.
yeah. So this here is,
Yeah.
I guess, the end of Bard's arc. So I also think I mentioned it earlier that overall it's now excellent because you made him some guy who stepped up and took charge when his people needed him, rather than the guy who was
Yep.
destined for leadering because he's the hero.
Yeah, pretty much. So yeah, we just get to see him looking epically at the mountain. Nothing to say, but that wraps up Bard.
Yep.
And yeah, they never outwardly say that they get gold, but I think it can be assumed that since he's happy and everything worked out, that they must have helped pay the men to rebuild.
Yeah, and because we don't have the overtness of the dragon sickness stuff, plus the fact that Dane would know that the men.
Yeah, I mean, Thorin was the only one not wanting to do it. And I mean, even if Thorin lived, by the way he changed in the battle, we know that he probably would have given it up. And so now Thorin's gone, and so yeah, there would be not much of a reason for Dane to not do that. So yeah, here we have the extended funeral scene, and I added the eulogy, which is from the special features. So this is one of the few moments where I actually used something that was not in the extended edition. It was a new edition. I actually looked at all the cut footage that was in the special features to see if I could put anything back in, but nothing really fit except for this, which we can hear now. Oops. Yeah, and we get to see the Arkenstone buried with Thorin. That was a big question people had in the theatricals. What happened to the Arkenstone?
Yeah. I can't believe they cut this.
Yeah.
Because, like, one, it shows the dwarves, I guess, getting closure on Thorin and Fili and Kili and acknowledging that they've lost them. And then it also establishes that, okay, well, Dane is now the king. So they're not without a leader.
Yep. Yeah, and a little trivia is you could see Radagast in a very long wide shot, like a little speck when the camera cut out. Because he was technically in that scene.
Yes, he's standing next to Bjorn, isn't he?
Who he is. Yeah, but you can't even tell. It just looks like a guy in a cloak. And I like to think of it as maybe in universe, since Radagast does live in Mirkwood, and this is a big moment in Middle Earth history, maybe he would have visited. That's my little cope because I didn't want to have to digitally alter him out. That would just be too much work for not enough.
Yeah, as long as we can't see the poop on his head, it's
yeah. Well, it's from behind, exactly. Yeah.
And yeah, this scene was one of the last ones that they filmed because the actors had obviously been working together for what, 2 years, 2.5 years, something like that.
Yep.
So this was them saying goodbye to Martin Freeman, which is why they all got very emotional.
Yeah, it was a great scene. I remember they talked about how they filmed it, and they let Bilbo just keep
yes,
I forgot the word, but like just keep saying different things and unscripted, and they just included what worked best. So when we get to departure of Bilbo and Gandalf, I removed probably about 30 seconds or so, 40 maybe 40 of dialogue where they were talking about the ring, because first it was just to be like the book. It's fun. This dialogue is near 1-to-1 from the book, but more so, I don't want to have the ring be the important takeaway at the end of the story yet. Like, I like to keep that just something we discover in Fellowship. And Bilbo did kind of lie to him by saying, like he denied the ring stuff, and I didn't like that on his character at the end.
That's the bit that's basically 1-to-1, right?
Yep. And see, we do have. I like this shot though. You can tell he's a little skeptical, but it's like we don't go too on the nose with any dialogue.
Yeah.
That look he gives Bilbo.
Yeah, it doesn't diminish Gandalf's intelligence.
Oh yeah. Yeah, exactly. I tried to match the colors to the Shire at the start of the movie. It's not perfect, but I was really trying to pay attention to the colors throughout this edit. But this scene is unedited. Yeah, it just plays out the same.
Okay. What, all the way to the end?
When we get to the credits, I'll have some things to talk about. But yeah, this is all the same now. We're done with
nice
editing, I guess. Well, again, there's some stuff to talk about the credits, but yeah.
So, in that case, I've got a note on my preference on how I personally would have ended the film, and I'm curious as to why, because evidently you followed a different thought process than what I would have gone with. So I'll just read my notes. So basically, my preference on how to end the film, if I were to make my own edit, would be to have the final moment be Bilbo saying he was my friend, and then he walks into his home. And I don't know if there maybe wasn't enough footage there for that to actually work as an ending, or if it would be too abrupt.
Yeah. Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah.
Because like I have my issues with the way the original cut of the film ends with the ring, because it had like repeatedly shoehorned the ring into the story because, hey guys, it's the ring. In your edit, you didn't do that, which means that even though you use the same ending, it serves essentially as a foreshadowing of what's going to happen in the Lord of the Rings, as well as a reminder that he has the ring, and it allows you to feed into the old Bilbo. So I wouldn't have ended it that way if it was possible to end it the way I described, with him closing the door as he walks into his house. But in context, I definitely prefer that ending in your edit versus the original.
And the originals, yeah. Yeah, I see what you mean. I mean, it really highlights the friendship of Thorin and Bilbo. But I thought that in terms of technical quality, like because usually you want to end on like a long shot and not have it cut to black, but you might be able to pull it off. I'm not sure. I'd have to review the footage, but let's say you could pull it off, and it would look fine visually. I still do like the outro. Maybe I'm just being biased because I'm like a Lord of the Rings fan, and I like the soundtrack and the way it ends. But in terms of story, I mean, it really does just serve to set up the next trilogy.
Yeah.
And I guess it connects with the first scene we saw old Bilbo, but that's not necessary, and it's not completely necessary. I guess it would be a bit odd though to see old Bilbo at the start and then not return to that. But yeah, I would say I definitely do like to keep this scene, even if I could remove it. And also because I like this part where he picks up his handkerchief, reminding him of when he forgot it. But I see what you mean. I think if they had filmed it for this way, to have him walking into his home and ending, you could make a good ending without the bookend for sure.
Yeah, so just now when we saw the shot, I can tell you exactly how I would have ended it, but it would require that you refilm it because the footage isn't there.
Yeah.
Is Bilbo opens the door and you're looking at him sort of front on, and he opens the door, walks in, and then he moves to his left and walks here, and then the camera is just looking at the open door, and then it would slowly go towards the open door, and then eventually sort of look out into the wilderness as a reminder of what he's just done. That is how I would end it.
Yeah, that would have been good.
But that footage doesn't exist.
Yeah.
I do take your
so
point,
here we
though.
bring back the ring music.
Yeah. Yeah, like here, I take your point about ending it by bookending it with old Bilbo, because if you cut the beginning, because you included the beginning, cutting the end would potentially be weird. And also, in order to include it, you kind of have to keep the ring stuff, because when it cuts back to old Bilbo right now, he's looking at the ring.
Yep. Yeah. It does disappoint me, like a very minor thing, but how they changed the dialogue here when Gandalf says you haven't aged a day. It's like, I wish it just matched with Lord of the Rings, because he says that there, but they cut that line out. But it makes sense, because for a viewer here, clearly he's aged a day. But what they don't know is that Gandalf has been visiting Bilbo for, it's not actually been like all this time since Battle of the Five Armies. He's come back and visited him, and so maybe he's just referring to, a couple years ago.
Okay, so
it hasn't aged a day.
So it would have appeared to the layman to have been a plot hole that actually wasn't a plot hole. Not a plot hole, but a questionable line of dialogue.
Like it kind of appeared. Yeah, like if you had Gandalf saying you haven't aged a day, and then but we just saw Bilbo looking completely different with not gray hair. Yeah. So we end off with a fade out to black instead of remaining on the map. It was unfortunate that I didn't keep the credits with the drawings, but I ran into too many problems with either not having drawings for characters that were in movies 1 and 2. That because movie 3 was the only one to have drawings, and then also like, for example, there are multiple characters for one actor, so like Sauron was on one of them, and like with because that was voiced by Benedict Cumberbatch, right? So it was just a lot of like photoshopping I had to do, and I wasn't really looking to do that, so I decided to go with these are the unexpected journey credits. But what I've done is I've modified in the full scrolling list of actors. I've gone ahead and actually I did go movie by movie and make sure every person was in my edit. So people that have been fully removed from my edit are not in the credits, but which might seem disrespectful, but I just kind of went really crazy with trying to make it realistic, I guess.
Yeah, I wouldn't say that's disrespectful.
But it's
they're
like back. I mean, it's just like background characters. It's not like like even Alfred, he's in the credits because he was in my edit just because he was reduced. But yeah.
Yeah, like essentially that
would be the last change.
By even doing this, like I hadn't realized that you'd edited the credits, because I'll be honest, I didn't watch the credits. Why you might kind of think like, why would you do that if you're making a fan edit? But it's because quite clearly you're treating it as if it is a single film, and a single film includes the credits.
Yeah.
Like again,
so we can see all the names of these are everyone from movies 1, 2, and 3 that would be on the starring list. Yeah. There's one more thing I can talk about, which is the music. So I don't know if we already saw it. I think we already did. It says, maybe it's coming up, but it's like featuring, it's called Misty Mountains Cold by this group. They're on YouTube, and they basically made a full version of this Misty Mountains song. And I felt like for my project, there was a couple of reasons to change the song from the original Last Goodbye, which is the Last Goodbye was a very emotional goodbye song, kind of after saying goodbye to Middle Earth. But in terms of fitting the story, I felt like it was better to focus on the dwarves and the adventure at hand as the outro song to like what we should end off on personally. And I also felt like since this is just one movie, it's not quite as emotional of a goodbye to Middle Earth. Like the last goodbye was after 3 whole movies, and now we're saying goodbye. But it's like with mine, this is just a prelude to Lord of the Rings. It's a single movie, and so that's why I changed the music. And the reason I'm explaining this so much is just because this is a controversial change. Some people absolutely love the last goodbye. So yeah, but that's all I have to say for this edit.
Well,
yeah, here it is.
Yes, there we go. There's an extended version of it on YouTube, which I've used in like as D&D music. It's like 20 minutes long. It's rather good.
Yeah.
So, well, in that case, there's 8 minutes left of credits, apparently. My guess is it'll take longer than 8 minutes to answer these questions, but I'll let the music...
Mm-hmm.
Well, no, of course I'm not recording the music, am I? It's just our voices on this recording.
Yeah.
Yes.
So I'll go ahead and keep listening to it. No,
yeah.
I think you have some questions, right?
Yeah. So what I'll do is I'll go through... We got a handful of questions from Discord, and then I've got a couple that I've written down that I wanted to ask you. And then we will wrap up. So, question from Chris. Which scene from the original did you feel like you had to edit the least, and which scene from the original took the most effort to edit into the cut?
Okay. So Gollum scene for sure was the least edited. In general, earlier in the movies rather than later required less editing. It was more like, oh, remove this piece of dialogue or remove this scene. But then once you get to movies 2 and 3, we're not rapidly, but like entirely restructuring the scenes and doing a lot of stuff, which is very complex in the timeline. So Ravenhill for sure was the most edited. Like every 5 seconds is a new cut, basically, you could say. the audio it looks like a complete mess in the timeline. But once you export everything all out, it flows better. But it's funny to look at. I'm sure I'll post the picture on the Discord if people want to see. But let me think of, I guess the smog scene as well was not edited too much. That's another long period. But one thing I do want to highlight before we move on to the next question is, even though there are these moments that are mostly the same, the whole edit, other than those two parts I mentioned, Smaug and Gollum, I am always making changes. We didn't talk about everything in this commentary, but yeah, it's like I wanted to make sure that people know how much work went into this, and it's just a lot of fun to see how many things have been changed. And I wish I got to talk more about it, but you can always read the full Google Doc. And yeah, so it's like, and then were there any other scenes that I had to edit the most? I guess I would also say Out of the Frying Pan in the Fire, because I had to remove Azog. That was
Yep.
That was very tricky to remove every shot of Azog and still have it play out without seeming like a complete mess. So I would say that as well. But I hope that answers the question.
Yeah, I think it does. Next question from Treeman. So what was the inciting incident for the edit? Do you have experience editing? What drove you to make it?
So I do not have experience editing I have some minor experience in high school. I took some classes where I learned Adobe Premiere, and I made some warm-up projects. I guess you could say I made an edit of Helm's Deep and Osgiliath where I removed everything except the battle, like just to have for fun. It's just personal use. And I also did something to Moria, the Moria battle in An Unexpected Journey, where I removed the narration. So those were kind of just fun Middle-earth projects that got me into editing. And then I decided I was ready to take on a bigger task, which would be editing this. And this project it's been over 3 years since I first started it, but it's been very on and off. So it was a huge learning process. So I had to learn how to be professional when editing as I went along. So now that the final cut is done, I think it's mostly achieved that. Obviously, the first version of this edit would have been way more rough because I wasn't quite the best editor, but I do have some background with editing audio. I was really into mixing music and stuff like that. So that's where I do have a background with that, which is why I think my edit has really smooth soundtrack, because it's just a huge thing that I'm interested in. So yeah, it was really just self-taught everything. And then as for the inciting incident, it was more so I just was rereading the book and I was like, you know what, this would be fun to have a version that was like the book. And as I went on, I did make changes to that philosophy. I didn't just follow the book. As we talked about in this commentary, there's some of these differences, but that was like my big thing. It's just I thought that would be a fun experiment, So yeah.
Awesome. I had no idea that you originally had worked in like audio production with like music.
I didn't work as like a professional, but it was like a hobby. Like for years, I had been like remixing audio, just as like, again, it's self-taught, but still, I would say that I do have valid experience in that, even if it's not technically professional. But like working with music, it's very funny. This is a random subject, but yeah, one of my things has been doing kind of fan edits, but for music albums, where you do the same concept of changing this like a project, but it's music. And actually, one more thing I want to talk about with that question is, I did watch the movies in the theaters when they first came out, and I remember thinking movie 3 was not at all like the book, but I wasn't necessarily mad that, like, I was like, it's just the movie, whatever. And then I actually came back in 2019 is when I started it. So it wasn't like I'd seen the movies and walked out and was like, I got to do an edit. I was definitely came to it late. Yeah.
Okay, fair enough. Next question from Bleaters. Are there any scenes you would have liked to keep / considered good, but you cut them because they didn't fit the intentions of the edit?
Okay, so that's a good question, actually. I do have several deleted scenes on the Blu-ray version. If you download that, it's a bit of a hassle because it's a very large file size, but I would say it's worth it. I have some deleted scenes for the White Council and the Erebor flashbacks because, well, and it's also the Bree flashback as well from movie 2. I thought some of that was just fun Tolkien lore. It's not like I just copy pasted those scenes into the special features. I did do the same editing, same color grading, and trying to follow the book in those. But I thought those were fun moments that just didn't fit into the story. Not that I would have ever included them because they weren't in the book like that, but those moments I do like. And so, yeah, I have those on the special features. And then there's also some individual random deleted scenes. Like there was this one scene I made for actually having Thorin come to his senses in Return to the Battle by walking through the halls, but there's no dragon sickness, there's no gold on the floor. So it's only about a minute long, but I do that on my YouTube if you're curious about that. So there are some of these moments. I would recommend just checking out the deleted scenes. And then, sorry, what was the other part of the question? Was it asking stuff I kept in that I thought about cutting, or?
No, it was scenes that you considered to be good, but you removed them because they didn't
Okay.
fit your goal.
Oh, okay, yeah, exactly, yeah. So, yeah, the White Council in Rivendell, all the flashbacks to the dwarves. I love the dwarf lore, but I cut those. The ward chase, I thought that was actually a decent action scene. It didn't fit for many reasons, but just if you look at dwarves getting chased by wargs, the visuals, I thought it was kind of a fun scene. The music, for sure. So I would say those mostly stuff from movies 1, movie 2 and 3, not so much.
Okay.
Yeah.
Excuse me. Right. Next question. Excuse me. One moment. There we go. Right. Question from Ozzy. Did you consider rearranging, adding in, or changing scenes outright in their context? Like, for example, in the Mass Effect 3 fan edit ending, where a fan added scenes from Mass Effect 1 and 2 to make the end cinematic better. Did you do anything like that to make the movies more concise and better? I'll just add to that that I'm unfamiliar with the Mass Effect 3 ending.
Yeah. I don't know. I know the ending, but I don't know about the edits to it.
Okay, fair enough. But do you understand?
I understand what he's saying. Yeah. Okay. So, the first one I would say we talked about it is the Thranduil scene for sure. That is probably the only scene that's like entirely changed context, which is fun to think about. And then I'd say the orc scene where they normally had the Moria flashback. That's a bit changed context. It still holds the same context, but it's just not all of the originals. And so like that's one scene maybe. But let me jog my memory. I'm just trying to think through the edit. See, like a lot of it was really just removing all the side stuff and focusing in on the adventure. We already had a lot of the book. It just was expanded upon with new stuff that all you had to do was remove it. But yeah, I mean Ravenhill for sure. Bilbo's retreat, that's entirely redone context. That was using stuff from later in the battle sequence and then putting it earlier and showing him fall back. That was completely redone. And there's one more.
I can think of one.
I guess. Yeah, sure.
It was. I mean, the context is the same. It's that they're traveling, but when you recut the bit of the travel montage to get rid of the Radagast bit.
Yep. Yeah, totally. Yeah, that's another one. Yeah, when they hike to Rivendell, that's footage taken from elsewhere. And then when Smaug is talking to Bilbo, there's a part where I replaced stuff he was saying with stuff from later because I wanted to follow the book. So yeah, I would say pretty much every chapter and when I say chapter, I mean I cut my edit following the book chapters, but every chapter of my edit I would say has one moment like that, probably where it's like fully changed context. Maybe not all of them, like maybe not chapter 1, but
okay. Right. Next question from Jarvis. Were there any scenes from the book that did not make it in to the movies or did not have footage that could be used to create the scene with the correct tone from the book? What were the biggest challenges?
So obviously there were a ton of scenes that were never shot. I don't think he's referring to that. So like I won't get into that. But in terms of stuff that like was shot and kind of resembled the book, but I couldn't keep it, I would say the stone giants for sure. Like that, the stone giants are mentioned in the book, but it wasn't exactly what I'd envision Tolkien to be meaning with what he talked about with stone giants. So I cut that. It didn't really fit. There's a bit actually that I have been considering putting back in, but I haven't. Is technically I could show the master rowing away in his boat during the attack on Lake Town. I would remove all the silly dialogue, but that is true that he did actually in the book try to like leave and escape with all the gold, or with whatever personal belongings. It wasn't obviously expanded as much as it was in the original movies, but I could include a little reference to that if it would flow well. What else
I could see that working.
I mean, yeah. I mean, the flashbacks are from the Tolkien lore, but they're just not from, or they're somewhat resembling the Tolkien lore, but yeah, they're not part of the Hobbit book itself. There's Lord of the Rings appendices which talk about a lot of these things. But in general, I didn't really run into this too much because, like, if it followed the book in some form, I'm probably going to keep it, assuming it serves a purpose. But there are stuff that that wasn't in the book, like that I kept. So like the market scene with Bilbo walking around like that, there's nothing of that in the book, but stuff that could have happened in the book, I did keep, as long as it contributes to the characters and flow of the story. Yeah, I can't think of any other examples, I guess, of stuff that was in the book that I cut. because I really did try to get everything.
Yeah, if there were, we probably mentioned them while we were watching.
Yeah,
but yeah, I can't think of any others. Okay, next one from Almighty Child Yeeter. Are there scenes in the final edit that you didn't like, but you had to keep them in to prevent continuity errors or plot holes?
Yeah, so like with Alfred on the beach scene, I probably would have liked to cut that. I think we probably talked about this as we went along, so it's going to be hard to mention all of them. Stuff that I wish I could have cut.
Yeah, the Arkenstone reminder with the Arkenstone. Yep.
Yeah, sometimes a lot of it is stuff I wish just existed. That's like the biggest thing. But like footage that just doesn't exist. I wish we had more with the Eagles and like on Karok. Yeah, I might come back to that if you want to do the next question, because I can't think of other stuff.
Sure. Yeah, like you say, we probably did already mention it, but if you can think of any more, then feel free to.
Wait, sorry. What was the exact phrasing in the question?
The exact phrasing was, are there scenes in the final edit that you didn't like, but you had to keep in to prevent...
final cut that I didn't like? Yeah, okay. I guess the Azog duel, like totally. I would have liked to have that be done differently. I don't know. I mean, I don't like how he changes weapon mid-fight. I would have done that differently. But I mean, I just have to work with that, like using the giant rock on the chain.
Yeah,
I probably would have done that differently. But yeah, we can come back to that if I think of any others.
Okay. Next question from Neo. Did you make your own storyboard or plot graph or anything like that before starting the editing process?
So while I would like to say I did that to make my edit seem like it was done very professionally, unfortunately, I just did it chronologically while I read the book. I didn't have any type of drafting or planning. But what I will say to compensate for that is the amount of times I rewatched this was like insane. So I was constantly rewatching, and my favorite thing would like forget every context that or forget all context. If I was a clueless audience, what would I think when I'm seeing this? And I just constantly replay sequences, and like it required a lot of time, but I would always notice things and be like, oh wait, I did this change, which like snowballed into then this is a problem because what if the audience questions that or that, and you'd have to go back and redo it. And so and that happened a lot with Battle of the Five Armies. So yeah, I would definitely say I revised a lot as my main way of like having organization in the plot, but I didn't actually draft out anything before starting editing.
Okay. I mean, I guess in spirit, you did do that kind of thing in that your storyboard was your first attempt and then you kept tweaking it.
Yeah, that's true.
So you had a rough outline and then made it better.
Exactly.
Okay, last question from the Discord, and then I've got a few from myself. So Captain Silly Frog says, what scene from the original pushed you over the edge to create your own edit?
Yeah, like I said, I did watch these in theaters, and so I wasn't going to start it right away after seeing them, but it was mostly just after reading the book. But so if I would change the question to say, like, what was my like least favorite moments, I guess you could say.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, it's just been done. It's been done to death. I would say watch Random's videos. I agree with a lot of his points, but most of it would have been stuff in movie 3. I really did not like the crazy designs. Like, I just wish it felt more like Lord of the Rings in terms of the orc army. Like, I didn't like the designs of all these creatures and trolls, like with the catapults on their backs, and the peg leg troll that was blind with no arms with chains, and like it just was too ridiculous. So I would say that stuff. And Alfred, of course, big offender. I remember walking out of the theater, talking to my family about Alfred for sure. Like, what was all that? So yeah, that's what I would say.
What was
nothing too out of the ordinary? Most people have said all the critiques of The Hobbit already. What
was your reaction when you first saw the catapult scene? Because that's extended. You wouldn't have seen that when it was in the cinema.
Oh yeah. Oh man, yeah. So I mean, I'm sure I watched it with my dad. I'm sure I was like, Jesus Christ, what is this? But I don't remember exactly what happened with that. But I remember rewatching, the extended when they came out on Blu-ray as soon as we could get them, because I was really hoping there was a lot of cope in the Hobbit community that we're going to get lots of amazing extended scenes after this comes out, and this is going to save the movie. But yeah, it didn't quite.
That's not what it.
That's my prime example of a scene that's just like whenever someone talks about Battle of Five Armies or The Hobbit or like something, I'm like, okay. And then we have the scene with Alfred getting catapulted into the troll of the mouth. Like, that's always my go-to. What were they thinking scene?
Yeah. Well, okay.
Yeah.
Right. I have a handful of questions for you. So we didn't really talk about it. Lord of the Rings. What is your kind of view of them, books versus film?
Mm-hmm.
Are you like primarily a Hobbit guy, or are you a Tolkien guy?
Yeah. I would say, I got into Lord of the Rings first, and then I've read I saw the movies first, obviously, and then I read the books after. Sorry. I watched the Lord of the Rings movies. I love those. And then later the Hobbit movies came out, and then I decided to start reading and everything in order. So I started with the Hobbit, and I started reading that when the second movie had come out. So I only had the third movie that I'd seen after reading the book, which is like most people probably that are older have read stuff first and then seen it. But yeah, Battle of the Five Armies is the only one I'd seen after reading. And so my view after having read everything and seen everything, I love the Lord of the Rings movies, and I think there are changes from the book that pretty much most of them make sense. There's like a few small things I can understand, but I never had any big motivation to make an edit of them because I was like 90% happy. So it's kind of like with this edit, we talked about how there are small things we didn't like, but when 90% is good, it's like you can kind of just leave it at that. You don't have to be anal about everything. So like with the Ghost Army, that was a big thing I think is critiqued in Return of the King that I probably would have changed because they just saved the day in the movie, and it reduces some of the tension. I think like when it's just that they're invincible and can kill everyone. But in general, yeah, I like the Lord of the Rings movies a lot, and I don't think I'll make an edit of them. And then as for the books, obviously you gotta love the Tolkien books. I'm a huge fan of the four. Well, I guess some people, or technically Lord of the Rings is one book, but yeah, Lord of the Rings and The Hobbit are like some of my favorite stories, and I like to always reread them. And so that's why, yeah, when I started the Hobbit project, it was mostly about the book. So this is definitely a book Tolkien focused project for sure, and not everyone is interested in following the book, but that's definitely my thing.
Okay.
Yeah, so and at the end of the day, then last thing, I've come to love The Hobbit quite a bit. I would have said before I love Lord of the Rings more, but it's pretty even for me now, and I'm a bit biased because I've made this project. But for me, it's up there with Lord of the Rings now. It's not quite as iconic, but it's just I do love the story and the themes in The Hobbit.
Okay, awesome. Next question. This will probably be a quick answer because I asked you a variation on this question earlier. Yeah. So, have you seen Rings of Power? You said you've seen the first 2 episodes. If so,
I saw a couple of them.
Could you fix it in the edit?
So I think not, probably. Maybe you could make like a movie out of just take whatever the best plot or like arc is and do that, but I don't think you could. I've seen videos critiquing it, so I've seen some of the worst offending parts and how it's not even just that it didn't follow the Tolkien lore, like that's obviously a thing, but I just think the storytelling wasn't, from what I've heard, just wasn't very good, like the writing, that's what I should say. So, and you can't fix writing. Hobbit had a lot of good writing
in the main
parts
plot
that were good.
Yeah, absolutely. With the Hobbit,
I don't think you could. Yeah,
fair enough. Yeah, I completely agree, which will surprise no one. So the Hobbit seems to be a special case. So are there any other films that you would want to quote unquote fix that you think you could fix? Because the Hobbit, you cut out more than half of it, and I can't think of another film that you could do that for.
Yeah, so in terms of combining a trilogy and like doing this many changes, I don't think there is one you could really say. But in terms of individual movies, I think you could do a lot with the prequels, and people have already done that. The Star Wars prequels, where they've probably made more subtle changes. But say the movie's 2 hours, if you like do a bunch of subtle things and like maybe some big changes, and you could remove about 20-30 minutes maybe and make a big difference on maybe not even 30 minutes. That's a lot because. With those movies, I've seen people do edits of them, and sometimes it just needs small tweaks to like remove jokes and stuff, and it can make a big difference in the edit. So I would say prequels, definitely look out for those fan edits if you're interested in them. But yeah, I mean, I can't think of anything exactly. The other thing is too, fan edits are not always just about making the movie better. So that if you are interested in fan edits, it's still fun to look at them even for good movies. Like, for example, one of my other edits is of Titanic. I made an edit where I removed all the future scenes, like during the modern days, and it's just the 1912 plot. And that was kind of fun, but it's like I still acknowledge that the original movie is probably better because it's more emotional to have those older Rose scenes, but it's still fun to see movies in new ways. So, but yeah, I can't think of an example that would be as drastic as being able to fix The Hobbit or attempt to fix The Hobbit. It's like a very special case.
Yeah, that's interesting what you say about the prequels. I didn't know that people had done that, but yeah, I might have to have a look at them.
That's like Probably other than the Hobbit, that's like the other biggest fan edit, like product or like film series to edit. Like that's the other famous one.
Yeah. Okay. Who is your favorite actor in The Hobbit, and who do you think gave the best performance as their character?
I would say my favorite character. I mean, it's going to be just a generic answer, I guess, but it's got to be Bilbo is my favorite character, and then my favorite actor probably would be Richard Armitage. I don't know how you say his last name, as Thorin.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, those are just the two big players, of course. But I'd also this is like not really answering the question, but I always for some reason like Nori as a dwarf. I don't know why. Just maybe there's really no reason because he's a scumbag, but I always liked him. He's like one of my favorite dwarfs. Yeah, I hated Ori. He was my least favorite dwarf for sure.
Okay, yeah.
And then, but yeah, I mean, it's really mainly just about the company and Gandalf. So yeah, I would have to say Bilbo and Thorin would be my favorites. And then yeah, I mean, I do love Dane, of course. I wish we got more with him, maybe. Well, not really. I don't know what else they would have done with him, but Dane was really cool.
Yeah, Dane's the kind of character that he does one thing and one thing well, and as soon as you start spending loads of time with him, he stops doing that thing well.
That's true. I was never too big on elves, so I wouldn't say any of those. And then Bard is cool, but nothing too crazy with him.
Yeah,
I mean, I liked him, but yeah.
Okay, you've kind of already answered this. What was your favorite scene that you had to cut?
My favorite scene that I had to cut.
I think you said probably the prequel, not prequel, the prologue.
Yeah, because I do love to rewatch that just on its own, and I do love the Moria flashback battle, even though I don't think it's as well liked, but something about the charge was always pretty epic to me. With when Thorin was like slicing off his hand. So yeah, probably those two moments. So yeah, I guess I already answered that, unfortunately. Okay,
and my final question is: if you had unlimited money and time, what is the one part of your edit that you would fix that you were unable to fix in your edit? Shall we exclude the bit we mentioned earlier with the Bard killing Smaug? Because I think that's...
Yeah, I mean, I can just name a few of them. So I'll do like a top 3. So number 1, Ravenhill, because that's the part that's like everyone's always like, oh, how do they get to Ravenhill? They jumped and teleported up. I would redo that. That whole thing, like when they're on the ice and the snowy battle and the Ravenhill like outpost thing, that sequence. And then number 2 would be Smaug's death, to make it a little bit longer and kind of redo it without the ballista thing, like putting the broken bow as a ballista. And then number 3 would be the end of part 1, making the characters acknowledge the eagles maybe, and then showing them like transition into movie 2, so I don't have to do an intermission. Those would be the top 3 for sure. And unfortunately, yeah, just with the footage we have, I only could go so far. But everything else, yeah, I wouldn't. I think those have to be the top 3 easily.
Okay, awesome. So I think, yeah, I mean, that's the end of the questions. So I think that pretty much brings us to the end, unless you have anything else that you wanted to say.
No, I think we covered everything. Again, I'll just say he's gonna have the edit in the description. So if you want to watch it or read more about it, definitely check out the website. The website is more of a summary, and then I have the individual Google Docs in the Google Drive that say literally every change if you're curious about that. But thanks, everyone for watching if you've got this far, and I really appreciate the shout out for my edit and inviting me here random to talk about it. It's been great.
Yeah, no problem. Just quickly, you mentioned to me that there is a commentary, a separate commentary track on your video.
Yeah. So do you want? I can give a quick rundown of the special features, just like less than a minute here. So
go for it.
There's Blu-ray, the Blu-ray version are big ISO files. You can watch them with VLC or burn them to a disc. They have literally everything. So there's deleted scenes, there's flashback, and then there's I have a 30-minute project overview document. It's a screen recording of me in Premiere, and I kind of just show things. I also have a trailer for the edit I made. So that's all on the ISOs bundled together. Again, it's hard to download. Maybe I'll post everything separately. Now, as for the commentary, it's there too, but it's also on the MKV, so the standard 1080p. If you go on VLC to the top on the audio, you can change the audio track, and you'll see the commentaries in there. And so that one, it's going to be similar to what we did here, but obviously it's just me by myself, and I really focus on trying to talk about every possible change, rather than here we talked a lot about like theoretical stuff and like more like movie stuff, rather than that one was more like purely technical editing stuff, I think. So yeah, that's a rundown and everything.
Okay, awesome. So yeah, I'll get links from you and make sure I stick all of that in the description. Cool. And apart from that, thank you for listening, guys. If you have made it this far, I hope you have all enjoyed. Thank you again, M4, for joining me on this commentary of your work. And yeah, enjoy the rest of your day, everyone, and I will see you soon.
Thanks.